Welcome to the Hindus Literature Festival of 2024. With over a decade of producing this festival, we are delighted to bring again an edition that will be rich with stimulating ideas, conversations, and interactions. As always, we are encouraged by the response from the public, which inspires us to create a program that is packed with thought-provoking and enjoyable content that appeals to a wide range of interests. This year, we offer a diversity of conversation and share the fund of knowledge and experience from the many brilliant minds who will speak at the festival.
Wonderful way of celebrating achievements in the world of literature.
Hearing other speakers talk, articulate, it excites the mind.
Premier literary event of the country is a defining feature of Chennai.
Cultural diversity of this event, this festival, the speakers, it's so exciting.
I'm extremely thrilled to be here.
What makes it very special is the quality of conversations that emerge from Lit for Life.
And I feel so grateful and privileged to be a part of this event and serve the people of Chennai.
The Chennai crowd that absolutely latched onto the subject.
I think Lit for Life is wonderful.
It's indeed a pleasure to be part of this vibrant, wonderful literary festival.
I find it's a very homely festival.
That's how language happens. I mean, it comes from the people.
perfect plot கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியலன்றனால தான் பூமிக்கு மிக அருகில் உள்ள மார்ஸ்ல உங்களுக்காக ஒரு perfect plot கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்கோம்.
மார்ஸ்க்கு ஏன் போணும்? When we have G Square, நம்ம தமிழ்நாடு full G Square has the perfect plots in all locations, right inside the city. Prime locations, secured plot community, world-class amenities, perfect size and legal documentation.
But sir,
G Square, your plot, your home, your way.
One small step is a leap towards the future. It's the pursuit of knowledge and awareness. Through much needed transformations and greater ideas, we gain wisdom and knowledge. From kids to adults, we become engineers, scientists, lawyers, entrepreneurs, artists, leaders, and much more. For destiny will reveal our true potential. How do I get there? How do I know my moments? Where do I belong? At each corner, every nook and cranny is the light to develop and grow. It is the freedom to glimmer and flutter. Everything is a trigger towards something bigger. In the right space, creativity is a river. Like tides hitting sands, we find our tribe. They stand by us regardless of where we come from, what or how we think, what we say, what we speak. At times, the going gets tough. Yet, we can strengthen to hold on to what we love with all our passion. We dance. We sing. We run. We ride. We travel to the ends of the world. We perform. We shine. We go beyond. We are that one extra stroke of brilliance. We always go that extra mile. We discover new paths. We are prepared to step into the unknown.
I am heat. Blazing heat.
I'll be right back.
Arey, wait na yaar, what's the hurry?
Blue Star Inverter AC with fast cool technology. Bye-bye heat. Blue Star.
We explore the universe through a vision of innovation.
We advance towards new possibilities for redefining tomorrow.
We build machines to make the world a better place.
The most incredible innovations start with just a simple idea.
Global universities. VIT campuses offer unique, customized, and complete educational solutions in a
SSBN, dreaming big, molding minds, shaping lives. SSBN, looking up, growing strong, soaring high. Together we will stand. SSBN.
अगर किसी चीज को दिल से चाहो तो पूरी कायनात उसे तुमसे 10 मिनट में मिलाने की कोशिश में लग जाती है. Want now? Get now. Big basket now.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I kindly request all of you to settle down, please. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the Hindu Lit Fest 2024. If day 1 was anything to go by, day 2 promises to be fascinating as well. First up, nice and early, lovely to have your company. And of course, this event wouldn't have been possible but for our wonderful sponsors. The event, of course, is presented by G Square in association with NITTE, deemed to be University, Mangalore, Karnataka, and Christ University. The knowledge partner is Vellore Institute of Technology. Online grocery partner is Big Basket. Associate partner, Blue Star, FitG, Navratan Jewelers, and Shivnara University, Delhi NCR. Author Lounge partner is VFS Global. Food partner is Wow Momo. Educational partner, SSVM Institutions, Coimbatore. Bookstore partner, Higginbotham's. Water partner, Repute. Gift partner, Anand Prakash. Hospitality partners, Taj Coromandel Chennai, The Brew Room, and organic partner, Akshaya Kalpa. May I request a big round of applause for all the sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, without whom this event wouldn't have been possible. And we start the day with, within quotes, the power of idol worship. Amidst the various thoughts that have been put forward by various cross-sections of the society, now this is a thought, this is an idea, this is a subject that we yearn to understand a little bit more of. And the members who are going to be a part of this discussion would lend clarity to that aspect of it. I repeat, the power of idol worship is the subject. Amish and Bhavna Roy will be in conversation with Anita Ratnam. And to put forward his thoughts first up, ladies and gentlemen, we've got an absolute all-rounder. I was just looking at his bio and the achievement over the years. I wonder if there is anything that is not possible within the realms of Amish. Because he had a bit of boxing and gymnastics at school, if I'm right. Alumnus of IIM Calcutta, spent 14 years in the financial services industry, and I haven't even started yet because Amish, ladies and gentlemen, is an author and a former diplomat. He published his first book in 2010 and has written 11 books, both fiction and non-fiction till date. Forbes India has highly ranked Amish amongst the most 100 influential celebrities in India. He is also a host for television documentaries, including Discovery's highly acclaimed and award-winning Legends of Ramayana with Amish. In his diplomatic role, Amish worked as the Minister, Culture and Education at the Indian High Commission to the United Kingdom and the Director of the Nehru Centre in London. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Amish.
I'm going to wait for the ladies. So.
Yeah, I just mentioned that he's a gentleman. We all knew that anyway. Thank you so much. Yeah. Joining him on stage is Ms. Bhavna Roy. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. A teacher, an author, and a director of Himanshu Roy Foundation. After graduating in psychology from Mumbai University, she qualified for the Indian Administrative Services, followed a passion a little later for teaching and started to work as a volunteer in a school for special children in Malegaon and then in an NGO in Nasik called SOS. Bhavna has a keen interest in philosophy, has done extensive research in the field, deep knowledge of the ancient Vedas and scripture. She's published 2 books, co-authored, Amish, Dharma Decoding the Epics for a Meaningful Life, and Idols, Unearthing the Power of Murti Puja. Lovely to have you with us, ma'am. And getting the best out of them, yes, please. I know, you don't want to keep them waiting, right? I understand that completely. But getting the best out of them is somebody, please, is Anita Ratnam, a celebrated performer of dance and theatre. As a choreographer, writer, speaker, and mentor, her impact on the Indian performing arts has been recognized with awards and honors. As a cultural catalyst, Anita's works traverses a wide range: academia, youth outreach, motivational speaking, and digital creation. This session is specially sponsored by Navratan Jewelers, and it will last for a total of 50 minutes. You've got the clock there for 40 minutes, post which you've got 10 minutes for Q&A. Over to you, Anita. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Amish. Thank you, Bhavna. They've said that I can address them by their first names. I think we all grow up asking our mothers and grandmothers, saying, please tell us a story. And because we are a people of story receivers and storytellers, And here we have Amish Tripathi, known as, of course, an India publishing phenomenon. And I'm very interested to know how this Akka and Tambi relationship has worked in writing. So I just want to set up the book a little bit. They've been inspired by the ancient principles of philosophical debates. And the three characters that are included as part of a modern Deshpande family. And the premise is choosing the Ganesha idol for the Pulaya Chaturthi, for the Ganesh Chaturthi. So this is a family where you have characters Lopamudra, Nachiket, and Gargi. And for those who may not be familiar with those characters, they are very, very well known and highly respected as part of the ancient wisdom canvas of asking, arguing, debating, discussing, and having open-ended resolutions. So each can take away an opinion. So these three characters are part of the Deshpande family, and this is the premise. He's used parallel mythology from Greece. I'm going to ask him about that. Most importantly, I think that it's January 27th, but it's just 5 days after January 22nd. So while this book is about idols, the power of Murti worship, I'm hoping that our discussion will also have a slightly broader canvas, given his experience of living and working in London with the diaspora. So I'm starting with Ayodhya. Describe the idol of Ram Lalla to us.
Yeah, actually, I had the privilege of being there. My wife and I, Shivani and I, we were there on Jan 22nd. And we had a darshan of the Murti. And there are some things which struck me, on the temple and the Pran Pratishtha. Our families, essentially, our fathers from UP and from Kashi. And we'd been to Ayodhya, Kashi, etc. One of the things that strikes me because of this temple is the economic transformation that's taking place in Ayodhya, the infrastructure improvements, etc. It's in a different league. And this ties into how our traditional temple economy was in the ancient times. In the north, many of the ancient temples were destroyed by the invaders. In the south, they're still there, particularly the deep south, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. And it gave jobs, sustenance. Temples were the source of education. It had ponds as local water management. This was at the heart of our way of life. The modern Western consumer economy has the mall at the center of life. Our traditional center of economic life, our traditional economy had the temple at the center of economic life. I would argue that socially, I'm not against consumerism and the mall, but socially perhaps a temple at the heart of the economic life leads to better outcomes, social outcomes, not just the economy, rather than a mall. There's one thing that struck me, the economy. The second thing is actually our ancient temples were a place for building national consciousness. I wonder how many of you have read of this brilliant American scholar called Diana Eck. Anyone has?
Yes.
Diana Eck? Yeah,
Yes.
the ones. So she'd written this book called those who haven't, please do check her out. First read my books, if any of you haven't read my books. If you haven't, shame on you, but they're all available. But Diana Eck, in her book Sacred Geography, had written that ancient India was not built on the power of its kings. It was built on the footsteps of its pilgrims. Pilgrims from across the subcontinent would gather at large temples, and that's where a national consciousness would get built. Ayodhya, I suspect, will do that. Just like Chidambaram ji does that. There are North Indians who come and, pray out here, or at Tirupati. That's the second thing. Third, most importantly, is actually the Murti. Coming back to your final thing. I'm a Shaivite. Okay? So I respect and worship all gods and goddesses. I write books on them. But the deepest recesses of my soul only get touched at a few Lord Shiva temples, where I start crying. And this was the first time my wife and I, we were allowed to go close to the Garbhagriha. I started crying. Not just like wet eyes, like crying. And I was so deeply moved by the Murti. And Arun Yogiraj, who's from Karnataka next door, man, he has the sculptor. He He has the blessings of Lord Shiva, yeah. It is such a beautiful murti because it is Ram Lalla as Ram as a child. So at one level you feel, I know it sounds strange, but we have a personal relationship with our God, so you feel kind of protective, okay, that he's a child. At the same time, there's so much power in that, you feel awestruck at the same time. And like the emotions just well out. Such a powerful murti. And if we can applaud loudly for Yogi Rajji so that he can hear it all the way in Mysore.
I'm going to come back to that and the idea of a civilizational moment, but I want to come back to your book now. Bhavna, I was scrolling Amish's Instagram feed, which is in collaboration with you, and you have said that this is the second book you've collaborated on, the first being Dharma, and that it happened to you at a very, very low time in your life when you had lost your husband and your father. So was the idea of he pulling you into collaborating on that book and this book, was it a kind of a savior? What happened to you at that moment?
Amish pulled me out of, a flood of grief and back into life and living. I lost my husband, Anita ji, in May 2018. It was beyond grief. I was married to, with apologies to the men in this auditorium, he was the greatest human being on planet Earth while he lived. I lost him and I lost the will to live. I was drowning in grief. And COVID began in 2020. And a month later, my brother Amish, he called me and, we had been working on a project since 2013 actually, on the philosophy of Dharma. And I jotted some ideas, some thoughts, and my husband fell in 2016, so it fell by the wayside. He called me up in March 2020 and said, Didi, you remember that project you were working on? Why don't we start working on it again? And Anita ji, I grabbed that lifeline. I worked 12 to 16 hours a day. It just, it stemmed the noise in my head and my heart. And I believe he's brought me back to life and living.
What aspects of the book, Amish, would you attribute to Bhavna?
Everything. She's my Didi. She's one of the wisest people I've met. Man, she has a strong heart. She has a strong soul. And I think the key thing of Dharma, of our philosophies, is actually it helps you in moments of grief. I'd read this wonderful line somewhere, I'm forgetting where, that wisdom is the price. Wisdom is the prize, but grief is the price that you pay to attain wisdom. So wisdom can be the reward in a way, but perhaps you learn it best when you go through. Gautam Buddha had said the first of the Four Noble Truths, that grief and suffering is a fundamental reality of life, and you suffer only when you don't accept it. I think our family, we're a very close-knit family. I think grief hits you a lot more when you see your family members suffering and you can't do anything about it. Because there's no one to blame, it's fate. What do you do? And I think, there are theoretical understandings that one can have while growing up. We grew up in a family where these discussions were a part of our dinner conversations. Our grandfather was Pandit in Vishwanath ji. we grew up in a very traditional and a very liberal family, which in traditional India is not a contradiction. So men and the boys and girls were treated as equals. Didi was the eldest. We had the same rules for all of us.
But you're the star writer, so
But
in
she's
terms
Didi.
of the
We are
collaboration...
a traditional family. We have equal rules, but we are very comfortable with the hierarchy. My Didi and my elder brother are, of course, elder to me. And I think the fact that, because all of us, we went through a bad phase, our family, emotionally, over the last 7-8 years. It happens. Grief is a part of life. The career kept going better and better, but family life had this. But Didi suffered the most. And the wisdom and strength that she has had, and to me, this is actually dharma in action. This is actually our philosophies in action, where suffering can be something to make you grow. She's a source of positivity in our lives. For the three of us brothers, she's the collective apple of our eye. So to have this, she is an embodiment of dharma in my mind.
Okay, so it's Bhavna, Roy and Amish. So in the next edition, your name should be as big as your brothers.
Yes.
Okay.
I was telling her that.
Yes. Now, one of the people that you've quoted in the book is somebody I absolutely adore, parallel mythologist Joseph Campbell. And he has said that gazing on an idol, a murti, evokes the power and possibility within you. So, but we can't get that from every murti. So you've chosen Ganesha as sort of this focal point for your story of this family. Why Ganesha?
Why don't you? He is the Lord of auspicious beginnings, but why don't you?
Go ahead. Why a Deshpande family in Maharashtra? So just take us very briefly about why that has become the focal point for this family's discussion and discoveries.
So, Anita ji, we've discussed the concept of the Ishta Devata in the book. And the Ishta Devata is your chosen deity. And chosen deity is all very well, but we don't choose the deity. The deity chooses us. Ganesh ji was my husband's Ishta Devata. And I guess which is why, and he becomes the fulcrum of, the exploration. But, and we're from Maharashtra. Ganesh Chaturthi and Ananta Chaturdashi is, an iconic celebration for the country, but primarily in Maharashtra. Ganesh, but in all honesty, like I said, the deity chooses you. It's a little like falling in love. Amongst the millions of human beings who populate this planet, there's one human being who comes into your life and begins to rock your boat. The head does not explain it, but the heart knows. And similar is the experience with the idol worshipping. There's a resonance that pulls you if your antennae are sharp enough.
You've also said in one of your discussions that children, the next generation, Gen Z millennials, if their parents tell them to do something, they will probably do it, the outward motion sometimes because of respect. But inside, they could have a million questions about why they're doing it, and do they really quite believe it, or they're not quite sure. So does this book answer some of those questions for that generation?
That is the hope. See, because the genesis of this idea actually began with 3 conversations. Something that had happened to me at a Lit Fest. Most of my readers are the youth, they are youngsters. And at a Lit Fest just like this, a youngster, very obviously a college kid, he was there with his friends. He got up and he said, "Amish, I love your books and I'm proud of my religion, but I'm obviously not an idol worshipper." So then I asked, what's wrong with being an idol worshipper? So he said, that's obviously not God, right? I didn't want to embarrass him in front of his friends, so I let him get on to his question. But that remained with me. And the way it is in India, because of our education system, there are no pagan idol worshipping cultures left, and most of them were wiped out in the last 2,000 years. So many of us actually, I think we represent an interesting variation of the battered wife syndrome. I don't know if you heard that. It's a psychological thing. There are women who get their husbands beat them. Sadly, it happens. It's more common than it should be. And there are some women who start blaming themselves for it. It's not their husband's fault. They're doing something wrong. Are we idol worshippers behaving in this way, that if we've been getting, so many attacks on our temple, so many massacres, are we doing something wrong in idol worshipping? And I think, we started talking that we need to put the philosophy across of idol worshipping, why we are such proud idol worshippers, why it makes you, this way of life makes you intuitively liberal. We are not saying idol worshipping is perfect. There are faults in this way of life as well. But idol worshipping makes you intuitively liberal, Murti Puja. There's a logic to it, and we try and explain that. Because the way today's youth are, you can't just tell them, do this, It doesn't happen. You need to convince them, which is fair. I mean, it is our traditional Indian way. We are supposed to question. So then this book has some answers for the youth on Murti Puja. That's how it began. Dee, if you want to add.
Anita ji, if I may add to what Amish said, as a background to my answer, Amish and I are a bit of a yin and yang team in our writings. I'm the yin, he's the yang, I'm the feminine, he's the masculine, I'm the prakriti, he's the purush. In the sense that I'm an ideas person. And Amish brings in the structure, the discipline, the form. And in the manuscript that I was working on was initially a collection of ideas. Amish is the one who created this lovely Deshpande family, Dharmaraj, Lopamutra, Gargi, and Nachiket. We use the family in Dharma, but in Idols, a very interesting character came along called Anirban the skeptic. And he's the answer to Gen Z's questions. And I must give a bit of a story on the creation of Anirban. When we began to work on Idols, I was the one who, worked on it first, and then Amish, worked on it, and we sent it to our editors. And in all honesty, I will say this, that blessed are the authors who are who get gifted with extremely tough, almost harsh editors. Because the first, feedback that came to us was a humongous pushback on our ideas. And the language was very explicit, very bold, and I will use that term, brutal. It first came to me and I balked because, a book is to authors what children are to their parents, and I was flabbergasted. I called up Amish and I said, gosh, what do I do? You want to work on this first? Because almost every idea has been questioned very brutally. Amish said, Didi, I want you to work on this first. And what I suggest is you create another a character. So the Deshpande family was created by Amish, but Anirban was my creation because Amish suggested create a character and put the words of the editor verbatim into the mouth of Anirban and have the people answer those questions. Thus was born Anirban the skeptic, the question, the constant, relentless questioner. Who would, I suppose, answer many of the questions of the youth of today.
Maybe there are older, some parents and maybe some youth saying that, this is, our children are the Anirbans and we need to have the answers. But why should we have all the answers all the time? We are at a time where we're supposed to have an opinion on everything, including our faith, our practice, our beliefs, what we do, what we say, and there's hardly a private moment anymore, isn't it? Everything like this will be amplified and then edited and rebroadcast. Have we become, the three of us sitting here represent 3 Hindus who are a majority, 80% of this country, but when we talk about India that is home to 8 faiths, and we talk about the plurality of a fabric. We talk about the word Catholicity, which is an open generosity. Do you think we're losing it? Do you think that we are being forced to choose sides or a certain stance without saying, you know, I'm going to think about it. I don't quite know. I don't have an opinion.
A few things. Very good question. A few things, Di, if you want to add something. What I would say is, one, it's good to have opinions on your life and issues that confront you, because otherwise then you're not living your life, right? The question is whether you need to make every opinion public. I see on TV channels, and with all humility I'm saying that there are, and I normally don't go for panel discussions, but there's a guy who will be an agriculture expert today, will be a missile expert tomorrow, will be an expert on Ukraine and Russia the day after, will be an expert on Maldives the day after that, and then the Japanese economy. Yeah, how much do you know, right? And then when you see those TV debates, you can make out it's like a very superficial view. So my suggestion is you should have opinions. Why? Because that forces you to think, right? But what you speak in public should be what you actually know well, so that you're adding to the conversation. And that should certainly be for those who are in the public space. So which is why both Didi and I, for many things which we are invited for, we say, no, yaar, what do I know about that? Like one of the most bizarre debates, I was invited for a TV panel debate. This was when President Trump was still the president, and there was some protest called Not My President. I was in India at that time, and I was invited for that debate. I was like, what am I going to say on this? And yes, he's not my president. Pranab Mukherjee is my president. You know, so that's one aspect. The second aspect is on thinking and opinions. One of the faults of, perhaps the misfortunes of today's day, social media has done a lot of good. It's thrown open the gates, it's reduced the power of the gatekeepers. Everyone has a right to air their point of view, which is the traditional Indian way. Everyone has the right to speak. There's no blasphemy, there's no shutting down. But if we get into an echo chamber where we are only listening to those whose opinions we agree with, or those who reinforce our opinion, trust me, you are the loser if you do that, right? So one of the things I consciously try and do, and which is our traditional Vada, the traditions in India, listen to those whose points of view you disagree with, okay? And so if I have a certain point of view, I want to listen to an opposite point of view, and I don't want to listen to of someone who's obviously not thought it through so that I can put him down. I want to listen to the best point of view out there, because it'll make me think, it'll make me grow. So for example, I'm a very proud Indian. I'm sure all of you will agree that I don't think any of us will think the British Raj was a good idea. It was very bad for Indians, right? Now, there's a historian scholar called Niall Ferguson who actually thinks the British Raj was a good idea. I obviously disagree, but he's a brilliant scholar, right? So I read his books, and it helps me grow. So listen to opposite points of view. And lastly, in the Indian way, I actually think it's only in the public square and in elite circles it appears like its divisions. The real India is so united. It's one of the reasons I'm a proud Indian, not because I was born here, because of the kind of people we have. We did a documentary on Ram Janmabhoomi, and we recorded a group that had come from Rajasthan, the Manganyar Muslims. They are Namazi Muslims. They do namaz 5 times a day, and their vocation is that they sing bhajans to Lord Ram. And they'd come to the Ram Janmabhoomi temple and they were singing, and people were enjoying their bhajans. Or Iqbal Saab, who's one of the Muslim litigants in the case. And he had said that if I can see evidence that there was indeed a temple, I myself will be convinced and I'll want to come to the temple. He saw the evidence. He actually said he wants to come. He was invited, okay, by the trust. He came to the temple and he came to the Garbh, and that to me is what India is. And it doesn't mean he's given up his Islamic religion. It's like, I was in London for 4.5 years, and these are things I've said publicly. It's, that in my puja room at home, and all of us, we have, I of course have a murti of Lord Shiva in the center. I have murtis of other Hindu gods and goddesses who I worship. My wife is a Jain, so of course we have Rishabh Dev and Mahavir, but we also have marks and symbols of other faiths. We have a lovely Byzantine painting of Jesus Christ and Mother Mary. We have a Star of David. We have Guru Nanak Dev Ji. We have Gautam Buddha. We have Kaaba, right? A picture of that. And when I say this in India, no one will be surprised out here because they'll say, what's the big deal? This is normal in India. Even in a quote-unquote liberal city like London, they would say, Arey, but aren't you a Hindu? How can you have all this, right? Which in India is not out of the ordinary. That's one of the reasons why I know on TV channels it appears like, my God, what's going on? And in Twitter, but that's not the real India, trust me. If it was, we would be like Syria. We are not, we're a very peaceful country.
Anita ji, if I may add to this as well. You talked about plurality and the fact that the three of us are Hindus sitting here. The night before I returned from Egypt, I had gone in a group of 32, people, members of a philosophy school that I belong to, New Acropolis. It was a lovely visit. Our tour guide happens to be the vice president of the Egyptian Tour Guide Association, lovely man. And on the bus, as he was taking us to the Temple of Horus in Edfu, he told us, of course, that lovely myth about, the passage to the afterlife of, a human being, where, on the scale of Anubis, the goddess Ma'at, who is the goddess of justice, weighs, a human heart with her little feather. And if the heart is lighter than the feather, that means the heart carries no karma. Goddess Ma'at will let the person through to the kingdom of Osiris, the god of the afterlife. But if the heart is heavier, then there is the goddess Amit sitting over there as well. And she's a goddess with, the head of a crocodile, the forebody of a lioness, and the hind body of a hippopotamus. And if that heart is heavy, then goddess Ma'at will hand over the heart to goddess Amit. And our tour guide told us the story and then said, when I was a child, my mother used to frighten me and tell me if I don't have my dinner and if I don't have those vegetables, she will feed my heart to goddess Amit. One of us who was sitting around him said, did your grandmother tell you stories of the old, gods and goddesses of Egypt when you were young? And he, remarked, with outrage, we changed our religion. We didn't change our ancestors. Which recalled to me a visit, a conference by our late External Affairs Minister, Sushma Swaraj, I think it was an ASEAN Youth Conference, wherein she recalled what Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji had said to her once when he was the External Affairs Minister. He had gone on a visit to Indonesia. And in Indonesia, he met, a sculptor who had very lovingly sculpted an image of Hanumanji. And Atalji asked him, but, you're a Muslim and you're sculpting the image of Hanumanji. And the person had said something similar, that we changed our religion, not our ancestors. I'm going to bring this story full circle because in Egypt, my Romi was Sophia, and Indian Muslim. And the day after that journey to the temple of Horus in Edfu, in the morning as we were getting ready, she said to me, Bhavna, what Jesus said so resonated with me. Indeed, we Indian Muslims, we've changed our religion, not our ancestors.
Thank you. Thank you. I have to make a point here that we are very proud of this city, Chennai, because we have had a very unfortunate collision with water. And we had our floods in 2015. We had once again in 2023. And I know that in 2015, places of faith were thrown open, irrespective, and people were sheltered and fed. And this was such a sterling example of how people responded to people in this city. And so it was despite all the politics and everything that went on. And even in 2023 December, again, it was people that just came up. We never asked who what was, and everybody was trying to help everybody else, even before the official state machinery, responded. So 3 cheers for this amazing city that we have. And for a state, I know we have a lot of murmurs about Sanatana Dharma and all that, but I want to come back to the book because you have a dancer in your family. And the American...
Yeah, my wife's a classical dancer.
Yes.
She dances Kathak.
That's why I'm going to...
Applause for her.
Yes, Shivani.
And I'm a dancer as well since I dance to her tunes.
Absolutely. So good. Well said, like a good, obedient husband. But as a dancer myself, I'm trying to excavate these amazing stories and retell them for another generation. But the American modern dancer Martha Graham, when she had decided that her gurus, Ruth and Dennis and Ted Shawn, were trying to do Hindu dances, she said, I don't want to be an Indian dancer. I'm going to find my own path. And the path she found was reviving Greek mythologies. That was her first big choreographies, was on the Greek myths. And you've used Greek myths very often in this book, Idols, because along with the main family, you've got these sidebars and these other stories, and you've used the Socratic idea of also debates and questions. So was that a deliberate choice to use another culture's, another civilization's old stories?
Yes, it was. And I think Didi should answer this in more detail. I'll just make it very crisp. That one, we use the Socratic dialogue traditions or the Upanishadic dialogue tradition, where you have characters stating different points of view, so that the book doesn't become prescriptive. It's not that this is the hypothesis and you have to be convinced of it. That's my job as an author because everything else is false. That's a very binary approach, a very Western non-fiction approach. Our approach was more traditional, which is these are the different points of view. Now you think about it and then make up your own mind. That's the way this book is structured. The second thing is actually, and of course there are ancient Greek traditions, myths that have been spoken of, ancient Egyptian traditions, various others. Because I think we Indians need to realize that we think, many of us, that our way of life is unique. The point I want to make across is actually there were many like us in the ancient times. It's just that we are among the few who survived. That's why we're the only pre-Bronze Age culture that is still alive. That's why we think we're unique. But actually many of the ancient cultures, the ancient Greco-Romans, the ancient Pharaonic Egyptians, the Mesopotamians, Central Americans, had a lot of...
The Mayans.
The Mayans. We can find a lot of similarities in the philosophies. We want to bring that across as well. Didi.
Indeed, actually the answer to this question is close to my heart. The Byzantine Emperor Justinian, the lawgiver, built the Hagia Sophia church in the 5th century AD. In 1453, when Mehmed the Conqueror, cannonballed the walls of Constantinople famously, and Byzantium became Turkey, the church of Hagia Sophia became the Hagia Sophia Mosque. Ataturk Kemal, the great modernizer of Turkey, in I think the 1930s, made it a museum, the Hagia Sophia Museum. And Emperor Erdogan, sorry,
President.
Okay.
No diplomatic incident, please.
Yes, exactly.
President Erdogan, in I think 2020, you changed it back to the Hagia Sophia Mosque, at which time Pope Francis himself expressed grief. After all, it began with being the Hagia Sophia Church. But indeed, did it begin as the Hagia Sophia Church? Forgotten in all this is that the Hagia Sophia Church was built by Emperor Justinian on the ruins of the ancient temple of goddess Aphrodite. the goddess of passionate love. Forgotten is that little detail, not so little detail in human history. Indeed, the entire planet was pagan, so to speak, idol worshipping. And, we are, as Amish said, we are the only really surviving, idol worshipping culture on this planet. And with humility in this book, we want to speak for those ancient men and women of wisdom as well.
We have a few minutes left, and I have to ask you about the diaspora, because you have, and you've traveled, and you've actually worked at the Nehru Center, in your capacity of culture. In India, we feel that even when our relatives visit us from overseas, that they're so much more zealous. They have, sometimes we find that they are, God, India's moved forward, and why have you not? So what is your experience with the diasporic Indians, at least in the UK? And do you think that this holds true? I mean, they're more fierce and more fanatic, and do they hold on to certain kinds of beliefs and customs and rituals? And do they sometimes feel that India's lost it, or India's too modern?
I think part of that, because I lived in London for 4.5 years, went to the US very often, I think part of that is actually a mix of confidence and insecurity. Confidence because every single Indian immigrant community, wherever they've gone, not just the UK, US, wherever, even where they went as indentured labor, to Mauritius, South Africa, wherever, just jump forward a few generations, Caribbean islands, Indians are right at the top. Okay. Every single nation they've been to, educationally, economically, crime rates are very, very low. If it happens in 1 or 2 countries, you can say it's a coincidence. If it happens in every single country, it's a pattern, right? And it doesn't have to do with religion, because Indian Hindus, Indian Muslims, Indian Christians are all doing well. It doesn't have to do with genes, because very bizarrely, Pakistanis, who are the same genes as us, in every single country they've gone to, they're right at the bottom. Educationally, economically, crime rates are very high. In the UK, they are 1.5% of the population, 20% of the prison population, the Pakistanis. So there is some pattern in the Indian culture, right? Does that give confidence to the Indian community? So there, that, yeah, look, our culture has worked for us. We should hold on to it, right? Because in every single country, if it's worked, then there's something in the pattern. So the thing that you're talking about actually happens with all religious groups who are from Indian origin. But there's also insecurity, that what if we lose our culture? And there I think it leads to kind of 2 groups. There are some groups who have become so westernized, that they've lost everything. And some groups which are desperately trying to hold on, to their culture. So you see both the extremes. And I have a theory that perhaps a part of it is because of the atmosphere that they're living in. The West, even today, is very much in a binary state. Either black, white, good, evil. Even, in my opinion, even the quote-unquote liberals out there aren't really liberal, because in my view, liberalism means you respect different points of view, right? The liberals out there are also, I mean, if you don't agree that there are 76 genders, for example, but they cancel you, that's not liberalism, right? And does that atmosphere create its own, impact on the Indians living out there? Whereas in India, we are very comfortable with multiple truths. Just the atmosphere is there, which to me is genuine liberalism, right? Does that create its pressures as well on the Indian community of all religious groups out there? I don't know. I think as India rises, perhaps, there will be much greater influence from the mother country, and I think that will impact. So we should be proud of the diaspora Indians. They've done so well in every single country that they've been to.
And Rishi Sunak as a Hindu Prime Minister of...
Oh, he's in my opinion, perhaps one of the best things that's happened to the UK. He's a serious guy who works hard. I don't know if British guys would agree with me, but I think he's one of the best things to have happened to the UK. He's done a lot of good stuff for their economy, has stabilized things. I think he's a brilliant, hardworking, serious man.
Well, yes, we don't have much time. And I think I want the audience and I would like for you to read a short passage, both of you, from the book.
No, aap pehla.
So Anita ji, I think we will read from our epilogue. I'll read a bit and then Amish can read the other bit. We live in thrall of reason in current times. Reason is a potent tool in life, but thraldom towards it limits a holistic experience of life. A rejoicing heart or a magical encounter with beauty may confound logical explanation, but it's possible to intuit its value. Human reason has galloped ahead, leaving behind the dwarfed sapling of wonder, wisdom, and awe. The latter softens our outlook and makes life worth living. And it's a faculty that can be developed. The tools are available in the mythology and symbols bequeathed by ancient men and women.
And then go to the end.
This is my part. Idol worshipping cultures are far from perfect. There's no perfection after all. But theological liberalism is one of the innate strengths of idol worshipping cultures. We can learn this from idol worshipping. If we truly see God in everything, it is impossible for us to hate anything. Because whatever you hate will also have God within. It is no surprise then that idol worshipping cultures have usually accommodated atheism as well. Idol rejecting cultures, on the other hand, have struggled historically with atheism. Whether we seek divinity within us or outside us, or we do not seek it at all, our experience of life will enhance with the grace of a few words: kindness, regard, and the gift of an open mind.
Thank you. Now questions? Yeah, just the mic, please.
Check.
Yes, a mic going around.
I have the mic on the first question, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
On your left. On your left.
Yeah.
So, here's the problem. The problem is, once you start believing in one God, every one of us becomes an atheist, because we are atheists through every other form, faith, God, religion. And therefore, since the one that you have a hold on completely rejects everything else, that's where the hate comes from. So how do you deal with that?
Very good question. Very good question. And this is one of the things our ancestors actually discussed. So if you know the path to the divine in the dharmic ways, essentially there's the Gyan Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, and Karma Yoga. There are other paths as well, but that's not for us ordinary people. Tantra and all that should only be done by the adepts. For us ordinary people, these are the three yogas. Gyan is wisdom, Bhakti is devotion and love, Karma is action. But what our ancestors also said is that there is no perfection. So whatever path you take, be aware of the strengths, be aware of the challenges as well. What are the challenges of the path of Gyan, or wisdom? Ego. Okay, anyone who has knowledge, like we like to follow the path of wisdom. We like to read, discuss as much as we can. The problem with it, whoever becomes knowledgeable naturally starts getting an ego. Look at the others, they're such idiots. Perfect example of this, Ravan, right? He was one of the most brilliant people. I don't know if it's done actually I had studied in the South. I know it's done in the South as well. But we are a Shaivite family. We chant the Tandav Stotra to this day in honor of Lord Shiva. That was composed by Ravan, right? He was a genius, but his ego was his downfall. So if you're walking the path of wisdom, be aware of the challenge of ego. If you're walking the path of karma, of action, usually the challenge is judgment, right? I'm working hard. This guy's doing nothing. That guy's doing nothing. That guy's going to... And that's a wasted conversation, and you build toxicity in yourselves. So be aware of this risk. And if you're walking the path of love and devotion, the challenge is that you start hating that which is not the object of your affection. So if I love Lord Shiva, there's no reason for me to hate other gods and goddesses or other religions. That's a challenge I should be aware of. And let me give it as a prosaic example. And if you're married or if you have a girlfriend, I'm sure you love her a lot, right? But if you start assuming that because you love your wife, you have to hate every other woman, that's silly, right? I'm a very patriotic Indian. I love India. I don't have to hate other countries to prove my love for India, right? That's a risk of the path of devotion, right? And our ancestors told us about this. So be aware of this and control it. Love what you love, but don't start hating that which is not the object of your affection. That's a waste, and they'll distract you from your path of love.
Thank you so much for telling this theological liberalization from your epilogue. Because all the while when I was listening to you, I was thinking about the Nirguna Bhakti and Saguna Bhakti, the idol worship, the Advaita and Dvaita philosophy. So, but I would still like to hear from you with regard to the million gods that when you Google in Hinduism, that comes out, there are 3 million gods in Hindu religion. I still wanted to hear both, ma'am, yours as well. Your reflection on the Dvaita philosophy and the Advaita philosophy with regard to the singularity and plurality, and how does that work? I don't know if you have handled it in that book, because unfortunately I haven't read the book as yet. So
Advaita is a very, very deep philosophy, and we have only 4 minutes left. Very happy to discuss that with you offline. On idol worshipping,
thank you so much.
Didi, if you want to say something.
I'll look for you.
On idol worshipping, there's of course the 30 koti, which could be 30 groups or 30 million, but if you want to, on multiple gods.
So a quick answer to that would be, there is Advaita philosophy, there's Dvaita philosophy, there is Dvaita Advaita, there's Vishishta Advaita. So these are, multiple life journeys. But a quicker answer, ma'am, would be read the book.
Hello.
Sorry. Excuse me.
Yes, go ahead, please.
We have introduced some of it. Yes. It's to introduce you to it. We are going to come out with more books on specifically into some of these philosophies as well.
Yeah, my name is Srinivasan.
Sorry, there's also Dharma, which is a companion book to this, which also goes into those philosophies.
Yeah.
Okay. You said youth is your biggest reader. Actually, your readers are all family, actually. My family has got... so, all of us read your books right from that, the Meluha, right? So, we are all there. No, but the basic question I want to ask you is, how much percentage of your info, or rather the script, is fiction and how much is real? Because, I'm right now going through your Lanka right now, second time, not the first time, second time I'm reading it. And it's absolutely different from what we have been told by our ancestors, and we have read. And I've got a lot of people who have taught me these Sanskrit literatures and so on. So, in a way, do you influence these things are also influencing me, even though I'm a very strong, there is an issue there. Positively, I'm asking.
I got your question.
Just wanted to check that, actually.
One of the things is actually for most, there's some parts which are drawn from the text, some parts my own imagination. So, for example, especially in urban India, most Indians, the version of the Rama and Mahabharata Lord Shiva stories that are there in their mind is actually based on some television serials, which didn't necessarily, like Ramanand Sagarji's Ramayana television serial, didn't actually follow the Valmiki Ramayana completely. For example, the Valmiki Ramayana has no Lakshman Rekha, for example. Yeah. There are also many versions of the Ramayana. There are 3 versions of the Ramayana that are credited to Valmiki ji himself. One is the Valmiki Ramayana, the second is the Ananda Ramayana, the third is the Adbhut Ramayana. Now the Ananda Ramayana, for example, begins with a war between, I'm just giving this to you as an example, begins with a war between Ravan and King Dashrath, close to the sea, right? Now I interpreted this into my book. Now it made it appear new to you because the Anand Ramayana, which was very popular in ancient times, today is sadly not as read as much. So some of it is actually from our ancient traditions. Some part of my imagination, like for example, this is a tradition in the Indian way. In Sanskrit, for example, most modern Indians think that the greatest Sanskrit writer was Kalidasa. But Kalidasa himself, in his texts, he believed that the greatest Sanskrit playwright ever was Bhasa. Now, Bhasa has written plays like Pancharatra, where the Mahabharata war didn't happen only, or Urubhanga, where he interprets things differently. So, the core of our traditions, and Bhasa was probably 2,000, 2,500 years ago, the core of our traditions was to convey the philosophies. And if you can adapt the story to the needs of that age, if you think about it, that's what even Goswami Tulsidas ji did with the Ramcharitmanas, where he adapted it to the idiom of the Gangetic plains of the 16th century. So part of it is from ancient texts, part of it my own imagination following the traditions. And one of the key things in the Indian way is if you interpret it with respect, then there never is any controversy. I've been doing this for 12 years. You can Google me, you won't find any controversy. And that to me is a credit to the Indians, not to me. It's to our fellow countrymen.
The time's up, but I just want to know if we can take just one last question. And please make it a question, not a statement. Yeah, thank you.
So there is this temple in Tamil Nadu near Pudukkottai district called the Atmanatha temple, and it's a Shiva temple. So this temple, it has no idol, no form, and the sanctum is empty. You stare into nothingness. And this temple focuses on the supreme truth of formlessness. And we here in South, we all we have the statement, the Anbesivam, where the God is within ourselves. So what is your take on the idol worship versus the Anbesivam, that statement initially?
Lovely question. I'd love to answer this with example from my father. But Didi, if you want to answer this first, and then I thought I'll speak of dad. So, in our family, for example, we have many Ishtadevtas. So, Didi and I, we are Lord Shiva worshippers. Her late husband was a Lord Ganesh worshipper. My twin brother is a Lord Krishna worshipper. My wife is a Jain. My Bhabhi and my Ma are Mata worshippers. And Bhabhi is actually a Kali worshipper. Which doesn't make it difficult for my elder brother, trust me. Okay. And my sister-in-law, my twin brother's wife, she's a Christian. But our father, who we lost just 2 years back, he was a follower of Nirgun Nirakar. Okay. And Nirgun Nirakar is essentially the formless divine. So he would read the texts which are associated with that. And of course, he would have his own theories around it. And one of the things that he told us from what we'd read, that Nirgun Nirakar is the ultimate truth. There are various names for it, Paramatma, Brahman, right? But it can be very difficult to understand. So therefore, you go through various stages to get to that state. And it's, at least that's what Dad told us, it's believed that once you are deep enough to understand that, then hopefully in your next few lives you can be close to moksha, to nirvana. And Ma had, we were having this discussion with Ma around, and Ma had said something very beautiful. She said, how do you know that you've actually understood Nirgun Nirakar, right? And she gave this example. I think she read in one of the Puranas, I don't recall. She said that our rituals, our idols, everything that we follow are actually boats that we use to cross the river of ignorance to the other side, where there is wisdom and knowledge, right? And she said, once you've crossed over, you don't carry the boat on your head. You don't need it anymore. You're there, right? But she said, how do you know you've crossed over? Because you find it impossible to hate anything, right? If you have actually think, that you've understood Nirgun Nirakar, but you look at others and say, "Arey, this guy is following that religion. How stupid. Arey, this guy is still worshipping murtis. How stupid. Arey, this guy is still an atheist. How stupid." Then you should understand, actually, you have not crossed over. You're still on the boat. You think you've crossed over. And she said, this is a very good marker to have. Like if you meet, like I don't know if you've had the privilege of ever meeting the Dalai Lama. Okay, even when he speaks of the Chinese, there's nothing but love, coming out of his eyes. You know he is close to moksha. He is crossed over. He is in that. He is understood Nirgun Nirakar, because you find it impossible to hate anything because you see the divine everywhere.
Thank you. That's time's up. Thank you all. Thank you, Amish. Thank you, Bhavna. I think they'll be out there to sign copies and perhaps talk to all of you more. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Amish. Thank you so much, Bhavna. They're wonderful. A touch of sensitivity, a lot of information, a lot of knowledge being imparted. Lovely. Thank you so much, Anita Ratnam, for carrying through that conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick one. I think the authors will be available to sign the copies of the books. You know the drill. It's outside. There's a particular area where the authors will be signing the copies of the book. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started with the next of sessions, the second session on day 2 of the Hindu Lit Fest 2024. Just giving a couple of minutes for people who might want to very quickly step out. Members who are just about stepping in, may I kindly request you to settle down as soon as possible. Thank you. Right, let's move on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, love the title of the next session, to be fair. Let's Talk Money. That is the title. Let's Talk Money. As simple as that, ensures that all of us simply sit up and hear. Speaking about the same will be the author. She's a personal finance writer, speaker, and author, of course, who helps families get their money decisions right. Her 30-year career spans media, public policy, and financial education. She's the founder of Dhanachakra Financial Education and the author of best-selling books, Let's Talk Money, which has been translated into Hindi, Marathi, and Punjabi, and Let's Talk Mutual Funds. She's the chairperson of SEBI's Advisory Committee for Investor Protection and Education Fund and a member of Hybrid Securities Advisory Committee. She was a director on the Financial Planning Standards Board, India, and is a member of the Editors Guild. Please put your hands together for Ms. Monica Halan. Lovely to have you with us, ma'am. Yeah, quick to add, one translation in Malayalam last week. Thank you so much for that. She's going to be in a conversation, or rather asking the questions literally on all our behalfs, is Ms. Aarti Krishnan, who's a cost accountant and MBA Finance by profession, has been closely tracking the financial markets and writing about the entire gamut of financial products and regulation for over 25 years now. She joined Business Line as a research analyst in August 1995 and went on to head its research bureau and was editor of its portfolio section for 7 years. Moved on to a consulting editor role from 2014 while continuing to write on the economy, regulations, and markets for both Business Line and the Hindu. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Aarti Krishnan. Ms. Krishnan, we expect the conversation to last approximately for about 40 minutes, post which 10 minutes, if you desire, you can open it for questions. Thank you.
Is it working? So after that conversation, which was full of spirituality and illumination, I feel a bit guilty to embark on a subject like money, which is so prosaic. But seeing the strength of the audience, I think there are people who are willing to make the shift from spirituality to money.
Can I just interrupt you already and say there is no contradiction. The 4 parts of a person's life was Kama, Artha, Dharma, and Moksha. So Kam, which is the desires and the good things of this world, and Artha, which is money, along with Dharma and Moksha, these are the 4 pillars of a person's existence. So for me, there is no contradiction.
Yes. Yeah, and Hindus actually celebrate wealth creation through gods like Kubera and Lakshmi and so on. So yeah. So I'm really happy to share the stage here with Monica because I've been a long time reader of her columns, 20 years or so. And the thing I most admire about her is her fierce advocacy of consumer rights when it comes to investment products. And of course, I always recommend her books, Let's Talk Money and Let's Talk Mutual Funds now, to all young people who would like to learn something about personal finance and are just making a start on their career. So let's go on straight to the conversation, Monica. Um, uh, can you tell us what got you interested in personal finance and some of your own personal investing mistakes as well as successes?
So I've been a career business journalist. I'm a postgraduate from Delhi School of Economics. And so as I finished the course, you got the feeling that you could really fly off a roof because the course was so tough. 5 register pages of econometric calculations, you could do all of that, but there wasn't any relationship to the real world. So I chose business journalism and did that for a while. And there was a certain series of personal circumstances which got me from Economic Times, where I was following, hardcore stock markets, working with the largest newspaper in the country, into a new startup magazine called Intelligent Investor that time. This is the year 1996. And if we remember, 91 is when we got the beginnings of economic freedom. So we got political freedom in 47, but India remained a shackled, horribly socialist country where business was bad, profits were a dirty word, what to produce, how to produce, for whom to produce were all controlled by a small set of people. So 91, the gates of liberalizations were opened, and by 96, this magazine, which was already ahead of its time, thinking of this emerging middle class and opening financial sector. So I happened to join that magazine. And let me share a very small personal story. The reason was that I was a very new mom that time. My daughter was 6 months old. And Economic Times was double the distance of this new magazine which was opening, which was half the distance. So, some journeys begin with weird sort of seeds. So I simply took that decision that I will just be closer to home if I join this. And a lot of people said, like, what are you doing? What is even personal finance? It doesn't mean anything. So that's how that journey began. And once I understood it, I understood that the stories of us, actual middle-class Indians, are not told. We are never in the conversation. It is our wallet rupee which runs everything. We pay the taxes, we are the consumers. But the conversation is never about us. It's about the CEO in a business magazine standing with his car and his, it's always about the rich and the famous. So in personal finance, the protagonist, the heroes, the heroines, the actors are us. It is about our story. I'm solving problems for us. So that is where the journey began, where it was like a wake-up moment. And you say, this is our story. This is our collective story. And from then on, that journey began, really.
Right. And today, personal finance writing is such a vast profession. So many young people in it. So, really. So, today the stock market's doing really well. And every day there are new highs in the Sensex and Nifty. And whenever the market in India does well, we have this sense of skepticism quite widely. People feel that it's a bubble, and moreover, people also feel that the stock market can never be a durable source of wealth. It's something where you make quick profits and get out while the going is good, right? That's the general perception. Of course, you and I too, we've been investing in these markets for the last 2 decades, and we do know that staying here does actually create wealth. So, what is your sense of this feeling today that we are in a bubble and this is not a sustainable?
And yeah, you were right. We've seen the markets all these years. So when I joined my first job, it was Business Today. I joined as something very grand. I was a trainee researcher. Okay, I think 1,650 rupees was salary. Anyway, that is the time, this is 91. And the Harshad Mehta, the stock market scam had just broken. Like, I cut my teeth on, a market which was in this huge bubble. Do you know what the value of the Sensex was in that year? It was 2,000. And it had doubled to 4,000. And everybody said, this is going to crash. It's the end of the world. So let's say the market was at 4,000. What are we at today? Anybody? 70,000? Okay. Now, I have had a 3-decade career between journalism and now into financial education. And Aarti, every time the markets have hit a high, so from 2,000 to 10,000 to 15,000 to 25,000 to 30, 45, 50, 60, I have only heard this, these markets will crash. It is a bubble. The thing that we people do not understand is that stock markets are very dangerous in the short term. But over the long term, if you invest properly, and I call it investing with seat belts on. Stock market investing is when you invest with your seat belt on. If you are able to do that, if you're able to really understand where the value in the market comes from, it's not a gambling den, it's not a crypto coin. These are real companies that make goods and services, they make profits and losses. They are listed on the markets, and it is their growth which is reflective of the growth of the country, which causes the prices of the stocks to rise. And these stocks, when you collect them into an index, which is representative of the market, is called an index. So if you're investing in the index like Nifty 50 or Sensex, you're holding 30 or 50 of the largest companies in India. And if the economy grows, these companies will grow. They will make profits. If they don't, a new company will come into the index. So then it becomes about my belief in my country. In the worst of political problems in the last 30 years, markets may have gone into a slump for 5-7 years, but they have recovered not because of a magic wand, but because we have grown. We have grown on an average around between 5 to 8% has been approximately the range. From here on, if we think that India is going down, don't be in the stock market. If you think that we are on the cusp of a 30-year structural growth story like I think we are on the cusp of a 30-year structural growth story in India. And if you want to participate in that, you have to read Let's Talk Money, you have to read Let's Talk Mutual Funds to understand how to do this carefully yourself. So I do not accept this thing that markets are a bubble. They can go into bubble territory. But sensible investors know how to hold on, how to invest sensibly and just stay the long term. So no, markets are not a place to gamble. There is a place for day traders, speculators. So you decide who are you. Are you a speculator or are you an investor? So it comes back to the spiritual question, who am I? So I'm connecting it back to who am I? You figure that out. If you're a speculator, it's a dangerous place. If you are an investor, it's long-term growth, it's long-term wealth creation.
Yeah, when we talk of GDP, Sensex, etc., people actually cannot appreciate how far the country has come. But we need to think in terms of our own personal incomes. You talked of starting at 1,600 rupees. I started perhaps a bit later at about 2,500 rupees. And we are a generation where our incomes have gone up by 150 times or 200 times during our careers, right, in 20 years. So that itself captures the kind of growth trajectory that we've seen, and any skepticism people have about this, it should actually address.
And just to make a further point on that, we are the children of, we have benefited from the 91 reform. We weren't extra brilliant, we weren't extra anything, we just worked hard, we knew the English language, we had good educational credentials because of our parents' hard work. We just rode that wave of growth. You in your 20s in this audience, you have the same moment again. Again, you have the same moment because, again, as people who have followed the economy, we know how much reform has happened in the last few years. So you can talk about who it's benefiting, what, but you know, we are no longer a poor country. We are beginning the journey towards a low middle income country. So, absolutely.
Yes, in every bull market though, there are sections of the market where you can very easily lose money. And today with social media, it's become very easy for fraudsters and scamsters also to acquire a following and sort of mislead people. And one of the big things we are seeing, I mean, recently SEBI has also been putting out reports saying this trading in derivatives has become a very, very large portion of the stock market. And these long-term investors that we are talking of who invest in stocks and hold them for the long run, they are actually in a minority if you look at trading volumes and things like that. So, I mean, how should regulators deal with this kind of a situation, since you've had a role in policy making, regulations, FSLRC, etc.? So, do you think that it should just be caveat emptor? If people want to punt and lose money, let them do it? Or should there be some kind of protective mechanism? What can it really be when people want to make quick money?
So the way that I see it is that there is a swimming pool. Are you going to test whether a person can swim or not? Or because the person is not a child and an adult, you leave it to the person's judgment that if I jump in the deep end, I'm going to drown.
Right.
Right. So my thing is we don't want to be a nanny state. We don't want to put in so many restrictions. And imagine trying to regulate 1.4 billion people. The regulatory cost will increase the cost of trading in the market. We don't want to do that. So what SEBI has done, and I was part of the working group which worked on this, where we said that 90%, so data from SEBI showed that 90% of the people who do trading, who do FNO, futures and options, lose money. Only 10% of the people make money. How should the regulator deal with this data piece? Do you put in an examination for people to, but again, imagine the regulatory cost of testing millions of people and then giving a certificate saying you can trade. What if that person then makes a loss? Whose responsibility is it? So SEBI, the view that we took as a committee and the SEBI took is to say that every trading terminal will display this information. 90% of the people in futures and options have lost money. So there is a beach out there which has sharks. There's a sea. On the beach is a sign which says sharks in the water. You can't prevent people if they want to go into the water. How can you do that? You can only put up warning signs. So I think the regulator has taken a very sensible road that this is what the problem is. The data is saying 90% of you lose money. You still want to come, it's your money. You're an adult.
Yes. Sometimes in investing, you learn only by making your own mistakes, not from other people's. So, in your first book, Let's Talk Money, you've covered a whole gamut of personal finance issues. But in your second book, you singled out mutual funds, and you are actually making a very strong case for people investing in mutual funds, and also the kind of regulations that have happened for investor protection and so on. But today it's slightly hard to convince a young person to go the mutual fund route because they say, in the direct stocks, I can double my money in just a month. Why should I even invest in mutual funds? So what would you say to that set of investors?
And this is a question I'm asked very often, and to share with the audience a small piece of personal information, I do exactly what I write in my books. All of my investments are through mutual funds. I don't own a single stock. I know a little bit of finance, but I don't do direct stock market investing at all because I think it's a job for an expert, somebody who can manage the portfolios. So for the people who are trying out stock trading and investing on their own, my suggestion is you get a flavor of the market, and it is very exciting to see your money doubling and tripling. But at the end of a year, what you do is you calculate the portfolio return. Okay, you look at your pluses and your minuses and you see what is your net positive return. Look, if you're beating the Sensex by 4 or 5 percentage points, you're obviously a good investor yourself. A lot of times people don't count their losses, they only talk about their profits.
Absolutely.
So do your portfolio return, do it honestly, and then see, look, you may actually have a unique gift that you're able to invest in stocks very well. Again, our basic philosophy is this, that here is the information, you decide. You think that your portfolio return is much higher than the index? Sure, absolutely do direct stock investing. But if you find that you're not even beating the index, other than fun, what are you getting? And as you grow and you get busy with your life, so 20s is a nice age where you don't have too many family responsibilities, you've begun to earn, it's a great time, you must enjoy yourselves. But as you start to settle down, have children of your own, get into middle management positions, you will find that the time is very less for day trading, for investing like this. That is the time that you probably would have tasted the market and then you move towards something called mutual funds, which is that you're handing your money to an expert and you will then create a portfolio of schemes and then allow it to just work in the background while you get busy with your lives. So it's a more mature way of investing rather than this thrill of direct stock investing. And again, I'm saying, I'm not preventing you from getting that thrill. All that I'm saying is count your profits, count your losses, and do the maths.
Right. A lot of young people today, they look at the US case studies where people in their 30s and 40s have actually retired early and they live the good life, you know, whether it's living in a shack by the beach side and doing it yourself or things like that, or people who are just enjoying themselves and have given up their careers because they've retired early. So there's a lot of interest in this concept of FIRE, financial independence and retiring early. But how feasible is FIRE in India for a person in their 40s or mid-30s who doesn't have a legacy or inherited wealth from their parents? I'm asking this because in India, when you do the retirement calculations, with inflation being what it is here, it seems to be a very large amount of money that you require.
That's right. I mean, without inherited money and without having, say, a multiplier that a startup might give you, it does take the best part of 20-25 years to build a retirement corpus. But I want to pull the discussion to this concept of FIRE, just because there are so many young people out here of financial independence, retire early. I am okay with the financial independence part, but this retire early concept, you should really think about it. This whole romantic dream of a shack in the mountains or a cottage by the sea can get very boring after 1 week. Think about it. Thank you. So, in fact, I had a, through your journey, you meet different people. So one person's dream was, I'll play the guitar on the beach. I said, no one will listen to you. After 2 days, you're playing all day on your own. Like, what are you going, have you thought it through? So, financial independence is very important because then you don't need to go to work to pay your bills. In that way, you're financially free. So there can be toxic workplaces, there can be work you don't like. But my communication to you is never retire. Like, I hope to never stop working. I might not need to work, but I want to never stop working. Because so do you know that money is number 3 in the hierarchy of things which give people pleasure? The first is really meaning in life. And to us, a lot of meaning in our life comes from what we do, how we do it, for whom we do it, what it does to other people, what is a higher goal of what you do. It is only when you have begun to get financially stable that you begin to think about the kind of work that you do and what it means for somebody else. So, financial independence, extremely important. Retiring early, really think about what you will do. A lot of old age dementia is because the person has suddenly, at 60, suddenly the world says that you're useless. But that is not true. Not having something to do causes onset of so many diseases like depression, dementia. So along with your jobs, find something which is a hobby, which is a passion, and keep cultivating it. In 20 years, you might be able to generate some income out of that. You might be able to do it. You may not get a full salary, you may not, but by that time, you are financially independent, and that can keep you going. So always remember that this retirement, the way that it has been packaged, is not what you really want.
Right. So this also argues for actually choosing a career, doing something that you really like, right? I mean, initially, if you even start out with something which gives you a lot of money, maybe eventually towards your retirement, you should move towards something that you nurse a real passion for.
No, that's right. But again, this whole thing of follow your passion, do what you love. I think for our generation, a lot of the first jobs were not, like I remember as a trainee journalist, trainee researcher, the first thing was the editor was sending out some letters and they needed to be addressed. I remember saying, okay, I'll do it. it is not a job for a postgraduate from Delhi School of Economics to be writing envelopes. But when you're starting in your career, just do everything. Volunteer, put your hand up. At that time, as a business journalist, there was a beat called environmental reporting. No business journalist wanted to do it. I said, as a new entrant, I said, I will do it. And then, this whole climate thing happened. So for a while, I was the journalist who was following that. So, don't say no. At some point, you will find out what is it that you enjoy doing really. In the beginning, as you get into a job, I think just go into the deep end and do what comes your way. Volunteer for every sort of job which comes. That's the only way you will gain experiences and also discover what is it that you really like. You may have an idea of what I like, but it's only by doing things that you dislike deeply that you will also understand what is it that I don't want to do my rest of my life.
Well said. Yeah. So, staying on the subject of retirement, I'm sure with your experience in policy making, one of the most big challenges confronting Indians of this generation is actually the underfunding of retirement, actually. So, we are also the sandwich generation, so we spend a lot on our children's education. There's a fad of sending your children abroad for undergraduate education also. And on top of it, we are, in most cases, also looking after the health care of our parents, etc., where you talked of dementia, etc. I went through a long period where my father was bedridden. So, a lot of healthcare costs that you don't anticipate which come up. So, in focusing your attention on your children and on your parents and others, I mean, do most people of this generation sort of neglect retirement? Can you give the audience an idea of the kind of retirement corpus you would need to actually retire comfortably?
This is one of the toughest questions that economists have grappled with, because you are looking ahead and trying to predict not just your incomes, but how long you will live, rates of inflation, major global events like, say, a COVID. The best that we can do is have something called a rule of thumb, and I'll give you the thing that I have calculated myself. So whatever it is that you're spending every year, okay, you will all know approximately how much you spend every year. It could be 2 lakh, it could be 20 lakh, it could be 2 crore, whatever your number is, you have to inflation index it to see what you will spend at age 60. There are calculators there. SEBI has some very good calculators. sebi.investor.gov.in, they have excellent calculators. Estimate what your expense will be at age 60, or whichever, 60 is, it's just easier to use 60. 26 times that number is the corpus that you need. Okay, so there is a larger conversation. If you again read Let's Talk Money, you will get the whole range of between 18 and 35, but you should approximately have 26 times of that number at age 60 that you're spending every year. That is how large the corpus has to be, because today, if you're hitting age 60, it is likely that you will live for 30, 35, 40 years. People are living well into their 90s. It is a very large number, but again, it's a young audience out here. When you break it down into a per month number, especially when you're using an index investing approach or a equity mutual fund investing approach, it works out to be a very small number per month when you're in your 20s and 30s. The closer you are to retirement age, of course, that number will increase. But the runway in front of your cohort is so long, and the growth is going to make this possible, that small sums of money will grow to large sums of money. But the whole thing is you have to begin now, you have to begin in a systematic manner, and you have to do sensible investing. The highest return may not be always the best. When you especially use stock markets, you're looking at risk. It's not just the return that you're looking at. How much risk did the fund manager take to give me this 1 unit of return? So we're very focused on finding funds which have a good return but don't take that much risk. And to understand that, you'll have to read Let's Talk Mutual Funds on how to actually shortlist some of these things.
Yeah. So it's sort of a coincidence that we are both women who have been in personal finance for over 20 years, and we have made this our life's work. We are passionate about it, and obviously that reflects in our personal investments. So, but generally I feel, though there are many young women in the workforce today and they are earning very well, there's generally the belief that finance is not the woman's stuff. Today in the audience we have many women, but generally when talking even at investor awareness events, we do see that women are in a minority in the audience. So, but yet there are so many money issues actually that women need to know about. I was reading a recent column of yours where you were talking about how there was a court ruling saying that the wife, even if she's a homemaker, she has an equal stake in the assets created during the course of the marriage. Because if the man has actually earned the salary and been the breadwinner, the woman too has given up a lot, in fact, perhaps her career, to build the assets that are created during marriage, right? So, what are the three kinds of advice or insights that you would like to give to young women in the audience about money?
Very, very important. And this is a slightly longer, so I'm going to take about 2-3 minutes to just lay out. Yeah. So I will just pick up on the last part first, where you said that there was it's actually a Madras High Court ruling, which I think was underreported in the media, which said that a homemaker wife has equal right to the assets creating during the tenure of the marriage. During the time that the couple was married, she has rights to half the assets because of her looking after the home and the children, he's able to go to work and earn the money. Now, what we need to know that in some of the Western countries, this is how the law works. It's called community of marital property, which means that assets built during a marriage, no matter who builds them, are divided half and half if there is a separation or divorce. A lot of women, when I speak to women audiences, women tend to believe that that is the law in India. It is not. The asset belongs to the person who has paid for it. Did you know that? The asset in a marriage belongs to the person who has paid for it. And if the woman has no assets built in her name during the tenure of a marriage, it can be a 30-year marriage, where she has brought up the children, she has kept the home, she can be left without assets with some maintenance only, which she might get from the husband. So it's extremely important to women to also understand what legal framework we work under. What happens is that, so the truth is that it is the structure of the family in India. One is that we don't bring up our girl children to participate in money conversations. Don't worry your pretty little head about it. We've heard this. Right? These are things for your father and brother to do. In business families, there is a slightly more sinister reason for this. They don't want the asset to go to the girl because it has to go down the male line. So it's best if she's kept in the dark about assets in the house. So you don't include her in these conversations. At the time of the ceremonial kickoff, she's given her share as some jewelry, some money, and that's really her share. An NOC is usually signed at that point. When the marriage happens, and let's say it's a professional family, the housework is never shared. The man might help out. It's never shared. The burden really falls on the woman for managing the home, the children, the parent-teacher meetings. Of course, there are exceptions. I'm talking of the norm. The one job that she has no space to do is money management. That's the one job the man is happy to take over. And she hands over her power to the man while she does the whole housework, the office work, extended family. And if he doesn't create assets in her name out of that money, she can have worked for a long time, but she'll have no assets. So it's very important to let the dishes not be done, let the laundry not be done, but for the women to participate in the money conversation, to not hand your power over. See, money is power. We may think that the love makes the world go round. No, it's money. If you need a hospital bed, you need money. If you want an education abroad, you need money. To eat food, you need money. You need money. It cannot be the overwhelming story of your life, but without money, this life is not possible. Okay, Artha is a very important part of our human lives. And women need to reclaim that. And I tell every woman here, put on your money oxygen masks. Your oxygen mask first. We hear it in the aircrafts. You put your on, you become financially strong, financially independent. The power equation in the house changes. How many of you have seen your widowed grandmothers or somebody in the neighborhood not being treated well? Because she has no assets. She has no financial self of her own. There are, of course, exceptions. But women who are left without assets have very poor personal experiences. So please put on your money oxygen masks.
That's an excellent point. So what are the pieces of advice you would like to give to the young woman?
Just, you have to find the time. You have to empower yourself. You have to learn. Even if you're doing a bank fixed deposit, it is better than doing nothing. Even if you're buying gold, which everyone says is a terrible thing to do. Even if you're doing that, it's better than not doing anything, isn't it? Of course you should onboard modern financial products. Of course you should be investing through a portfolio of mutual funds. But if you don't have the time, you don't have, all that you're doing is your employees' provident fund, your public provident fund, your fixed deposits and some gold. You are better off than most women out there. So just make the beginning, onboard model financial products. But if you're not able to, use the help of a financial advisor. Again, you will have registered financial advisors who give you advice and you have to pay them. You have mutual fund distributors who also give incidental advice. So empower yourself, learn whose professional help you can take so that that piece of the work is outsourced.
So we are almost running out of time. So coming to the last question, you've talked a lot about the products where investors can invest, mutual funds, stock markets in the long run if you're an investor. So can you also give some warnings to the audience about the kind of products in finance which are really prone to mis-selling and people have lost a lot of money?
I need an hour. So we have different regulators for different products. So life insurance is regulated by IRDA, and that gives you bundled products which bundle life insurance with investment. And these are some of the most toxic products you could buy because of the way the product is structured. There are very high commissions in the first year. Do you know that almost the entire first premium in an endowment or money back goes as commission to the agent? Entire first premium can go as commission. And then after the first year, commissions drop to 7.5%. So they constantly sell you a new policy. Do you know that if you exit the policy after 1 year, these are 15, 20, 30-year policies, how much money do you get back? Zero. You get back nothing. After 5 years, if you want to exit the policy, you make a capital loss. You get half your money back because the companies are allowed by the regulator to charge you surrender cost. Till the end of the policy, if you exit, you are making a capital loss. At the end of it, 15, 20, 30 years, your return is between 2 to 4%. That's it. What is PPF giving you? Safest product in the world. It's giving you about 7% tax-free. So be very careful not to misunderstand bundled life insurance products as investment. They are not. They benefit the agents, the banks and the companies and the investors into the stocks of life insurance companies. They do nothing to policyholders. The only life insurance you need is something called a pure term plan. That's one. Second is crypto coins is not investments. It is a digital token which has no underlying value. Okay, so we don't know the future of cryptocurrencies as such. In India, so the US has allowed Bitcoin ETFs. The Indian regulators at the moment are fairly certain they won't. Even the billionaires in the US have less than 2% of their portfolios exposed to cryptocurrency, which is a lot of money in real terms, but yet it's only that much percentage. So if you're putting all your money in this new thing, it is a very dangerous thing to do. Think of it as buying a lottery ticket. Don't think of it as an investment. So these two caveats.
Yeah. when you think of something as a lottery ticket, you don't allocate a lot of your portfolio to it, right? You may take a 100 rupee punt or something. That's
Use 1-2% of your portfolio. If the itch is very great, use a little part of your portfolio, but this is not investing.
absolutely. So can I ask a related question about health insurance? I mean, in insurance, apart from the problem of mis-selling that you talked about, there is also this issue of partial settlement of claims, right? In health insurance, I am sure everybody in the audience has experienced this, where they've got a so-called cashless policy, but actually in the real life situation, only a part of their bill is reimbursed. So is there something happening on the regulatory front to address this?
See, health insurance is a very complicated story because you have a lot of moving parts. There is the insurance company, there is the third-party agent, and then there's the hospital. You can regulate the TPA and the insurance company. Nobody is regulating the hospitals as such. So, a cesarean section can cost 15,000 rupees to 2 lakh rupees in different hospitals. So there is no, and again, in a free market, you don't cap costs. So when you actually go in for medical insurance reimbursement, there is a lot of fighting between the insurance company and the hospital. And the person who gets really, distressed is the person who's holding the policy. So if you have an insurance policy, say in the US, you just have to present your card and it's no questions asked. I have personally experienced it in a travel insurance policy where you just show the card, no questions asked, it's really cashless. So we have what I call a market failure in the health insurance space as well, where it is not working. The claims numbers for individual policies are far lower than the claims numbers for the group insurance policy. So this gets technical. Essentially, when you buy, you have to be very careful of what kind of policy you're buying. Ideally, buy it through an agent who has bargaining power with the company. Okay, so agents will sell you the policy. Don't go for the cheapest policy. Ask, get referrals from the agent. Or find people who have used the agent and the agent has helped with the claim. Your moment of truth of an insurance policy is the claim. So if the agent cannot help with the claim, work with somebody else. You cannot deal directly with the insurance company or the hospital. It is a soul-destroying process. So there is a market failure here.
So it works in the US because the hospitals and the insurers have already agreed on the tariffs, right? Yeah.
They have agreed on the tariffs. Here, the public sector insurance companies tried that, they have failed. It's still a market which is still maturing.
Right. So with that, I think we'll close the questions and we'll just open it up to the audience. So if any of you have questions, please put them and please keep the questions very short so that a lot of people can actually have their questions answered.
Hello.
I can hear somebody. Can you just where?
Yeah. Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah. This is regarding to the crypto investment you've spoken about, right? My question is that since we have seen that ETF happens in crypto and BlackRock is investing on this, you have option now to trade crypto and a Bitcoin in that. And Bitcoin harvesting also is coming on month of April. And don't you think that we have evolved from post office deposit to stock, land, gold, then we have seen that, investment in other assets.
No, I understand what you're saying, the evolution. All that I want to ask back is that what is the underlying asset? So every asset has an underlying, either there's a metal which has certain value. So why is gold? So the argument from the crypto industry really is that gold itself has no value. It has value because people demand it. Look, gold is also the reserve for many of the central banks. The day that Bitcoin becomes a reserve for any central bank in the world, then we will say it is indeed an asset. Because you make that association of gold with a Bitcoin, that gold itself has value because people demand it. Bitcoin has value because people demand it. But gold, other than the use for jewelry, is also reserved for many central banks. My only pushback on the evolution is that the evolution has happened in the financialization of real assets. A debt, a bond, is a contract between a borrower and a lender with a flow of interest payments, and you're securitizing that contract. A stock is a contract, is a share of a company which is producing goods and services. A crypto coin is a digital token which has no underlying business or value. It has value because there is demand and supply. For reasons best known to itself, the US has gone the way of allowing ETFs on Bitcoin, but Singapore, Japan, India, China, it's going to be a very long haul before this is allowed in, although I have to say that G20 is talking of regulating and not banning. So countries are not banning it, but there is a whole lot of regulatory oversight. Have you read the SEC, the US Security Markets Chairperson comment? He has allowed the ETF and he has said, but I have to say that it's quoted, that it is a speculative asset, a speculative token which is used for terror financing, human trafficking, and drug trafficking. He has put it out in the statement. So you have to be careful of when you put your hands into something like crypto. As I said, use it as a lottery ticket, not as an investment. Yes, next.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Shah. So my question for you is, what is your perspective on the current volatility in our stock market, characterized by a frequent shift between bullish and bearish trends?
I haven't understood the question. Can you say that again?
What is your perspective on the current volatility of the market, which is facing a constant bearish and bullish trends? So do you believe the volatility is primarily driven by natural market force, or do you suspect the possibilities of manipulation by certain stakeholders such as FIIs or large investors?
So the time for manipulations at this level was possible when the market size was small. At our current market cap, and with the work that SEBI does, I would be very surprised to see a systemic risk to the market. Okay, on the volatility question, I will just give the audience one example. That imagine that there is an unluckiest investor in India. For 30 years, she buys the Sensex at 52-week high. Okay, at the time of the market, when the market is at the annual high, she buys 1 lakh, she puts in 1 lakh. For 30 years, she's the unluckiest investor because after she invests, the market falls. She does it for 30 years, she has spent 30 lakh rupees. After 30 years, what is the value of her investment? It is 2.3 crore. Long-term markets smoothen out volatility in a growing economy. I can't say the same thing for Japan till now. Okay? So volatility is a short-term phenomena. Long-term market investors with seatbelts on do not have to worry about volatility. At a given day, I have no idea what the Sensex is at. I don't care. I am a long-term investor. I'm there for the long haul. I'll pluck the fruits of my investments. I will never cut the tree. Okay, one more question. I think we are really done.
We are out. Okay, just one more.
Very
we are
quick.
out of time. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am, this is Lakshman here, close to the fire age. And just want to know, in this age of generative AI, I've been a victim of a phishing attack. And when I reached the cybercrime cell, definitely there is, the cop says that 90% of the cases we don't get the money back. Is there something which can be done where new phishing attacks?
This is a new phenomena, and really, I think our enforcement agencies will have to get far more empowered, and we all have to be careful. Like, we all lock our doors when we go out. It's a habit. In a crowded place, we keep our wallets close to ourselves. With this new technology, we have to learn how to not let the robbers come and steal from us. So that's my short answer. We have to be careful, and enforcement has to become better.
Thank you so much, Monica, and thank you, audience.
Thank
for
you
the
so
very
much.
participative session.
I only have one last wish. I'm wishing you very rich wishes for your money journey.
Thank you so much for that really insightful session. This session was brought to you by Shiv Nadar University, Delhi NCR. We will begin the next session immediately. I'm just waiting for a few of you to leave the auditorium and the others to continue to remain in your seats, please. All right, moving on to session number 3 on day 2 at the Hindu Lit Fest 2024. When the pandemic struck in 2020, historian, academic and author Ramchandra Guha turned to his personal archive to nourish and further nurture his writing. And that was his correspondence with Rukun Advani, his editor of long standing at the Oxford University Press. That recourse resulted in a writer's memoir. I'm sorry, I'm going to repeat that again. When the pandemic struck in 2020, historian, academic and author Ramchandra Guha turned to his personal archive to nourish and further nurture his writing. And that was his correspondence with Rukun Advani, his editor of long standing at the Oxford University Press. That recourse resulted in a writer's memoir that traces Guha's relationship with his editor. Our next session, session number 3 on day 2 at the Hindu Lit Fest 2024, is titled The Cooking of Books and features Ramchandra Guha as he discusses how this book came about and how it is, in a sense, a record of a vanished world in publishing. Mr. Guha will be in conversation with Ms. Nirmala Lakshman, chairperson and publisher of the Hindu Group, author, and the director and curator of the Hindu Lit Fest. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Nirmala Lakshman and Mr. Ramchandra Guha. This session will run for 50 minutes and will include a 10-minute Q&A. Over to you, Ms. Lakshman.
Morning. Thank you all very much again for being here. It's a great delight and an honor for me to be in conversation with Dr. Ramchandra Guha, who, apart from being one of India's topmost, foremost historians and public intellectuals, I dare say he's also a dear friend of many decades. So I'd like to say that this is the very first time that the cooking of books is being exposed to the public. Last Sunday, The Hindu had an interview in the Hindu Sunday magazine written by Minnie Kapoor, and for the first time, he's going to be in conversation about the book. We are very privileged, Ram, and thank you very much for doing this.
Thank you, Nirmala. You know, this is a very eccentric, idiosyncratic, personal memoir of my relationship extending over more than 4 decades with my brilliant and reclusive editor, Rukun Advani, who refused to come here despite Nirmala's gracious invitation. And this is the global launch of the book. It's being published officially on Monday. I'm doing an event in my hometown, Bangalore, next Sunday. It's also being published in the UK by William Collins. And the reason I've chosen the Hindu Literature Festival to launch the book in the will, deliberate, and how do I put it, without regrets absence of my reticent friend Rukun Advani, who hates the public gaze, and we'll talk about that a little bit. The reason we chose this venue, and I should convey that he was delighted that it's being launched at the Hindu in conversation with Nirmala, because many, many years ago, when Rukun Advani lost his job at the Oxford University Press, on a matter of principle. He was partly rescued emotionally, psychologically, financially, and professionally by a column in the Hindu Sunday magazine. But that was not an act of mercy or charity on Nirmala's part. He was, I think, the most brilliant columnist the Hindu has ever had. But a few years before Rukun started his column in the Hindu, I think he started in 2000 or 2001, I had started a column in the Hindu. So there was a time for a few years when both Rukun and I had columns in the Hindu Sunday magazine. So I thought it would be appropriate when launching this book and, in a sense, revealing this baby to the public, that it would be done here. So thank you, Nirmala.
For me, it was a very great privilege, not because, as Ram said, it's to do with Rukun's thing, but because of the generosity of both Rukun and Ram in sharing their work and not hesitating to delight the Hindus' readers with their wonderful columns. And I'd like to say that Ram continued writing for us for a very long time, starting with cricket. Then he went on to write a marvelous column called Past and Present. And I think the very first essay was on Mahatma Gandhi's mediocre mark sheet.
Yes.
And I think that goes to prove that your school learning and your mark sheets do not indicate what kind of transformation you will have as an individual. So thank you for that, Ram. And before we get into the actual book, I know that everybody here knows Ram Guha very well, but I'd like to just remind the audience a little bit about his writing and his history as his background as a foremost historian of India. He started with an undergraduate degree in economics from St. Stephen's and then a master's in the Delhi School of Economics. He also holds a PhD in sociology from the IIM Calcutta. And I think Dr. Guha, more than anything else, has been instrumental in taking history from the realms of academia to bookshops, to bookshelves, and to people's houses. And I think that is one of the most amazing things achievements that he has ever done. We all know about the popularity of the first book that he wrote, The Unquiet Woods, followed by his a variety of many books, and then, of course, recently the Gandhi books. And the latest book was Rebels of a Foreign...
Rebels Against the Raj.
Yeah, Rebels Against the Raj, which details the remarkable work of Englishmen, colonialists who came to India but were actually something else and fought against the British Raj. So I think the public is really amazed at the great body of work, Ram. And of course, Ram gives a lot of credit to his reclusive friend, Rukun Advani, whom I think I have the privilege even now to know a little. But Ram will talk more about this. And in the book that he's written, he describes this very mercurial friendship, deep, profound, and both of them kind of banter with each other. They scold each other, if I may say so. And it charts the progress of a brilliant writer and an equally brilliant editor. And I think it's remarkable and does not seem self-indulgent, only because there's so many lessons for all of us to learn in terms of, sharpness, objectivity, and those sentimentalities fused into it, you never notice it. So I'd like to start by asking Ram, how did you manage to do that?
So I should say a little bit about, since you mentioned the fact that my first history column in the Hindu, not my first cricket column, but about Mahatma Gandhi's mark sheets, and which I discovered in an obscure book, and it showed that Mahatma Gandhi was a second-class student. Now, there's a great distinction in being a first-class student. There's also a certain cachet in being a third-class student. But if you're right in the middle, if you're a mediocre, you're essentially a write-off. Now, it just struck me, Nirmala, by talking about this book, that I was also a resolutely second-class student. And when I joined St. Stephen's College in 1974, of course, I didn't know that. It was an all-male college. It was, a small community of 300 men, young boys. And when you're in your first year, you look to the people in the third year as heroes. And it was a particularly brilliant batch of St. Stephen's College. So there was Shashi Tharoor, whom you was with us yesterday. There was Shapan Das Gupta on the other side of the political trajectory even then. There was Paranjoy at Guha Thakurta, possessed of the same courage and integrity and principle then as he is now. There was the great cricketer Arun Lal, who was my cricket captain. And there was Rukun Advani. Now, what distinguished Rukun Advani from everybody else is that unlike the other brilliant, gifted, talented undergraduates, he did not want to become popular or famous. He got a first class in English, which was unheard of in those days, in his BA and his MA. It was rumored he had listened to Beethoven behind the closed doors of his room. And I was a sportsman. I said I was a second class student, and that's partly because my ambition when I joined St. Stephen's was to play cricket for India. Now, there were two problems with that ambition. One, I wasn't nearly good enough. I played cricket for St. Stephen's, by the way, with Arun Lal and Kirti Azad, with a good, decent standard of cricket, but I didn't progress beyond that. And the other problem was that roughly 60 million other Indians in my age bracket had that same ambition. But I was also an indifferent student. I was studying economics. And I knew from my first week in college that economics was not for me. I was spectacularly ill-suited for economics. And economics' disdain for me exceeded my disdain for economics. So I was too scared to actually talk to Rukun. We were together for 3 years, and his friends included. There's a passage. The book starts, by the way, with a passage from Amitav Ghosh, who was one of Rukun Advani's few friends in St. Stephen's, because he listened to Beethoven and read Shakespeare, neither of which I did at that stage. And it was, in college, he had the absolute contempt for me. And it's much later, through a series of accidents that the book describes, that we discovered one another, that he became my first editor, that he reshaped my writing career, that we became intimate personal friends. And in the course of this journey, as I became, shall we say, better known, more visible, more ready to engage in public debate, in public controversy, he withdrew further and further into himself. And so this is a book constructed entirely around letters. There are few accounts of meetings, but it's a 40-year friendship about literature, about books, about politics, about growing up in the age of Jawaharlal Nehru and growing old in the age of Narendra Modi, but not through conversations, not through boozy lunches, which is what editors and writers normally have, not through long conversations, which is what two friends would conduct, or WhatsApp messages. It's through letters. And during the pandemic, as was briefly mentioned in the introduction, I was prevented from going to the archives. My life, I'm entirely a creature of habit. So when I'm in Bangalore, I'm in my desk or in Kaman Park or listening to music. And 5 or 6 times a year, I would go for 2-week trips to the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library in Delhi, or the National Archives, or Sabarmati Ashram in Ahmedabad, or the British Library in London, and do my research. And the pandemic stopped all that. And I was left with my private archive. And the most extensive private archive I had was 40 years of letters and emails with Rukun Advani. And given how instrumental he was in shaping me as a writer, as a thinker, as an author of books, how he encouraged me to move between different genres, and also the fact that our friendship was combative, argumentative, on his side, shot through with withering sarcasm and debunking of things I had written. I thought I must write this book. And I think Rukun is the most private person I've ever known. The second most private person I've ever known is the dedicatee of this book. So let me read out the dedication to the book. It's to my wife, and this is what it says. For Sujata, my second best editor. And Rukun was delighted. He said, I am not there on the page, and yet I'm there on the page. So that's the kind of friendship that we have. It's not only banter. St. Stephen's College has a just reputation for being superficial, witty, arrogant, guys making puns and alliterations all the time. And dare I say it, in this literary festival, you've had several examples of that kind of Stephanian. And Rukun and me are guilty of that too. But there's something else. There's a deep emotional bond forged through the kind of exchange between friends that is altogether rare and almost extinct nowadays. The other thing I would say is that this book went through many, many drafts. It's the shortest book I've written. It's the most personal, the shortest, and the one that went through the most drafts. My Elwyn biography, which Rukun made, and many of whose lines are Rukuns appearing under my name, went through 6 drafts. This went through 8 or 9, because I was very conscious that I must not appear self-indulgent. Of course, I had the help of wonderful editors. 14 people are thanked in this book, including a gentleman sitting in the front row, who is, a distinguished scholar of this city and this country. But it's really an author paying tribute to his reclusive editor. And it's a story of friendship, it's a story of books. But normally it's editors who write about authors. So, there's a lovely book, some of you would have read it, by Diana Athil, called Stet, in which she was an editor with Andre Deutsch, and she talks about what working with V.S. Naipaul was like, or working with Jean Rice was like. Roberto Calasso, the great Italian editor, has written a book about, the writers he worked with. But this is, I think, it's odd and eccentric because it's a public, outgoing, outspoken, sometimes excessively controversial writer and columnist, paying tribute to a man whom one will never see at a literary festival, who will never see on Twitter, never see on Facebook, and whom I last met because I went and visited him in his remote mountain hideout 5 years ago, and I'll never see again. But this is a man, and that's the last thing I'd say before I pause. This is a man who has made not just me, but at least 50 or 60 sociologists, historians, and writers on India. He is the person who edited, I'll give you some names. He is the person who edited, by which I mean reshaped, restructured, rewrote, not just my books, but the books of Rabindranath Thapar, Partho Chatterjee, Nainjot Lahiri, Upinder Singh, Jean Drez, A.R. Venkatachalapati, and countless other people. At the entire subaltern studies school, the most influential school of historiography produced in the modern world in any country, every volume was edited by Rukun Advani. And I can tell you that before they were reshaped by him, because he truly is an extraordinary editor. I worked with editors around the world. Rukun Advani was a brilliant student of Delhi University, did a PhD in Cambridge. So he has a serious intellectual background and rigorous training. He's also a wonderful line editor. And what he has done even to foreign scholars, those of you who know the foreign scholarship on India, the works of Thomas Troutman, the great American historian, of Chris Bailey, the great British historian of India, Japanese historians, Dutch anthropologist Jean Bremen. So what Rukun Advani has done to illuminate the history, sociology, politics, economics of our country, no one else has. A single man. And no one knows about him. Because he is so remarkably self-effacing. And though this book doesn't really talk about that side of all else that he's contributed, it's about him and me. What I owe to him. Without him, I would not have published my first book. Without him, I would not have become a historian of cricket. Without him, I would not have become a biographer. Without him, I would not have become an essayist. And I thought I must, given this vast archive of letters that I had, write an account which is not really about me, but about him.
Thank you very much. That was wonderful. Very interesting glimpse into the man through the epistolary history that you both shared. But I wanted to know, during conversations and your direct interactions with him, Did you get a sense of all this, or did he always sort of keep it under his hat, the brilliance? You know that Amitav Ghosh's first paragraph, if you can care to read from that, Ram, where even as a college student, he established that mysterious thing. He was not a normal ragger of students, but he did something else, and I'd like Ram to read that.
So this is this is how the book starts. I mean, this is a long preface explaining how I wrote the book. This is how the book starts. In July 1973, a Bengali boy named Amitav Ghosh joined St. Stephen's College in Delhi, hoping to take an honors degree in history. Like every other freshman, he was nervous about the first few weeks in college, when one was ragged, shorthand for being verbally harassed, harangued, interrogated, and intimidated by those who had already spent a year or more in college. 25 years later, by now an established novelist, Amitav Ghosh began an essay on his time in St. Stephen's with this paragraph, and I quote. This is Ghosh recalling his first days as an undergraduate at St. Stephen's. The year I joined college, 1973, the word among us freshers was that the most terrifying ragger in college lived in Rudra Court, which is one of the college hostels, in room L5. He was terrifying because he wasn't the usual kind of bullying, bellowing senior who would ask you to do 10 push-ups or run around the ground or whatever. No, he was to them as the panther is to the elephant, the scimitar to the war club, the rapier to the broadsword. He was bearded, they said, and soft-spoken, so stealthy that you never sensed his presence until he had you square in his sights. Then Amitav goes on to say he escaped this fearful bearded senior for a fortnight, and then he was nabbed while trying to escape, and the bearded legend caught hold of me and took me to his room and asked me what are my interests. I like classical music, answered Amitav. You do, said the legend. Put out a record on the turntable and said, identify the composer and composition. Now, there were 3 tests of which Amitav passed 2. I would have passed none. And more or less, no one else in the college would have passed any of those tests. But Amitav and Rukun became close friends. And Amitav then later on goes on to say that it was Rukun who identified the potential in him, got him his first job in the Indian Express, and launched him on his literary career. Now, unfortunately, I was not in, or fortunately, I was never ragged by Rukun, because I would not have known what to answer about books and music. All those interests came later. And I met him, if I may, maybe I'll talk about my first meeting with Rukun. If you just give me a minute, I'll just find the page. 1 second, give me just 1 second.
While he's looking for it, let me tell you that the book is divided into some charming sections.
Yeah.
One says, and the one that he's referring to is called Finding One Another.
Yeah, so that's how we found one another. So essentially, from St. Stephen's, where he was a brilliant scholar and I was a scruffy sportsman, he went on to Cambridge to do a PhD. And I, purely through accident, discovered the works were very relevant. And after an MA in economics, I started a PhD in sociology. And when my teachers at the Delhi School of Economics learned I had switched subjects, one of them sent the other. This is a Pareto optimum, good for Guha and better for economics. So I started this PhD, and I was working on the Chipko movement, the peasant protest movement in the Himalaya. And about 2 years into my PhD, by which time Rukun had returned from Cambridge, joined the Oxford University Press. I met him at a friend's wedding. And this is how I went and met him. And many years later, 30 years later, Rukun wrote about our first meeting. He said, I was by this time an editor at the OUP, and Ram seemed keen to woo me with his passion for the PhD in sociology he'd been working on in Calcutta. I expressed interest in hearing what he'd been up to, and invited him to drop in at the OUP. Sometime later, Ram arrived in my office to discuss the book he had in mind based on his thesis. What Ram did not know was that I had only invited him to the OUP out of sheer curiosity. Curiosity over why this man, whom I recalled as the failed reincarnation of the spin bowler Bishan Bedi, had become so animated about some Gadwali village, where apparently village women had taken to embracing tree trunks. Had his failure to make it to the Indian cricket team as a spin bowler bowled him clean out of his mind. Now, so he invited me out of curiosity, but then he heard me speak like I'm speaking today, with excitement and enthusiasm, and he said, maybe, some guys can change. So he said, send me your PhD, which I did, and he sent back 14 pages of single-spaced comments on how to make it a book, and that's how I became an author, and that's how our friendship started.
That's lovely, and we must also comment on how very, very often in the editing process, Ram says in the book that it was, a lot of it was, excoriating stuff, and Ram said, he was quite in disagreement with the things that Ram said. But occasionally there'd be a nice, very nice. So I think Ram was quite pleased with it. And often, I think he would mediate on his own interests. And I think there was something about John Donne.
About?
John Donne,
yeah,
that he mentioned. Yeah. And I think that is what was quite entrancing, the progress of this friendship. It was not just editor and writer. It was also a dialogue between two brilliant scholars. One who is reclusive and the other one who loves to declaim, as we can see. And I think that mainly, I think that the nourishment for this came from their passion for reading, for books, and for a whole world of scholarship, which I think seems to have diminished quite a bit these days. So I'm curious to know, Ram, as we progress, what has happened to the state of writing history? We can deviate a little bit away from yours and Rukun's friendship, just to touch on what you think is the state of, you've been the pioneer in writing popular history.
Yeah.
What is the state of the current kind of writing on history? What can you comment
on? So I would rather just talk about Rukun and me, Nima, if it's okay, because that will be another subject, another topic. But let me say a little bit about the process of editing. So my first book was this biography of Elwin. I beg pardon, my first book was The Unquiet Woods, which was about the Chipko movement. Then I did a couple of other books, and then I wrote this biography of Verrier Elwin, who was the person who had inspired me to move from economics to sociology and then to history. And that book was entirely rewritten by Rukun. There were 5 or 6 drafts, and the fourth draft, he came all marked up in his hand. He used to write in green ink on the manuscript in those days, and with a 3-page letter written in hand with his general comments and stuff about how to restructure, paragraphs and sentences and chapters. And the overall letter said, this is fine as a study of Elwin, the scholar and the public intellectual, but where is the human being? Where is the friend, the lover, the father? So I went back to my notes, I went back to the British Library, I read his letters again, why his first marriage broke up, what was his relationship with his closest friend, his sons, and I wrote all the personal stuff into draft number 5, which came back again marked up in green with different kinds of editorial suggestions, and like with draft 4, a magisterial summation of what I had achieved and what I had not achieved. At this time, the summation ended with the line, this draft works fine as an account of Elwin, the friend, the son, the lover, the father, but where is the scholar and the intellectual? So I thought I went and wrote it all back. Now, and then of course the book was published, and there were some letters about it being published, and in that I quote one letter I wrote to him, when I say that, one thing, as you can see from this book, the published book, which was draft 7 or 8, there's a reference to Handel's Messiah, And there are also 2 lines of a poem by Philip Larkin. And I say, this is, I'm now revealing it. It's revealed in the book, but I can reveal it to you. I say, the fact that I have neither read Larkin nor heard Handel's Messiah must be a secret between you and me. Now it's been revealed here. Now, when the book came out, this is something which I have to talk a little bit about, because this is really about Rukun. When the book came out, there was a release like this. And I said, Rukun, you must be on stage. He said, no. He said, the managing director must be on stage because he likes being on stage. I said, Rukun, he has not read a word of my book. In fact, he has not read a word of any book because he only knows how to read balance sheets. He said, I don't care. I have a job to keep. So I won't be on stage. So I was on stage with the managing director who said some, fortunately Mark Tully was there to say some sense after whatever the managing director said. And Rukun sat, it was an auditorium like this, he had it upstairs. He sat in the corner right there. Actually, he was, I think, maybe crouching behind the last seat in the balcony. And I thanked him nonetheless. Now, despite his personal reticence, despite his willingness to let the other people in the publishing house take all the credit, the managing director was jealous of him. Because one day, Rukun was in the office, and an OUP writer, not me, who occasionally appeared on television, it was not me, some other OUP writer who occasionally appeared on television, walked into the office and went straight to Rukun's cabin, because Rukun was the person who was reshaping his manuscripts. And the MD saw this guy coming, and they said, and told his secretary, that fellow's on TV, what's he doing in our office? So the secretary said, sir, Dr. Advani is doing a book of his. So the MD thought to himself, I am the MD. This guy comes on TV. Why is he not coming to my cabin? Now that started a process by which Rukun Advani was sacked. And because the editor was jealous of him. And this is something which should be of interest to many people in this room, particularly the world we now live in, which is 25 years later. Rukun Advani had a colleague who was a brilliant editor, Anuradha Roy, who is now a distinguished and eminent novelist in her own right. They got married. And the MD, who was jealous of him, said, your wife has to leave because 2 people can't work at the same organization. Now, it turned out that in the OUP Oxford, husband and wife could work in the same organization and in the same department. So Rukun was kicked out, and he started his own firm. And I say this in my book. I mean, he has an incredibly irreverent, non-politically correct sense of humor. So when he was kicked out, I was teaching at Stanford, and he wrote to me. He said, I have to leave, and I'm starting my own publishing house. And I actually wanted to call it Kalu for men, because there was a publishing house called Kali for women. And he was really angry at the racism, the way the OUP Oxford had treated him. So he said, I think I should call it Kalu for men. So he thought better of it. I mean, Rukun has some absurd jokes, thought better of it. So instead he called it Permanent Black. Permanent Black is the name of a printing ink. So it was about publishing. Permanent Black, all of us are permanently black compared to the whites in Oxford. And he registered it on 1st April 2000. Now, so he has a strange, perverted sense of humor, usually delightful, sometimes totally over the top. And in editing those letters, some of the rather crazy, lunatic humor has been excised, but a great deal remains.
Thank you, Ram. But what was his reaction to this project? Could you tell us a little bit about that?
What was his reaction to the project? I wrote it. I first wrote it a chapter, then it became a book. He was all right. He did edit it very much. The editing was done by other people. You know, it was done by my son Keshava, who's a fine writer, thinker, editor. The late Ian Jack, A.R. Venkata Chalapati was in the front row, Neerja Jayal, another editor, another author who's worked with Rukun and is a friend of mine, like Chalapati, and 14 others. So there are 50. Our teacher, Brijraj Singh, who was in St. Stephen's, he did edit it very much. He gave the odd comment. He did say, very sweetly, that this is the longest thank you note anyone has ever written to anyone. Which I think is kind of only partly true. I should also say that we had to, for various reasons, redact quite a few names in this book. So there are many letters referring to people who are around and alive. One or two have not been redacted because they're public figures. But let me tell you one story from the book, Nima, so that I don't give the impression that Rukun is such a recluse, a misanthrope, a sarcastic old, bitter old man. He does care. He does care. And I'll give you one example, or two examples. I had an invitation from Kabul to give a talk. Actually, and I was traveling, and I hadn't told my wife I was going to Kabul. I don't tell my wife many things. And Rukun called her, called on the phone, and they wrote a long mail, which unusually said, "Why is Ram going to Kabul?" So Sujata said, "Ram goes to all kinds of places." I didn't know. Then he wrote her a letter saying, "You know that Daniel Pearl was, this is the time of when the Taliban was there, the Indian embassy was the target of Taliban, they'd been attacked on the Indian embassy." He said, "They hate Indians." The British journalist, the American journalist Daniel Pearl was murdered. If he was going for the Nobel Prize, it's fine. But all he is going to meet is some empty-headed Stephanians and pista traders. So stop him from going. No, that was okay, I went. A little later, now I'm a close friend of Rukun's, a little later, the great scholar of Aurobindo, Peter Hees, was denied an extension to his visa. Peter Hees, some of you may know him by reputation, was denied a visa to an extension by, I should say, the Congress government, not by the BJP government. Because the Congress government, the UPA government was capable of the same kind of maliciousness, maybe to a lesser extent as the BJP government is. So he was denied an extension. And Rukun said, we have to get his visa renewed. So he wrote a letter to Jairam Ramesh, who was a cabinet minister. And so far as I know, one of the very few, if not the only cabinet minister in the history of India to read and write serious history books. So he wrote to Jairam saying, you have to get this scholar's visa renewed. And lobby with the Home Minister, who was Jairam's fellow Tamil, P. Chidambaram, who was here yesterday. You have to lobby with him. Then he wrote a letter to Upinder Singh, who happened to be the Prime Minister's daughter, incredibly dignified, reclusive person who's never taken advantage of a Prime Minister's name. He wrote to Upinder saying, I know you have never taken advantage of being the Prime Minister's daughter, but Peter Hees is a great scholar of India. You have to get his visa renewed. And then he wrote to me. He said, you have a column in the Hindustan Times. You are a biographer of Verrier Elvin. You know what foreign scholars have done to illuminate the history of our country. You have to write a column in the Hindustan Times along these lines to draw the attention of the Congress MPs and ministers who read the Hindustan Times. He did all of this, and something worked. Either Jairam's lobbying worked, or Upinder's lobbying worked, or my article probably didn't help much. And Peter Hees got a renewal. And he wrote me the most effusive letter of thanks. And I said, you don't have to thank me. It's that man behind the scenes in Ranikhet who feels so upset that a great scholar of India is being persecuted that he is willing to pull out all the influence at his command. So he has a certain kind of humanity for people he cares. And then I wrote to him, one thing I'd say about Rukun is that he affects a tone of cynicism. He did a PhD in Cambridge on E.M. Foster. And E.M. Foster famously said, if I had a choice between betraying my country and my friend, I'll betray my country. So I wrote to him saying, this shows that you are a patriot after all. He said, no, I only did it for a friend. It got nothing to do with the country.
The other Fosterian thing that we all know about, the only connect thing. So obviously, though you have said that there was somebody said that Rukun only disconnected.
Yes.
Obviously, from this Peter Hees story, he's not so disconnected at all.
Yeah.
And there's that great warmth almost activist nature that he had, right? So,
But expressed in through emails,
yeah, never
and
act, yeah,
not
never
even in
person.
phone conversations, and certainly not in private meetings. But it does care. Should I read out that passage?
Yes,
from
please do
Mukul?
that.
Mukul, yeah. Let me just read out one passage, and that will be the last passage. I'll read out about. Yeah. So, I did say, I began by talking about when I was an undergraduate at St. Stephen's and when I joined. And there was this spectacular array of brilliant Stephanians destined for fame and popular success. And Rukun was the reverse. 30 years later, when his firm Permanent Black, founded on April Fool's Day, celebrated its 10th anniversary, his friend Mukul Keshavan wrote a tribute to him. And when he wrote, he said, let me read out the previous paragraph and then the next paragraph, because it'll give a better sense of who Rukun is. Shashi Tharoor and Rukun Advani were exact contemporaries at St. Stephen's. Superficially, they were both alike, both brilliant, one a topper in history, the other in English. Both very widely read, each far removed in his interests from the sports type I myself was in college. Even some of their literary tastes overlapped. Both admired Woodhouse and Orwell, for example. Yet in terms of character and personality, no two Stephanians could be so radically dissimilar. I suspect most readers of this book will know Shashi Tharoor's public profile. Certainly everyone in this room does. To show how Rukun Advani is, as it were, his absolute other, I must take recourse to the words of that very gifted prose stylist, Mukul Keshavan. And this is what Mukul Keshavan wrote on Permanent Black's 10th anniversary. Rukun has no interest in impressing others. Rukun has no interest in impressing others. This sounds impressive, but it isn't. Because this freedom from human neediness isn't down to modesty or reticence or some karmic insight about the general Maya-ness of things. It is simpler than that, so simple that he can't take any credit for it. Rukun doesn't like people. It explains everything about him. That is why he lives in the hills. That is why he loved his dog Biscuit without reservations, because Biscuit wasn't human. He loves Beethoven because he is dead, and his genius can be electronically reproduced without the agency of other people. It's why he deals in books. Books are forms of disembodied intelligence. Books are forms of disembodied intelligence. They hold out the promise of profundity or pleasure without people being involved.
Given all the other things that Ram said about Rukun, obviously he didn't hate people at all, but he did it in his own unique and individual way. Anyway, this is a lovely, wonderful memoir, literary memoir, one of a kind, Ram. So thank you very much for that. And I think it's very rare that editors do comment on their writers. For a writer to talk about his editor is unusual in that this is probably the first book of its kind. And before we close up this session, can I ask you to allow a few questions?
Of course, of course.
And also to tell you that the books are available at the bookstall, and Ram is available to sign them. Any questions?
Thank you so much, sir, for this. My very short and quick question, a little unfair given the long intimacy you shared with him, is one memory of him that you will never ever forget till for even beyond your on earth.
So there are many memories in this book.
But that one.
So please do them. But there are two, if I may. One is right in the beginning of the book, where I passed him outside the St. Stephen's gates. I was coming back from cricket practice. I was a student playing cricket. As usual, badly dressed, unironed whites, and, some ball marks on my shirt. Rukun was going out, smartly dressed, with a clipped beard, on his motorbike. I saw him. I said, hello. And he looked at me with such withering contempt, started his motorbike and went away. That's the first memory. That was 1976 or 77. Fast forward 43 years, 2019. And I hadn't seen him for a long time. This is just before the pandemic. I had to go to Kausani on research. Now, those of you who know Uttarakhand, I'll take a little time to tell you this story. So I stopped in Nainital, where the great historian of Uttarakhand, Shekhar Pathak, lives. And Shekhar Pathak is one of the few people Rukun has befriended, because he's an extraordinary historian of the hills, and Rukun published his magisterial history of the Chipko movement. So I was at Nainital, and I told Shekhar I'm going to Ranikhet on my way to Kausani. Ranikhet is halfway, and Rukun has agreed to give me lunch. So Shekhar said, I was there last month. Shekhar spoke in Hindi, and there's a sentence of Hindi which, with the permission of the Dravidian movement, I will speak but also translate, because I respect those sentiments. All right. So he said I was there last month. I saw Rukun, and then he said, "Jitna uska kutta bhongta hai, utna wo chup hai." As much as his dog barks, he's quiet. And he chatted about this. And I went to see Rukun, and we had lunch. And then he walked me back to my car, because I was driving another 4 hours into the interior of Kumaon. And he said, as I got into my taxi, I wish you had stayed longer. Now, I think he meant it for that second. If I had actually said, Rukun, can I spend the night, and the next night, the dog would have been barking, he would have been quiet.
Hello, sir. I had the pleasure of reading the first 2 chapters of your memoir. The first thing that stood out to me was your training as a sociologist. But today you're popularly known as a historian. Now, these 2 disciplines have different methodologies in how they collect and analyze data. So my question is, one, when and how did you acquire these skills? And 2, did these conversations come up with your editor, disciplinary differences in collecting and analyzing data?
So, by data, I don't analyze hard data. Though I was trained as an economist, technically trained as an economist, I must confess I used my friend's notes to pass the exams. I understand some sociology and history and politics. And I think there is, if you look at my intellectual trajectory, sociologists write about structure, about caste system, the state, political relations. Historians deal with process over a period of time, and biographers deal with personality, an individual human being. So I've moved from structure to process to personality without forgetting that I was once a sociologist, once a historian. So I think in my work, possibly I'm a little more sociological. I mean, if you look at my book, Column of Foreign Field, for example, which Rukun encouraged me to write. And the title is partly, I gave him 3 options. One was politics and play. One was the empire plays back or something. And he said, that's rubbish, think of something else. And I came up with a corner of a foreign field, which appealed to him because it was allusion to a poem, which I knew about and which he had read much better than me. So that book is about caste, about religion, about nation and race, but against the backdrop of historical. So I'd say, someday else I'll talk about my intellectual mentors. I've Anjan Ghosh, who was my first teacher in Kolkata, to whom I hope probably a greater debt than Rukun, because he made me a scholar. If I may use another Hindi phrase, उसने मुझे मार के sociology सिखाया. He beat me and taught me sociology, right? So he's someone else. My revered teacher and cousin Dharma Kumar, a great liberal intellectual who taught me how, in opposing the dogmatism and bigotry of the right, not to fall into the lap of the certitudes and simplicities of the left. So I've had many mentors, and one day I will write about all of them. But this is a book about really one friendship, where fortunately I didn't have just my memories, which are more fallible the older you get. But actually, to use your phrase, hard data in the form of these 40 years of written letters.
My question is...
Can you stand up, madam? That will be easier for me.
Yeah, you have mentioned many mentors, but I think you have a special love for this editor. What I want to know is, a good editor, I think, will make the writer improve further and further and reach perfection. Do you agree?
What is So you see, perfection, no one should ever aim for perfection. You know, that is arrogance. You should aim for what is the best thing you can do. You can never be perfect. A historian, for example, should always know that some other historian will come and write a better book on the same subject. But it can't be written on the basis of WhatsApp forwards. They'll have to go to more archives, know more languages, have more of an analytical sharpness than you do. I was very lucky because this relationship has continued for 40 years. Today, writers change their editors as often as they change their smartphones. And some as often as they change their romantic partners. I met Rukun Advani before I met my wife. And those two relationships have proceeded in parallel ever since, right? So he doesn't anymore edit my books because I started writing for a wider audience, as Dr. Lakshman said, and Permanent Black, couldn't market. As I say in my book, you are first class in editing, but not in marketing. Because he's such a recluse, he wouldn't want, to do anything. But I think, of course, and Rukun was unique because of the combination of his own intellectual brilliance, his literary elegance, and the experience of working with everyone else. I said a little earlier in my talk, all the great scholars he's worked with. So when a young scholar, for example, Chalapati, who's sitting in the front row, where Chalapati had already written half a dozen books in Tamil, gave him his first book in English to edit. Rukun had already worked with so many great historians who had come to him at the same age Chalapati did. So he really is one of a kind. I mean, they have been great editors. I worked with other great editors. The late Sunny Mehta of Knopf, who edited my Gandhi volumes, which could have been written without him. But they were boozy lunches. They were no long letters, right? So this is a special book it's a unique book because the friendship has lasted so long, and I have that record. And most of it is Rukun. I mean, my letters are quoted, but Rukun's letters are, shall we say, much more fun to read and probably much more insightful about literary matters too.
My name is...
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question only.
My name is Clement. Greetings to Dr. Guha and Dr. Nirmala.
I can't hear. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I just completed my MA in Institute of Development Studies and completed a thesis on Dalit Christians, which won a distinction.
Yeah.
And I would like to convert that book, that dissertation into a book to start as a writer. Is it okay to convert a dissertation into a book to start as a writer?
Yeah. So I should just say one thing. One thing I said at the end, because of course you should. The problem tragically today is that academic publishing has declined. The OUP is gone. But you should certainly write articles based on it in scholarly journals. And once you have those, you can show them to a publisher. But one of the things I've tried to do is, many years ago, Nandan Nilekani and I started the New India Foundation. And we've now published 33 books. And in a sense, Rukun's name is in none of them. But none of them could have happened without Rukun, because Rukun taught me how to work with young writers to develop their work into a book. But absolutely, I mean, first of all, my advice to you would be publish a couple of scholarly articles based on your book, which is what I did, and then work towards making it a monograph.
Thank you very much, Ram. That were very useful tips. You know that Ram is also can be an editor now, so is an editor. So thank you very much for that wonderful session. And please do pick up this lovely literary memoir. It's available on sale at our bookshop. And Ram is available to sign as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lakshman and Dr. Guha, for a very, very special session. That was really an ode to the beauty of words, writing, and of course, friendship. We will now have a short break for 5 minutes. If you'd like to stay on, please do so. If you'd like to purchase copies of Dr. Guha's book, you can do so at Higginbotham's and get your book signed. But please be sure to be back in your seats in the next 5 minutes for Journey to India Modern. See you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. From writing, editing, publishing, and long letters, we move to fashion. For 3 decades now, Tarun Tahiliani has pioneered and nurtured a unique aesthetic in the context of fashion in India and across the world. His is a signature style and one that is completely his own. One that seamlessly draws upon the diversity of Indian craftsmanship, heritage and textiles, and the culmination of them all are really silhouettes that are strikingly modern. In his recent book, The Journey to India Modern, Tahiliani looks back at his own career as well as offers a commentary on what it means to be an Indian luxury design studio in a rapidly evolving world. In conversation with Tarun Tahiliani is Rosella Stephen, editor of the Hindu magazine and literary review, and launch editor of Weekend, the Sunday magazine at the Hindu, and whose industry focus and areas of interest are fashion, design, and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Tarun Tahiliani and Rosella Stephen. Please note that this session will run for 50 minutes and includes a 10-minute Q&A. Over to you, Rosella.
Not.
Hello, hello. Is it on? Yeah.
No, it's, yes, great. Now it is on. Okay, have they played that little video with the music? I think it's done. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you, Tarun, for making it. For those of you, and most of you would not know that he's been doing a back-to-back-to-back, right?
I thought the work ended when you published the book. It all starts afterwards. I'm mortified. I had no idea.
No, so Tarun is coming here straight from Kolkata, then heads out from here to a dinner and another event, before that Paris. So we are grateful, Tarun,
My pleasure.
for being here. Now let's start off with the book. The book, as Kritika had introduced, is a culmination of 25 years of Tarun's work, his career. But if you were keeping track of art events last year in November at the Mumbai Art Fair, Tarun kind of had a takeover of sorts because he had his book launch, and before you knew it, that was the story across the board. And that's Tarun for you, because he comes with this signature craftwork and beautiful drape, but there's also a storytelling, there's drama, there's all of that, and you can't help but be a part of it. So, Tarun, let's move on to the first thing, this whole soft power and fashion. Fashion being a soft power.
Well, you know, one of the lines in my book is that I think for India, it's time to put the Maharaja and Tiger to bed, you know. We're a very different country today than the country we grew up in, and it's bristling with opportunity, new ideas. And my whole quest in fashion has been, how do we stay Indian and modern without what's happening, what I see in Bombay and Delhi, which are less traditional than, say, here in the South, is that people are very Western, and at weddings, it's like a costume ball. You know, it's almost like brides wanting to be Jodha Akbar, and that whole thing. I literally hear that, you know. It's all becoming much better because the younger Gen Zs now are much more relaxed in their skin. But, you know, when I started showing in Milan in 2003, a big thing was, how do we keep our identity, but not become like some embroidered frock fest or whatever, you know. So we did the jewel T-shirts, we used the miniatures, we used chicken curry in pantsuits. And I think it was way ahead of its time because we weren't ready to even manufacture that. But now finally, our studio, and I think many studios in this country, not just mine, because multiple people move together, are coming into their own to do it. We come from a draping tradition. I mean, my mother only wore saris, you know, and so did most people, I imagine. So in one generation, we've gone from the draped form, because 200 years back, if you landed in a parachute, you'd be able to tell what part of the country you are in by the way people draped fabric, apart from what the fabric was, including men, dhotis, lungis, you know, the big jamas, turbans, all sorts of head wraps. There was very little that was tailored. I mean, I think tailoring came in with the British, embroidery came in with Islam. But now there's a real fusion of everything, and it's very easy because of Bollywood's melodrama, and people are moving into nuclear families, and culture is getting lost. And there's so much of an influence from the West, just the way we've been educated, which I'm mortified too about. Now I'm saying, how do we do this? So I just saw that these were things based on Kutch. When I had gone there, you see the dhoti pants, but we want to keep it modern. We don't want our fashion, to be costume. And I fear for a while, I'm not talking about traditional fashion, that's been a great. Tended to become a little costumey, but I think the dust is settling, and it's really entering a very nice time. And there's huge diversity in what designers do. And yesterday we did a session with Laila Taibji, and there's no conflict between handloom and fashion. It's just that we needed time to learn how to cut handloom and tailor it, because in the beginning when I'd worked with Sally Holker, all the Maheshwari kurtas we made would tear at the armhole. We didn't know what to do. It was never woven to be cut into a shaped armhole. We learned it by trial and error, just like Chanel did that great sleeve. She was never trained, but she did it every day in her studio. And that's why I'm a big fan of the rigor of working in a studio if you want to work with shape and fit, because that hasn't been part of our vocabulary. And it's something that now I think it's changing a lot. So these are structured drapes. It's corseted, but they're based on saris. And it's just easy, and they're contemporary and can be worn all over the world. So I think that's where a lot of fashion is moving. And now you'll see more and more handloom and traditional textiles as embroidery that work their way into it.
Having talking about that, let's move on to Tasva, which is such a big success story, Tarun, because on the one hand, you have couture, and you have all of this. And on the other hand, you have that. And as Sunil Sethi had told me earlier, you're the only designer from that time of this standing who can straddle both. You go to Patna and you'll see a hoarding, Tarun, a Tasva hoarding. And you would go to Couture Week or wherever, and you will see Tarun doing the best work there. So how does that...
Well, it was Aditya Birla Fashion, which is a big group like LVMH or whatever, who has a lot of commercial brands that have done very well for India. And I'd always tease them and say, you all just want to make everything sound Ferengi, Louis Philippe. And no one knows how to say, they say Louis Philippe. And, they make up Peter England. I'm like, who is Peter England? But that was the need 20 years back for middle and upper middle class Indians who needed tailored clothes to go to work. And therefore, they addressed the need. They thought that India would lose interest in ethnicity in her own culture. And they said that was a big mistake. So they're very anxious, and they tried, and they said, I think an Indian line has to be done with an owner designer, because it's got to be a point of view, because there are many points of view, and especially in Indian expression. It's not like shirting, which will be lilac, mauve, white, pale blue. I mean, it can be anything. So anyway, to cut a long story short, we started this line. It's been a nightmare in terms of learning and fighting people's desire to put polyester in, because I just don't think that's an option. I mean, not for our climate, at any rate. So we're doing beautifully cut things that are very well priced and starts from 2,000 or 3,000. And you could be fully kitted out, nice shoes. Basically, it's catering to occasion wear, which is around festivals, weddings, and that sort of thing. But, a lot of people are now, again, wearing kurtas. I think things go full cycle. When you don't fight it and you don't make it rule, I think women who were intimidated to wear saris in Bombay, once they wore the concept sari, went back to the sari. It just eases it in. And I'm glad to say Indian fashion isn't going anywhere. And I can say this for a lot of men and women, they look a lot more amazing when they're in Indian clothes. Then they can be simple than ill-fitted or Western clothes that aren't necessarily cut for our body shapes.
So for you, I agree with you, Tarun. And I feel like the Kumbh for you and the Kumbh collection was kind of like an inflection point. I look at those beautiful silhouettes that, take from the sadhus. I want to ask you if you could have done something like that now and what the narrative would have been like, because you have always been ahead of the curve.
It took me a long while to really understand that fashion's a business. You go to work and it's fantastic. You can be very self-indulgent with a new idea. And then you say, oh, it's boring, let's move on. Those drapes were probably too ahead of their time. But just to say, clarify that everyone thinks of Indian fashion as textile, which it is. Color, I mean, nobody in the planet does color like us Indians do. And everyone thinks it's embroidery, but it's not just that. It's the way Indians drape fabric, or draped fabric. Today I can still go through Kutch, and I'll see the dhotis, the lungis, the way the women will wear a nada and tuck 20. It's stunning. But it's not practical for our life in urban India and running to work and coming back. I mean, that's why people switch to polyester sarees, because if you're middle class, you don't have time to wash, starch, this was wash and dry, and it was shiny. It looked, when Vimal came out, it looked like silk. In fact, Sally's big problem was that in Maheshwar, people they were weaving Maheshwari, but they wanted to wear Vimal polyester sarees because they didn't have the luxury of stuff to, starch it, blah, blah, blah. But draping, the way Indians drape, is exquisite, and it changes all over the country, like I said. It's like language or anything else that's distinctive to a region. So the Kurgi sari is different from here to the Gujarati to the Bengali drapes or the Nawar. And so while I grew up and looked at it, and we couldn't do this in the beginning, because it took years of trying to learn techniques, sending designers to top schools like St. Martin's, getting pattern makers to say, okay, now I like this dhoti. How do I make a woman's skirt look like a dhoti? And so she's be able to see, but you have the agility, you have a zipper. I mean, that's what we do for grooms today. And that structured draping is, for my eye, what I find most interesting and you don't need embroidery. It can be in muslin. It can be the simplest fabric. And like a nice handloom sari, you can go from day to a wedding. You just accessorize it. So as we learn that, we're doing more and more. I think we've come into a point where now the drapes are really hot. They're still a little stylized, but we're trying to do simpler shapes. And I'll show a video later of how we're trying to do mix and match patterns. Just like we have Western clothes and we mix and match it, so also I want a whole line of Indian clothes for men and women that they can just mix and match and not be stuck in a set. So it'll answer everyone's Instagram need to be in a different outfit every day, which is the other problem in fashion today.
The good thing about Tarun, and as some of us would know, is that he has an ecosystem, and a lot of very successful designers have learned a lot from him. You've been very generous. I spoke with Amit Agarwal, who worked with you about close to 2 decades ago.
Yeah, 15 years.
And he said something about Tarun is, he taught me to look through the lens of humor. Even when the situation is really grim or challenging, and it was, he taught me to just remember that this too will pass. And I want to ask you, Tarun, because we look at you today and you're so successful, you handle everything with, very smoothly. It could not have been easy all the time. And for us, it will be nice to have that bit of a reality check about how things can get really, really challenging or grim.
Well, the truth is, it's not easy. It's not an easy industry. We're coordinating many things that come together. And when we started, our generation had no training. I mean, I used to sell oilfield equipment until I was suicidal. And then we started Ensemble. Because, to sell oilfield equipment, basically they said, Mr. Tarun, if you make 100, we have to get 10, basically, nicely quoted. You better bribe us. You ain't getting any business. So anyway, so we started, we had to learn, first of all. I mean, as guys, we weren't exposed to anything. We were always saying IIT, Harvard, that sort of thing, drilled into our heads. And there was a whole far-flung ecosystem, and you're trying to sing. And the most important thing is, when you're sitting in Milan and you see seamstresses at McDonald's next to you, as I once was in the middle of the night, they're wearing fake fur. They dress like the clothes they make. Just the designers make them in very, very different, expensive fabrics. In India, the people who make the clothes are men, and they will never go to the places that these Indian clothes that we make are worn. They might get to see it in a photograph, or we'll always do a screening of a show for all the karigars to see what they made. So it's a big disconnect between the people who are going to make it and the product, the people who are going to wear it, who are much more exposed. Obviously, it's super luxury. So that is one challenge. And HR is a big problem. Then on top of it, because partly the designer's fault, you go to dinner and someone would serve this awful Bosca wine, and then the Saturday Times would write, champagne flowed like water. I mean, this is very funny. So guess who was watching? Income tax. So they kept raiding us. Like, listen, these are peanut businesses. It's only now that they're beginning to become serious businesses. So we were always harassed by this thing, because glamour has a strange connotation and it's a strange pull. I mean, I was allocated a factory in one of the Udyog Vihar, and then the IS officer's wife showed up, and she wanted one outfit. So fine, give her an outfit. But then when it became this, I said, listen, I'm sorry, I can't do this. I'm going to sit with you. They withdrew. I was allocated. I'd paid in advance, 20 lakhs or whatever. They took it away. That was their power. And I just thought about it. I said, screw you, I'm not going to do it. I'll go. That's how I ended up where I am now. So there's constant, and when you're a small business doing right brain, left brain, distribution, money, payments, it's hard. So and the thing is, but like I remember reading about Donna Karan, whose work I loved. She went into labor in the fitting room. She was fitting a collection, went into labor, and she was back with the baby at her boob 3 days later. She said, I had no choice. That's fashion for you. It's relentless. It's about the next thing. People are copying you. There's so much judgment, even from press, sorry to say, of people who don't understand anything, and they have huge powers. And now this whole thing with Bollywood and dressing them, and I mean, I had a serious actress, one of the biggest, borrow an 8 lakhs sari to wear at Cannes, and I never got it back. And then you can't reach them. So it's a nightmare. It's like an obstacle race from hell. But once you cross, just like crossing turbulence, once you cross the clouds, then you're much more in control. You have experience, you have people to take care of it, and there's no other way but to be totally systematized. You have to have systems, and it's about detail. And you do it because there's nothing else you'd rather do. It makes you a bit obsessive and OCD, but you do it because you love it. I love to get up and sketch. But what am I going to do with those sketches? Therefore, this whole thing has to run.
But having said that, you're also a man of many interests. It's not just you paint. I remember last year you were sitting for a piano exam. During the pandemic, I remember Tarun trying out some trampoline workout. So I remember that bit where you were doing that. And you're always doing something different. Of course, there's the art. So next month, Tarun will be at the India Art Fair as an art brand with wall art, which is new. So I suppose it also comes from a place where you're not stopping with just that one thing. You're constantly doing something different that makes it fun
sometimes
for you.
I wake up at 4 o'clock and say, oh, damn, I wish it was 6 so I could get ready and go to work. Because you can't do these things at home. But it's all interconnected. Fashion in India has been, as a textile industry, about craft, fully about craft, embroidery is craft. And it's all connected. So when the pandemic came, and it was overnight, as you all know, and we were just like, kind of blown away, didn't know what to do. We were in shock. And so within a week, we started talking to Anupama and said, let's get the best craftsmen to sit at home and do something. Also for people's sanity, We're going to pay them. Never mind that there were thousands of people starving outside our factory because there was no arrangement made for the poor. It was March. They don't have fridges. They couldn't go out and buy. They don't have ladders. I couldn't even know what those people went through before they even started walking home. So we started doing the painted pitchwai. We'd have Zoom calls. It's okay, let's this thing. And from that came our most successful couture collection, monochromatic pitchwais that we're doing. So this art fair show is about the embroidered wall. And now we're getting commissions left, right, and center. Embroidery is a great craft and skill of India. And great embroiderers. And I'm so proud of Maria Grazia for coming out here and saying, wow, this is the Chanakya school who's done this for me, and they did those whole Manu Parekh.
Continues to do that.
Yeah, and that's amazing because suddenly this, you don't know the artisan who's done it, but the craft, and we're doing it in India, is not invisible, and the whole world sees it, and the working conditions are amazing. And 2-3 months back, I drove 2 hours out of Cal. Bengal used to have the most squalid, working conditions. It's one of the reasons I moved to Delhi, because this is labor intensive. You've seen how our workers, we always let you walk around. And if you're going to make beautiful things, they must be made in decent surroundings. Clothes mustn't smell. A lot of things, and many, companies have wanted to do an expose on luxury in America because all the top designers' beading gets done in India, and it would be done in these slums. It's only now that, there are regulations. I don't know, most people follow them, but the Western companies are answerable, and, it's part of their whole thing.
Talking about your workplace, Tarun, I think, is one of the fewest, possibly the only designer who's okay with anybody walking in with an appointment and to his atelier and speaking to his people, his team. Every time I've been there, you have hordes of journalists, guests, other guests, who are just chatting up people, and I keep asking him, do you not worry? I mean, what's about, what's going to, the conversations that are happening or somebody poaching one of your people, and you have rightly said that, so what?
So what, exactly. I mean, what can I control?
Very
You can say
transparent.
everything. And frankly, I wake up to think about the next thing. That's what keeps me going.
Like an open kitchen.
Yeah, it's an open kitchen, there's no leftovers being thrown in. And the most interesting thing, I think, is that as we evolve, and we have people who've been there with us for a long time, they understand the DNA, so you have to supervise less. But there are techniques that are not easy to copy. Everyone thinks copying is easy. It's not an easy thing to do, especially the more complex, the construction, embroidery, and the techniques we evolved. And our techniques are different from Amit Agarwal or Gaurav Gupta, who I think does brilliant draping. I don't know how to do it, even though I love draping. That's his point of view, And therefore, he's developed the techniques to support that.
Okay, getting back to that 4 a.m. thing which you mentioned, So this is something that Rohit Chawla, the photographer, told me. This Kumbh campaign we mentioned back then, about 10 years ago. So they were busy, they were out taking photographs, so on and so forth, and then they go to bed, and then Rohit wakes up, and it's 4 a.m., and suddenly he sees Tarun on some chariot, and it was 4 a.m., they'd gone to bed at 2 a.m. So that is Tarun for you. Tell us a little more about that.
Well, I went to the Kumbh. I mean, if someone told me 15 years back, when we were still shedding off the last bits of thinking we are very important wogs, Western-oriented gentlemen, that I'd go to the Kumbh, I'd say, not over my dead body, But it was one of the best things, and it took away the pressure to go to the Burning Man, thank God, because it was wilder than anything I imagined. But it's because it's mostly the sadhus who come. I mean, of course, there are a lot of other people, and they drape themselves. And if you gave 10,000 people the same piece of fabric, and so they don't have money, so they're improvised in the most exquisite way. Some of the women had dreadlocks and gendas. I mean, it's wild, the Rudrakshas. I was there and I said, my God, if John Galliano put this on his ramp at his height of his time at Dior, it would have been sensational. And that's how he did it. So I went to and Rohit Chawla was meant to be following and saying, click this, click this, click this, because then you put up all these drapes and then you figure out how to do the structured version, right? So it was, I can't wait. Jan 15th, we're going, Mahakumbh. So it was spectacular. And I thought, just let's be not so conspicuous. So before leaving, I told the studio, send whatever saffron and yellow fabric up. So whoever's my cousin, I just wrapped everybody up. So we just blended in. They thought I was a Baba, And they put me on top of a chariot, fanning this old man who they said was 102. It was hysterical. And we rode through the Kumbh on this chariot because the Nag sadhus open it. They're completely mad. It's freezing. They're all naked. I mean, they're fully spliffed up, or don't ask me what. It's out of control. It was fantastic. I can't wait to go back. Maybe I'll get a whole new ideas. Because it's, the creativity out of the simplicity and out of whatever shreds and rags and chindis, but it is beautiful. It's like deconstructed draped fashion. It is their fashion. In fact, the night before I'd gone down, there was kind of akhada, and there was this Nag Sadhu who was the head of it, sitting naked, crossing with one hand chopped off. And someone told him, this was below Lakshmi Kutir, that there's a designer here. So he called me and he said, I need your help. They wear some kind of wire mukhat. He wanted me to decorate his mukhat. So babes, even if you're Nanga, there's fashion at the Kumbh, let me tell you.
Tarun's ready.
And I was being naughty, trying to trade it for a few drags of a few. I said, I've come here, got to try it.
Among other things. Having said that, when you look at that collection, which is so beautiful, right, where you've been inspired by these sadhus, do you think you can do something like that now, where there is so much of, there are allegations about appropriation, so many questions, you need to think 100 times before you do something. Like you mentioned before, there's a lot of social media surveillance. You can be called out at any time.
I don't have a problem. Firstly, I tell people it's none of their business. If I were to look at something and be inspired, I think everybody does that all the time, whether you're a writer, a painter, a cook, a businessman.
Yeah.
What's the appropriation? I'm not taking a sadhu and duplicating him you know. I love the whole vibe that they created, and we did them in jerseys and red and orange and pink.
Gorgeous.
It was ahead of its time, but I can assure you next year for the fall, there'll be a giant Kumbh too. And I think as a designer, as anything, as artists, the great ones, I mean, you think that Raza did probably like 1 million bindus, but we still loved them. That was his point of view, and he tweaked it and changed it and evolved it every time he did it. There was the pastel version, there was this version. Some of the most beautiful things I've seen of his are just that, even though I think, oh, why can't I just paint it? But you can't. So we'll do that, and I don't care. I think the social media wokeism is going too far, frankly. Way too far. Especially in a country as spirited and as free as we Indians have been.
And I like that you've always been outspoken. You've always not held back what you had to say, and that is something that a lot of us can learn from. Tarun.
Well, I'm glad, because I think if everyone's going to be PC, or what they think is PC, or trying to just curry favor, nothing's going to get ahead. You know, you just become this kind of mediocre sludge. I think that's also a problem. You know, I'd say, and this particular problem with magazines, who become so dependent on advertisers that they've lost the integrity of putting fashion out that they actually belong. You're meant to teach style. I remember someone phoned me, won't mention it, and said, oh my God, we put you on the cover of Vogue. I'm like, wow, on Giselle. So I get the magazine. She's in a Balmain jacket. She's in a G-string which was underneath a transparent chiffon, kaftan, and a jarao necklace. I mean, I want to mess with her. Like I said, I've never seen anything more hideous and inappropriate in my life. But that's what's happening, you know. This jeweler's paying you this, you put this, you put that. Pages and pages on Vuitton. And it's fine. It's not relevant to Indian women. They don't sell the clothes here. In Condé Nast abroad, if you don't have a stockist, you can't be carried in the magazine, because it's for the women of that country to buy things and be educated. What sense does this make? I mean, does it make any sense? And that's why they lose credibility. Because, I said, why do I need to buy this? I'll buy American Vogue if I want to see this. Why don't you take, and I loved at least the one good thing about the last editor, she put Fab India on the cover. It's relevant. Millions of women afford and can wear Fab India. Now it's a little jhalla palla. Teach them how to style it up, or whatever it is. Endless trying to be different. I saw another thing they'd taken. I was once learning diving in the Lakshadweep, and they were doing a shoot underwater. So with these saris of flores, they had waterproof makeup, and poor models had to go, obviously no oxygen tanks, and everybody else was underwater. It was beautiful. But to suddenly put bridal lehengas on a jet ski and whiz it around makes no sense. It looks retarded. And while fashion designers are often retarded and we think it's funny, but I think the average person doesn't get it. And it intimidates them, and they think fashion is just a fluffy, silly thing. And that's another thing we've dealt with, and it's okay.
No, seriously. I mean, look at all the many things that, people need to call out. One of them, of course, being the showstopper story at Fashion Weeks. And Tarun has not minced his words with that. The last time I remember at Couture Week, he didn't have a showstopper. He had his core design team come out, and they were his showstoppers. And I remember asking him then, and asking him, what is it, Tarun? Is it not wanting to spend that 50 lakh, which is what they...
No. The pressure.
Yeah.
As if because half the press don't know what they're writing about, so they need to think. And then within 30 seconds, they're interviewing the movie star, because they usually are movie stars, on her latest movie, her love life. Is she going to get married? It's nothing to do with the brand. So I don't see what the purpose is. And this couple asked for 90 lakhs, okay? That's ghast. I said, what? But because they endorse other clothing brands, they couldn't post it on their social media. I said, babes, just stay in Bombay. And the time before, 3 years back, I don't know if you were at the show that was at Bikaner House.
Yes.
So I took a toile is what you make, a pattern. Your first pattern is made in cheap fabric, right? It could be mostly calico, muslin. So we had this whole elaborate thing. So I said, get a toile. And we put on this model white, we wrapped her head up, you couldn't even see her face. And the show ended, and as everybody waited, we just had embroidered showstopper. And she walked through like some cowl, And people were, a lot of people thought it was hysterically funny. What I found the funniest was last year, 4 or 5 different designers who had showstoppers, and with all due respect, that's their business. But they were all in identical outfits from different designers who couldn't have seen what the other one was going to do, which basically meant some gravity-defying little boob tube, and a skirt that had a slit up to here. In fact, I tried to grab a pair of scissors and slit her skirt when I met her, so she wouldn't let me. Too well brought up here. At least you could say you're influenced by Fashion Week.
Yeah, rubbish. I'm doing my thing. So, talking about those showstoppers, I remember you mentioning something when, you talked about Raza just now and Bindu.
Yeah.
You had a comment about these showstoppers reminding you of Bindu from that film. What film was it? You said, my
Shankar
God.
Dada.
Yes.
That's what it looked like, yeah. Which is a very sizzling song when we were in school. She was funny.
Seriously. Now, getting back to something else that Tarun does, which is design and architecture, and several shows I've attended, he's always wrapped it around our monuments and our architecture. If you go to his atelier, you'll see that that's inspired by a mosque and tomb. So there's so much going on with architecture with Tarun. At his home, I think you have restored the ceiling of a Haveli.
That's where?
A ceiling of a Haveli.
Oh, yeah, the whole face, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot of that. And this intersection of art and design and fashion, we're seeing more now than ever before. But for you, Tarun, it's gone back right from the beginning, right? It started
Well, for
from the
me, it's
beginning.
natural. I mean, I actually did want to be an architect, but because I didn't take physics and chem, back then in India, you couldn't study architecture, even though it had no relevance. You're not needed to do it today. Maybe in India you are. So then I went to make my father happy to business school. I think I was the only person who graduated without knowing how to read a balance sheet. Came back, saw that awful episode with oilfield equipment. Anyway, finally we started Ensemble to promote. This is also interesting. When we started Ensemble, which is a big boutique now, it has multiple, 4 or 5 branches in Bombay to promote beautiful Indian design. Because at that time, we'd see a lot of amazing things abroad, and you couldn't get them in India. And, when we started with the idea, firstly, in here you all wear more saris, so it's very nice, there's a way to show a sari and you can just hold it on you. But Bombay was already wearing a lot of shalwar kameez and other things, and there were no nice stores besides, I think, Raviso. So women would rush in, there'd be exhibition come sale. They would rush in, stampede, and they'd try things over their shalwar kameez. Now, how are you supposed to know fit? It was like pandemonium. So we said, let's have a store where you can see things beautifully. Beautiful work has to be kept a certain way and looked at. And we were totally off the mark in the beginning, but we learned. And I'd say to people, I said 40 years after independence, it was 1987, we still want to offer our best produce to the white man, and we Indians will shop on fashion streets, which basically meant export rejects. That's how we all grew up, shopping. And of course, there was more of a sari market. And I said, if we want this country to progress, then you must show Indians the best. And I didn't know many things I know today. Why was the British here? Why? It's because our Indian taste for luxury and finesse and calm is unsurpassed, perhaps only by the French, at their peak. But here it goes across. I mean, even people, a rickshawala's wife will come out in a beautiful sari. Maybe it's polyester today, but the styling and the desire to look a certain way. And Indian styling is so amazing. The first Fashion Week, my quote was, which they were not happy about, I said some of the most exquisite women I've seen in India don't know what a designer is and don't need to. They wear handloom, kajal, fresh flowers. That's it, and they're amazing. Sadly, today, a lot of them are in the labor class because you don't see so much of that, the blonde ambition, this ambition. The women started wearing matching contact lenses to their frock. I mean, I thought it was so it is what it is, and I'm glad to say that now everybody who makes beautiful things in India wants to sell them in India. We've come full circle, and of course it's also helped by where the economy has gone and, what kinds of things people can afford and the exposure to beautifully made things abroad. Because, under socialism, standards do fall anywhere in the world. If you go to West Berlin and East Berlin with the wall, 30 years, there was a wall, this was the same people, but it was stark how different they even looked. Part of it was economic. The most important was closure of ideas and the ability to go out and do things. And so I think India's demonstrated to the world now We make so many amazing things, and there's such a great revival of textiles, Banaras, all the weaver centers, the clusters are flourishing. Young designers are working in them. Their children, because they are internet savvy, are exposed to new ideas. And that's just put everything into an incredible bloom.
And do you agree that, it doesn't pay to work in silos? Going back to the beginning for you with Rohit Khosla, why it's important to have mentors, why it's important to work as a community. Do you see a little more of that happening, or should it happen?
No, I think I always tell these young designers, learn, make your mistakes on somebody else's time, because if you're fledgling and you're starting out, you don't have that economic cash to burn. And it's also about honing your skill. And for most great designers, I mean, a different time from Chanel, the big story about she was living with Boy Capel, and she'd wear his sweaters and his tweed clothes. I mean, she was looked down. She was his mistress, which back then was a big problem. But when she started her own line, the knits, that's what differentiated her. She freed women from the corset. So desire is not some altu thing in the air. It must come out of need. It must fulfill a function. And I thought about the concept sari. Today people want to go out, they want to wear stilettos, they want to dance till 5 in the morning. Unless you live in a sari, you can't do it. Or I just met Dolly Jain, the draper at the airport. She charges 2 lakhs a night to go and pin people up. So I said, yeah, 75,000 for the sari and 2 lakhs to get draped. And she looked at me. She was invited to the Republic Day. So I sent Sunil Sethi a nasty message. I said, look, no weaver, no designer's been invited, but the bloody draper's been invited and flown there for the parade.
Can I tell you one thing? At that NMACC, the show they had these beautiful archival pieces where Dolly, I suppose it was her, had used safety pins on them, things like that, so that...
It's unheard of.
That worries you.
My museum show, they're going to come, they're going to look, everyone's... Anyway, the thing is, there's no value for people, because we are 1.4 billion people, and as little value for calm, because everyone thinks, sab kuch ho jayega, We haven't learned to treat these things as precious. Even in my own stores, I'm always shouting, look at the back room, look at the storeroom, why the jam, put them in plastic, just don't get it. And maybe if society is to evolve a little more, you have to be brought up in that environment. A Japanese will never treat it like that. When I went to the museum to look in their walls, oh my God, to open one coat was like a one. I said, listen, I'm going to go into coma of boredom. You can't open things at this space, Like 10 people with gloves, and the light had to be here, and beautiful old Indian things. But anyway, we'll get there.
Wait, having said that, your atelier is like a museum, and of course you're going to be at the Asian Civilizations Museum later this year, which is a first, this sort of thing for an Indian designer. So I think we clap here for Tarun.
Thank you.
And from what I gathered, every time we've spoken to you about this, the archiving that your team and you are involved in is at another level entirely.
We've only actually started just before or after the pandemic. The pandemic, I feel terribly guilty to say it, but for people, we weren't starving. I actually had a great time, because for the first time, I had no guilt not going to work. This driven by middle class guilt is an awful thing. You just stayed home because everybody was home, shops were there, everything was fine, But it made you think about things you need to do, because otherwise you're just going back to what you said earlier. The flip side is you're always on the treadmill, and you don't, I admire the Europeans. They will take August off, even though the shows are the first week of September. It's something we need to learn.
Having said that, you don't have the luxury of doing that, because you're also involved in marketing. You're also involved in so many other things, dealing with clients, which many of the international designers don't necessarily have to do.
Less and less, though, because we've got amazing teams. And we don't want to sit and listen to their fantasies and create them. We want to say, this is the couture collection you try. The young generation today, people in their 20s and on, can't imagine things the way we could. We went to tailors. We had a much simpler life, and we were taught, you watched your mothers doing this. Today, if you say this is pink, and I'm showing it to you a panel in orange, they can't visualize it. They bought ready-made, and we're living in an age of so much nonsensical information and sensory overload, which is what's creating the anxiety. There's a lot of problems that young people have. That's just it. So it's very difficult to switch off, and really, unless you're passionate about something, as many are, you go deep into that subject. But you just have it. So you have to systematize. You have to decide what works for you. I don't see most people most of the time. If they want to see me, they have to come to that factory. Because I'm not going to the city to do appointments. That's it. And most people are happy to see something that's there and tweak it with your stuff because at least they understand it. They know how much it weighs. I've seen brides walking onto stage crying because 4 people are helping them because they can't walk. The lehenga is 30 kilos. I mean, I'll tell you that one bride, her lehenga fell off on the stage. The zipper burst. Poor thing. I mean, it's traumatic. Now, design has to answer this and say, guys, don't be retarded. You can't wear something that's more than 4 or 5. You want to dance, you want to have this. Worst thing is to see someone go at 10 o'clock and change into a black dress and come down in flip-flops because they've got blisters from their stilettos. I won't mention which brand, but you know what I'm talking about. Why are you wearing it? I said, money is meant to free you. You're just bandhoed in this, trauma of what's everybody else doing, and the social media has only made it worse. And the makeup artist, I mean, it's a whole production. I only feel...
Say it, the whole, the stylist, makeup artist.
They're just, I had to shout at some makeup artists. I said, listen, I know they're paying you this one, that's your fee, but it doesn't mean you have to put equivalent amount of kilos. She's looking like a drag queen. Pink eyeliner, glitter. I said, men who want to dress like women in drag clubs do this. I mean, for heaven's sake, you can't do this to a 22-year-old girl. And those poor girls are sitting there, they don't know better. Now, at least, I think Bollywood styles itself much better. There was a time when we grew up where the actresses styled themselves, where they were true to who they were. So Meena Kumari, she even did her costumes for Pakiza. It's exquisite. But she wasn't trying to be anything she was not. Rekha's still gorgeous. Simi Mobile. Suddenly, then they went to this lull, with Sri Devi and stuff. And then finally, I think now it's coming full circle. But there's so much of an influence, I think it confuses people too.
Have that, the draping. Could you
Yeah,
play that,
sure.
please?
So this is just a little video of the direction I'm trying to take our Western separates and make them. So I'll talk to you.
Where is the draping video?
Yeah, so basically she's in a jewel t-shirt, it's a bodysuit. And I'm showing how it's combined. These are just the tuals, it's Kora Kapra, so there's no design or embellishment on them. So here she's in what we call, it's in a chanderi, a dhoti sari. So you just zip it up. She's got a little t-shirt. We put in one of our boleros on top. You can wear it that way. You can wear a plain ganji inside. You can wear a normal choli. Because we also have to think about as it gets cold in the north, what do women do? Because they're always struggling in winter. Then we put another jacket and you drape the pallu, which in this case has a little bit of net around, and you wear the thing like that. So it actually looks quite different. And then pull that off. I don't know what we do next. So this is what we call a structured drape. It's based on a dhoti and part nawar. It's got a slit. Now here she's put on a crinkle coat. I think they edited that too fast. But it's just something long that you could wear with it. And here we're just going to throw the pallu at the back, which sometimes is detachable. So you just put it on because it's not something. And she's wearing a much bigger organza thing that normally we can clinch with a little belt. So it looks, again, very different. Just showing you that on the same dhoti trouser, how versatile it can be. And then with that same bodysuit, she's just put on normal trousers, capris, and a bolero. And here we've taken a corset and we're tying it on because a lot of young women love these corsets to clinch them and give them shape. It's not uncomfortable. It's not boned all the way to the bust. And this actually, my sister's kid's nanny had tucked in her pleats to do the jharu, and I photographed her and we made the skirt. See, it comes from the simplest thing. That's why I'm going to the Kumbh. And you can, she's got the same bodysuit on. This is another gilet that has a little drape. So I don't want women to have drapers putting 30 pins into them. So we pre-drape it, and there it looks like you got a beautiful scarf around your neck. But you can wear that with jeans, you can wear that with anything. And that's where I think the next step of Indian fashion has to be, so that people can create their own individuality and dress in their own style. I don't know if you have anything else.
And it's not like you don't pay attention to embroideries, because that's amazing.
Don't pay attention to?
Embroideries.
No, of
Right,
course.
you do that as well.
Yeah, and they have to be wearable and light and fun. And here, we're just showing how with that same bodysuit, now we're draping a normal sari. So you wouldn't wear this skirt then, you might wear a petticoat. But how that's one thing can be used in multiple different ways. You can wear a lehenga with it. And so to me, that's exciting now, to create things that people can mix and match, and therefore you can use it multiple times, even if you're obsessed by always looking new on social media. I guarantee you that. So there you go. It's terrible. It's done in a rush.
Yeah, but
thanks
no,
to
that's
Rosella's
not-
pressure. I had like 20 minutes to do this.
Rubbish,
This
rubbish.
is thanks to her.
Okay, they don't know that you keep traveling constantly. Tarun will never tell you. 20 years ago, sorry, 20 years ago, some of us journalists had to be a part of a workshop in Delhi by the British Fashion Council, and we were all sent to different ateliers, studios to meet designers. Manish Arora was a big deal then, and the person who got Manish Arora said, "Oh my God, I got Tarun." And I remember you won't. And I visited his studio, and he had this big red embroidered shoe on his table, and he proceeded to tell me about his karigars, his passion, his work, not once mentioning the famous people he had outfitted. And I wrote my piece, and there was some sort of a contest where the best essay gets a pass to London Fashion Week.
Oh.
And thank you, Tarun, your candidness and everything else
got me
that,
I'm so glad to
got
hear
me
that.
pass. But what I'm here to say is that even today, if you speak to Tarun, he will never name drop. He won't tell you about the many, many people that, whom he outfits.
It's so boring, and I
I
don't
know,
define
I know,
myself
but
by
a lot of
it. I
others
don't
do
care
that.
past the point.
Do
I
that.
see the marketing value. My self-esteem is not coming because, you're wearing it. Don't wear it, don't wear
Perhaps
it.
it doesn't matter at all, because he's going to have dinner with Sting tonight.
Yeah.
You'll never hear it from him. Mick Jagger some time ago. And all of this, that's Tarun, and that's what we admire, I admire.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we're going to open it up for questions now. Oh my God, there's many hands. We have very little time.
Bring it on, come
Yes.
on.
So let's start with the lady there in the middle.
As an Indian, we became very westernized under British rule, and we perpetuated it even. I used to argue with my father about this all the time, because he was an admiral, and he'd ring me and say, "We're having another mess, but you can't wear a churidar kurta." And I'd say, he was remarried, "What's your wife wearing?" And obviously she's wearing a sari. And I said, "Well, I can come in a sari. I have plenty of saris at the studio." And he'd get really mad at me. And I said, "Can you stop this archaic thing? What's Chidambaram comes, we're going to pull off his lungi?" But anyway, they still have these rules, okay? If you go back in time and you look at imagery or Ravi Varma's paintings or the way Amachitra comics are illustrated, sculpture, there's very little difference in what men and women wore. They wore the choli, the men were topless, the dhotis, the draping. We come from a completely gender-fluid society. If you go to the Kumbh, there is no difference between the men. I mean, the men are a little wilder looking because they have beards and dreadlocks, but we've taken all these ideas from the West, and now that they're doing, we want to go back. Hey, I keep saying we always did this. When they talk about what do they call it? When you discover fresh food. I said, but we're all eating fresh food. It's cooked every day. We're not eating processed food out of packets. We're lucky in this country to be doing that. So there's a big, suddenly yoga is big, so everyone wants to do yoga there. Guys, get over it. Journey to India modern means I've been learning through my travels, which I would never have done if I stayed as a banker or whatever, about India and incorporating it back into my life. And so I think, yes, in this Western construct, all that sari drape, you want to wear it, you want to wear the dhoti, there's no difference,
Thank you for the dhoti pants, by the way. They are so versatile.
Thank you so much, sir, for this. Couple quick questions. One, like you said, is you're not necessarily looking at having a glam model, wearing your thing. It's more so. I want to know what is it that you think is your USP, according to you, not what others have to say, and what is your greatest creation until today? Like,
what is my?
Your biggest, like your chef d'oeuvre, what is it that you feel is something that you've really,
I think
your masterpiece?
the structured draping that we are doing more and more, and we work a lot on lightness. So our studio functions like the European ateliers, which is what when I went to study for that year, I saw that how they do. You make everything from a sketch and you make it in Kora Kapra. And then you fit it and you pin things. So can you walk? Can you sit? How are you going to get out of a car? Can you go to the toilet? I don't know how you go to the toilet in a 30 kilos lehenga unless you step out of it, like the Charles James clothes, right? Fashion has to be lived in. So I work more and more with that principle. You'll see the new lehengas and all, you come to Kuchovi. They're more or less weightless. And if you want to wear, I mean, a woman came once and she described this outfit. I said, you're describing Suneet Verma. I picked up the phone, called him, and said, could you give her an appointment? Don't come here. It's okay, you made a mistake. I'm sending you to him. I think the thing that I love to hear people say about the clothes, they say, we take out your clothes after 20 years. A, they're timeless, because I don't give a damn about the trends. Secondly, because they're fit specific. If your body doesn't change, you can use them. And because of the quality, they wear them and it feels new. Again, sustainability is a big deal today. But buying quality is what makes things sustainable. I have a Brunello Cucinelli sweater.
Always
I
said that
love
about
it.
them, yes.
And I make sure it's looked after, and I'll wear it till it shreds, and then I'll be heartbroken, you know. But then there'll be 6,000 pounds for a sweater. So all I'm saying is, buy less, buy this thing. It's designer's job to teach you that top can be worn with something, this, that, how to wear it, how to take India and make it modern. Those are plain draped things. They're so glamorous you could wear them anyway. Don't follow anyone's construct. See what works for you. Hi. If she was here, I would have draped on her. I didn't know she was here.
Do it. You said no time, it's fussy, messy, all of
I mean,
that.
I arrived 4 minutes before, but she's perfect. I've fit her many times
Yes.
in my so you look even better.
Next one.
Yeah, next one, yeah. I wasn't really interested. I was making my dad happy.
Thank God for that.
Yeah. I think that definitely going to a great school. You know, it's what you go to learn at university is not just in the classroom. So when I went to America, first I had to wash dishes. I was mortified because I had to, you know, start paying some of it. And my father said, just rubbish, you will do it. And when you saw how people treated the janitors or the staff, it made you understand that there's a place in the world where people are treated equally. I mean, they'll have access to different things, and I think that's a very important thing that functions in our studio, that the way people are treated. I think that, yes, I mean, in terms of concepts, in terms of learning marketing, how to process things in a rational way is something you learn at a business school. To some degree, but you know, your best experiences are in life. Chanel didn't go to business school. So of course it helps, but I wish I had done 4 years in design school, because then I would have cut a mean jacket. I can't do that now. I rely on other people. That's the trade-off.
Hi, sir. Lovely to meet you today.
Thank you.
So what is your opinion about design education in India? And if there is anything that you would like to add or change, what would you do?
Well, I think the principal design schools were NIFT, and the first NIFT that was set up got the teachers from FIT, which is the collaborating school. And some of those people in there taught me when I went for that year, and they were fantastic. If you're in an American school like FIT, the pattern maker from X company came and taught pattern making. The woman who taught me draping, which is the thing I love the most, was a top draper at 2 companies. My illustration teacher was an illustrator at Calvin Klein. So they were people who came from the industry who were the technicians for the subjects they taught. Of course, the Indian government, they threw them all out in 6 months, said, no, we'll do it. So they were hiring students to teach. You don't have the expertise. Now they've opened 14 NIFTs. I don't even understand where this faculty is coming from, because these are very technical things. And like being a surgeon, there's a precision. Our master Gs, some are very gifted, but they're not trained in this way. So I sent my master, but he was the one who spoke English because he was Sindhi, and I sent him to NIFT to train for 3 months. Unfortunately, what happens is the karigars here are not from this English-speaking class, and so they can't become professors. So they're excluded, and they've not studied. There's no course on embroidery. I think I've been screaming at them. I think now it's the greatest thing, one of the greatest things. There's very little on handloom. There's textile science, but that's for Western textiles. And yes, you obviously don't try and make a chiffon jacket. because this thing or whatever. But I think it would be really nice to have people come to teach, who'd say, work with that beautiful handloom and say, okay, this is the fusing you need to do. We had to learn everything by falling on our face. I also, when you get a little bigger, then I bring pattern makers from Italy or England, and they live there for a month and a half. But we need to fast forward that process. Construction should be a given, so that then you start to express your creativity. So I think it's great that so many people have access to it. There are a lot of other schools that have come up, but I think they're just money-making things. Because I've been to some of their student shows, and it can only be called mortifying. There's a lot of Western copying. Don't. Learn what you're going to work with and be the master of that.
Where what you talk about, the Western construct comes in.
Yeah.
Having said that, you've also been inspired by Vivienne Westwood.
Yeah, well, I had a muse called Minal Modi who wore a lot of Vivienne Westwood. And she would come in and she's the most stylish, exquisite woman. And she would try things. A lot of what we think about was she was a luxury wearer from the time she was a child. I mean, she grew up in a very wealthy, and her mother still at 90, one of the most elegant women. So you need people, you need to engage with technicians, but you need to engage with the wearer, the user. Otherwise, especially as a man, you're not wearing those clothes. Normally, women don't make ludicrously heavy clothes for women because they know as a woman, or they don't want things to poke. I mean, brides are bleeding because there's abdosis, it's crazy. People are taking injections because they can't carry the weight. Vitamin injections, fainting. Mad. Anyway, so a muse is a wonderful thing because she fashions. She had a huge influence. She worked with this thing. And it's in the book. She came to me and she said, I want to look like I'm wrapped in a turban. This was for Tanya Godrej's wedding. And my God, was she glamorous and beautiful. It's like a painting. I learned a lot from her.
You learned a lot from many of these people, and that's why I suppose someone like Isabella Blow called you the Indian Lagerfeld. You must be sick and tired of that, or are you?
No, I loved and admired Karl Lagerfeld. So that's very sweet of her. I loved it because he was nuts. He did Chanel, which is 11 collections. He did Chloe. He did Fendi. He made Fendi into this amazing brand that it is. He did his own line, KL. And he even made his cat into a superstar who started making 2 million euros. He's genius. Fantastic. There's no other word for him. And he worked mountains of books. He made all the sketches for the Chanel collection. You've got to do it because you're mad and driven. And it's because there's nothing else I'd rather do.
Rosella, I'm so sorry.
I think that's the last one. We're done. Thank you so much,
so
Tarun,
sorry,
for this
My pleasure.
time
Thank you.
we've had with you. And before you rush off somewhere else, I hope you enjoy some of our hospitality.
Oh, I will.
Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Tahliani, for being such an inspiration. And thank you, Rosella, for this conversation that was so engaging. We will now break for lunch, and we will see you all at 2:30 p.m. sharp for the post-lunch sessions at the Hindu Lit Fest. See you soon. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, yes.
Hindu's Literature Festival of 2024. With over a decade of producing this festival, we are delighted to bring again an edition that will be rich with stimulating ideas, conversations, and interactions. As always, we are encouraged by the response from the public which inspires us to create a program that is packed with thought-provoking and enjoyable content that appeals to a wide range of interests. This year, we offer a diversity of conversation and share the fund of knowledge and experience from the many brilliant minds who will speak at the festival.
Wonderful way of celebrating achievements in the world of literature.
Hearing other speakers talk, articulate, it excites the mind.
Premier literary event of the country is a defining feature of Chennai.
Cultural diversity of this event, this festival, the speakers, it's so exciting.
I'm extremely thrilled to be here.
What makes it very special is the quality of conversations that emerged from Lit for Life.
And I feel so grateful and privileged to be a part of this event and serve the people of Chennai.
The Chennai crowd that absolutely latched onto the subject.
I think Lit for Life is wonderful.
It's indeed a pleasure to be part of this vibrant, wonderful literary festival.
I find it's a very homely festival.
That's how language happens. I mean, it comes from the people.
உங்களால பூமியில ஒரு பெர்ஃபெக்ட் பிளாட் கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியலன்றனால தான் பூமிக்கு மிக அருகில் உள்ள மார்ஸ்ல உங்களுக்காக ஒரு பெர்ஃபெக்ட் பிளாட் கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்கோம்.
மார்ஸுக்கு ஏன் போகணும்? When we have G Square, நம்ம தமிழ்நாடு full G Square has the perfect plots in all locations, right inside the city. Prime locations, secured plot community, world-class amenities, perfect size and legal documentation.
But sir,
G Square, your plot, your home, your way.
world-class academic environment. A knowledge city that gives you a peek into your glorious future. Welcome to VIT.
VIT is a ever-evolving university. Started in the year 1984 as a small college at Vellore with 180 students. Now it has spread into 4 campuses: Vellore, Chennai, Amravati, Andhra Pradesh, and Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, with 87,000 students drawn from all the states and union territories of India and also from 61 countries of the world. We are embarking on 5th campus in Bangalore. We have strong international relationship. We have signed 450 MOUs with various universities of the world located in 78 countries. And our students have the option to go and study in any one of the partner universities one semester, which is called Semester Abroad Program. As per NIRF, VIT is ranked 8th under the university category in the country. In QS World Ranking by subject, VIT is ranked 240 in engineering and technology. 58 professors of VIT are among the 2% of the top scientists of the world. A study conducted by Stanford University, USA in 2022. As far as placement is concerned, it is common to all the campuses. Year after year, more than 900 companies come for campus interview, both national as well as international companies. And last year, 2 students were offered 1.02 crores per annum. I welcome students of the world to join VIT for world-class education and a secure future.
SSBN, dreaming big, molding minds, shaping lives. SSBN, looking up, growing strong, soaring high. Together we will stand. SSBN.
अगर किसी चीज को दिल से चाहो तो पूरी कायनात उसे तुमसे 10 मिनट में मिलाने की कोशिश में लग जाती है. Want now? Get now. Big basket now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Hindu Lit Fest 2024. The event, it wouldn't have been possible but for the support from our sponsors. The event is presented by G Square. Fantastic. And during festivals such as these, which are over a period of 2 or probably even 3 days, the other question that we usually ask is, what's after lunch? The good news is, we're still going to be discussing food, and there's more food. So that's exactly where we are, ladies and gentlemen, because we are talking about food, all right, but we are also going beyond the kitchen, because the chefs are forging a fresh culinary landscape. That is the subject that is going to be up for discussion over the course of the next 1 hour. And before anything else, let me first up invite Chef Manu Chandra on to the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. One of the leading culinary authorities and one of the most revered chefs in Bengaluru, from Cannes Film Festival to World Economic Forum's annual meeting in Davos. He's been there, done that. Lovely to have you with us, Chef Manu Chandra. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to Chef Sashi Chelaya, born in Singapore. Honestly, I don't think I need to read the bio in detail because they've seen you make wonders. You are indeed the master chef. Thank you so much, Chef Sashi Chelaya, for that. Chef Thomas Zakaria up next is an acclaimed chef with almost 15 years of professional cooking experience. Began his journey in grandmother's kitchen in Kerala. Yeah, you've got everything with you. There you go. Well done. Thank you so much. Lovely to have your presence felt. So, I'm just keeping it very, very short because the applause says it all. And therefore, it's my pleasure also to invite Shonali Muthalali, who's the associate editor with The Hindu and the editor of Metro Plus and Weekend Supplements. She writes on food and dining, covers a range of topics from restaurant reviews to culinary histories. Talk about finding your passion and talking about your passion. There you go. A session which will total about an hour. Shonali, you're free to make it 45 plus 15 or 50 plus 10, as you so desire. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming. This was, in a way, a dreaded post-lunch session, especially since I saw a lot of biryani on the menu. But I'm delighted to see it so packed. Though they've all been introduced, and clearly you all know who these chefs are, I'm going to quickly introduce them again. Shashi, Manu, and Thomas have defied conventional roles. They've aced running some of the country's most popular restaurants and have diversified imaginatively, creating new culinary spaces and products that really impact how we eat and how we think about food. We're going to be discussing how the role of a chef has really evolved over the years, especially post-pandemic, because diners, like all of you, are getting more adventurous, you expect more, the business is getting more and more competitive. And which means that the chefs have to really evolve and go beyond what used to be done and look beyond just being in the kitchen. If you watch MasterChef Australia, and it looks like a lot of you do, you all know Sashi. He's a Singapore-born, Adelaide-based police officer turned MasterChef contestant, turned chef, turned restaurateur, and he was a crowd favorite at MasterChef, which he won when it was season 10 in 2018. He launched a pop-up kitchen in Melbourne, then he moved to Adelaide. Well, he lives in Adelaide, but he started Gaja over there. He's got a book called The Kampong Boy, and you all must, I'm guessing most of you have gone to Pandan Club, where he's doing a very nice pop-up in Chennai. Manu Chandra is a chef, a restaurateur, and an entrepreneur, and if you've eaten out in Bangalore, you've probably eaten at one of his restaurants. He launched Olive, Toast and Tonic, Monkey Bar, Fatty Bao, just to name a few. And then he launched Single Thread Caterers, which has really redefined bespoke luxury catering in India, and we'll ask him to talk a little bit about that. He also opened Lupa, which is this sprawling, extravagant Italian restaurant right in the heart of Bangalore, set on MG Road. And I'm sure a lot of you here follow Chef Thomas on Instagram. Lots of Thomas fans in the house, I see. And he left the Bombay Canteen, which has been judged the best restaurant in India multiple times, to launch Locavore in 2022, uniting his passion for storytelling and local produce. He travels constantly. If you listen to his itinerary, you will be tired. And he's bringing together communities and documenting food traditions. We'll start with Sashi. Will you tell us, because he's been in the kitchen for 5 years now, 5-6 years?
Yeah, 5 years.
Will you tell us what got you first interested in food? And also a little bit about Master
Okay,
Chef.
food goes way back to my childhood, where mom used to cook, and I used to poke my nose around. And coming from a very traditional South Indian family, they will not allow the boys to come in that much. So I was most of the time chased away. So that made me got more interest in finding out what is the whole thing about cooking and why are they not allowing us to be in the kitchen. So that tingled my interest. And as soon as I start going to school, a way to get more friends, more girlfriends and all those stuff was through cooking. Barbecues and all that was a very interesting time to get. So that slowly developed my interest in cooking, but that did not become a profession, where I ended up doing another thing that interests me, which was fitness. So that became a profession into police. But it just brings me back after 20 odd years of law enforcement, back into food, and now I'm here.
And Manu, I love eating at your restaurants. You've launched some of the country's favorite restaurants. And then you just walked away from it all a little post-pandemic. What made you do that? And tell us a little bit more about Single Thread.
Oh, you started with the heaviest question. Huh? Well, yes. After working nearly 17 years and building a very large company, I walked away from all of it, practically overnight. Because the pandemic, I think, was a great leveler in my mind of many things. And the way we treat our people, especially through difficult times, was something that struck a chord with me. And I just didn't think that running businesses of a certain nature, if it's not for its people, is tenable long term. And that's not really the ecosystem that I wanted to be part of. And I decided to sort of give it all up and start afresh. And so I did. And Single Thread was one of the first things that started from that, because at that particular point of time, it was a low-hanging fruit, because I can't just leave everything and start a brick-and-mortar place again. It takes time to conceptualize and build. So catering was obviously something that one could sort of segue into quickly. And we did. We started 1 month, and 4 days later, we got a call saying, "Hey, you have a catering company. Can you come and cater at the Cannes Film Festival?" And I was like, "That's our first gig." And so it couldn't have been a bigger launch pad, and it was a very big one, because it was the 75th. It was the 75th film festival. It was 75. India was, of course, the country of honor that year. Deepika was on the panel, so everything was India, India, India. And there we show up doing modern Indian food in fun ways. Very challenging, but a lot of fun. And I think, zero spent on marketing. We didn't need to, because it kind of, everything happened by itself. And it's been great going. And I think it's, India, of course, has changed a lot in the last 10 years. What caterers used to be to what caterers are now are very, very different things. The type of experiences that the consumer is demanding at home, even if it's a sit-down dinner for 10, 15 people, in their homes is leagues ahead of what the functional catering used to be. So it requires professionals, thinking professionals, extremely good staff to pull stuff like that off. And I think that's really where Single Thread kind of steps in and provides solutions. And we travel across the country, across the world, doing great events. So good going on that front.
What's interesting is all three of them have had very different career paths. And Thomas, while he was still at Bombay Canteen, I think you started Chef on the Road. So Thomas would do a lot of traveling, and I think all of us got to travel vicariously with him because he did some very cool destinations. And then he started Locavore. Will you tell us about it?
Sure. But before I do, I have some gratitude to show for everybody on stage. When I moved back from New York in 2010, I spent about 6 months not being able to find a restaurant or a chef or a kitchen to, begin my career here. And finally, I ended up working with Chef Manu at Olive in Bangalore. And I think those initial years of guidance really helped me get to where I am today. So thank you. MasterChef Australia, I think single-handedly has played a very important role in the way chefs are perceived in India. And I don't think the work I am able to do in reaching audiences would have been possible if not for that. So thank you. And finally, I think Shonali and a lot of food writers, journalists, editors have done way more for promoting and bringing meaningful conversations around food to audiences than even chefs in India have. So thank you for constantly chasing the stories that need to be told.
Now I know why Zach is always so popular. It's a good start.
Chef on the Road started 10 years ago, so even before the Bombay Canteen happened. And I realized through my travels that I was meeting people at the source of the food. I was meeting with farmers, with indigenous communities, getting fed home food across the country. And I've now been to 25 states in the country just to explore food over the last 10 years. And I then would come back and be in this glamorous kitchen, winning awards and doing food that was so far removed from a lot of the issues and the struggles and the challenges I was seeing in grassroots level India. And that kind of dissonance kind of started playing on my head. And so I realized that as a chef, being in charge of a restaurant where I was there every day, there was only so much influence I could have in making any change happen. So that was kind of the trigger for me to take a step away. And I think the pandemic also got everyone to think about food and question their priorities around health and nutrition and sustainability and the environment a lot more. And so I think the timing just made sense, where as soon as I left, I remember that along the way I also came across lots of people and organizations in different parts of the country who are doing incredible work. And yet their stories don't reach enough audiences, or they don't know how to tell their stories effectively, or they don't know, they don't have access to the right markets. They may not, they might need support in some way, shape or form. But so I saw the parallels of all the issues, and I saw the solutions being done as well, but collectively there was very little happening. So that was the genesis of putting together the Locavore, where I wanted to build a collaborative platform that brought all these different pieces together so that synergies could be, harnessed through communities, through organizations. And that's the kind of journey I'm on. Our ethos is doing good through food. So we work at the intersection of food and impact in India. And that's a really broad scope. So we're a very young organization and just getting started. Thank you.
When I first started writing about restaurants, chefs were very anonymous. You would go into a restaurant, there'd be somebody in the kitchen, hopefully not spitting on your into your food. Hopefully that's just something people say and it doesn't actually happen. But now chefs are rock stars. And now it's a very public role. People know who the chef behind every restaurant is. Do you think that's making it more challenging to do your job?
I think it's making us strive greater heights. When people are exposed to a lot of things, their expectations and what is driving us to achieve a higher standard is crucial, and that make the chefs perform even better. We want to push our limits. We want our staff to do much better. So in that manner, being exposed to everyone is very important at this stage, and that's bringing the best out of most of us.
But are customers getting more annoying? Because I've been hearing that as well, especially post-pandemic, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've spent my entire career just being customer-facing in some way, so it's a fairly long time of being, well, subject to all kinds of tempers and, moods. Post-pandemic, I think it was actually contrary. What we saw this euphoric year and a half of people just going out because they hadn't been able to for so long. And also that, as they say, YOLO, right? You only live once sort of sentiment that now everybody just want to go to a restaurant and spend because they never knew when the next one's around the corner, and if it was, then you didn't know if you'd make it through or not. So I think that period was actually, I call it the little golden period post the pandemic where restaurants did phenomenally well.
And is it still like that? Because everyone I was speaking to at that point, and I came to Lupa also and you were telling me the same thing, that everybody wanted to go out, everybody wanted to spend money, everyone's like, I'm not going to do this holiday next month, I'm not going to do this fancy meal next month, I want to do everything right now.
I think that has changed. From my personal experience, that during the lockdown period, everyone was craving to go out. They want to get out of the house, they want to go to a restaurant, they want to dine in. But the moment all the doors opened, everybody started going out, now they're back to their normal self. The expectations has gone back to normal. The demand has, there's a lot of restaurants are opening up, at the same time closing down also. But customers who are coming through the doors now has gone back to their normal self now. That's, personally, I'm seeing that, and the demand is also there.
Sorry, just going back to that point of fame and, demand, etc. I think after being fairly, in the limelight, in front of people all the time, having a little bit of that, celebrity shelf culture propel it, I think for me now, personally, it's something that I want to kind of step back from. And always try to empower people who work with me or alongside to be able to, take that mantle. And a lot of them have obviously gone ahead and done really well for themselves. But more than that, I think increasingly a lot of customer is becoming more product-driven rather than person-driven. And this proliferation of, or this explosion of restaurants across the country, and there's too much, I think there's an oversupply, but that's a different, maybe a different question. But
what we're seeing in every city is a whole lot of restaurants opening. For us, every week we get news about a new restaurant opening, but as many closing down.
Not as many closing down.
Not as many?
Are you saying they are or they aren't?
I remember Riaz Amlani was telling me during the pandemic, he said it's going to be like a nuclear disaster where you'll see people closing down even for months, or for maybe a couple of years after that.
Yeah, so the statistic basically is that 30 to 35% shut down in the first year, which means they were just disastrous for whatever reason. And a total of 70% in the first 5 years. So there are people who are able to sort of drag it to 5 years, but today's, with the way the costs are structured these days, it takes at least 3 to 4, maybe 5 years to be able to recover the investment. So what have you done that 5 years work for? So it's pretty bleak that way.
It's a tough job. Remember that the next time you're arguing about service charge. I keep eavesdropping on conversations and I hear people saying, cut that 10% off.
It's an even tougher business. Yeah. But coming back to the visibility that you're talking about, I think it's a double-edged sword because when I got into cooking many years ago, I barely knew chefs existed. So I got into it because of the desire to, learn how to cook and feed people great food. today we're in a situation where, especially with so many awards and stars and all of that, that it's the glamour that draws youngsters in. And they don't realize, even though people know that it's hard work and you have to be in it for the long run, there's again, there's a difference between the expectations they come with and what they face. So I think that's what, and I'm sure the chefs would agree that you're seeing a lot of young students, graduates join and leave within a few years, or even lesser than that. Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Everybody I know from the restaurant business is constantly looking for staff. And I think anyone here who's from the F&B industry will agree that it's really tough. I know 3 of you have mentored a lot of people. So how do you keep people in the business?
I think the turnaround rate is very high in the industry. You have to constantly motivate your staff. At the same time, retaining them, even though you motivate, you train them, but retaining them is also very challenging because it's a competitive industry. Work-life balance is a very important thing for the current younger generation. If they don't get that, they started exploring other opportunities. And right after the pandemic, it's a big boom have happened in the industry, from cruise right down to overseas, even locally, multiple chain of restaurants. They are constantly looking for staff. And those people who have left have not returned to the industry. And we are, at this stage, we are training new staff. And if you don't retain them, they will be easily poached, and we have to do more training. And I'm sure everyone will agree here, training is money. It costs a lot to the industry, and for a restaurant to sustain from a business perspective, you have to reduce as much as possible in staff and costing and everything for us to sustain. And if you are spending a lot of money on your training to develop new talents and just giving it away to other industries, it's not viable for you to sustain in the industry. So keeping staff is important, training them is important, but losing them, you need to really be careful and minimize it as much as possible.
So I have this theory, the staff shortage crisis is happening all over the world for the F&B industry. And in India specifically, I think with this explosion of restaurants over the last 10, 15 years, the thing is, this is an industry and a line of work where you can't speed learning. You can't speed up learning. You have to do the time. The skills, the knowledge you acquire, a lot of it comes from repetition and from learning under great chefs. So what is happening is, as new restaurants open, they are forced to poach or hire from other restaurants, and when they do, they inevitably offer higher positions. And so you're seeing culinary talent rise through the ranks without the requisite experience coming in. I get people, strangers calling me almost every week. I had a call this morning from a gentleman who's opening a restaurant and asked me to suggest a chef. But I mean, there might be people who are at sous chef or head chef level positions, but they're not capable of, doing anything more than the bare minimum.
Yeah, what happened during the pandemic is I heard that a lot of executive chefs got axed. So suddenly at that point, anybody was looking for people. You had all these resumes of people from the top. And then now, of course, it's really, what's it like in Bangalore, Manu?
I think it's the same everywhere, and I think it's same global, and it's not only limited to our industry. I think this is just a phenomenon. So you speak to anybody from beyond the restaurant and hotel business, they'll tell you the same thing. Everyone has issues with manpower. Everyone has the same attrition issues, training issues, retention issues. So I don't think we're unique in that way. What makes us a little more unique is that I think the labor to pay parity is very skewed. It's ridiculously hard work. It's in a fairly dangerous environment, no matter how much it looks glossy on television. It's difficult, right? And what they end up getting paid for that is really, it's a pittance. And that's why a lot of the migration of the labor is from this industry to other industries. So the moment they get trained in the restaurant industry, service standards are up, etc., retail usually picks them up at far better rates. Institutions pick them, hospitals pick them up. So you'd be amazed at how many people who worked in the restaurant business have now gone on to work in other industries, or allied industries, so to speak, because the pay is much better. But going back to that whole, people entering the industry in the hope for becoming famous, that's a fact. I mean, it's like I have people who've like worked not even a year walk up to me and ask me like, how do I become a celebrity chef? And I'm like, honestly...
All you need is Instagram in one hand and your walk in the other.
I'll tell you this hilarious story. I had this Bollywood couple, extremely famous, asked me to come and do a very small housewarming for them. It was very, very private because these days you can sell the rights to a new house to some fancy magazine for millions of dollars. So they don't want any word to get out. So, and I've been doing events for these people for many years. So I was like, sure. So I had to fly to Bombay and I didn't have a team with me. So I engaged a local 5-star hotel and I said, can you provide me staff and we'll pay you whatever is required to go and do this party. It wasn't really a party. It was a big family lunch. And it was outside of Bombay. I won't say too much because I'll be giving away stuff then. But anyway, so 3 of these people are sort of earmarked. We've got our best people for you, chef, and they'll be there, and we get there. And I'm in the kitchen, and I'm prepping, I've got my apron on, and I've got this youngish sous chef standing there and slowly cutting an onion. I have a very colorful language, which I mean, of course, verbatim, I won't say anything over here, but I'm watching him. That wasn't the fascinating thing. The other 2 cooks who had come along to help had a camera each in their hand, and they were the cinematographers for the sous chef. And I turned around and I said, what the are you doing? We have a meal to cook for 25 people, and I'm the only one working. Oh, content. I was like, for cutting an onion, you don't need content for that. But that's it. And it was, well, it was about to turn into a crap show, which it didn't. So I had to, of course, use my floral language and fix things. But that's it. It's so much of that right now, and there's so much distraction. I'm actually fairly social media shy. I try not to be out there too much. I'm fairly private, and I'm told that it's detrimental. And I said, I don't think so. I mean, I have people, I have bums on seats, and that's really what matters at the end of the day. So don't tell me what's detrimental and what's not. Sure, it works at some level, but it's not the be-all and end-all. And I think as long as that is kind of set into this a very large new generation of people coming into the industry, it's going to be difficult to maneuver them out of that.
Actually, that's one of the things I wanted to ask all 3 of you about with social media, because all of you have got big followings on social media. Does it become added pressure in addition to the job that you're doing, or is it actually like for you, you get to actually reach a lot of people through it?
I've had a certain formula for social media where I've kept it mostly professional and work-oriented, so you'll see very little of my personal life in there. I haven't kept up with social media as much as I should have, with the latest trends and whatnot. I'm from the era when Instagram was just about pictures. But I still value the reach, and I think more than the visibility, the credibility that you can build if your social media is backed by something offline that is also of substance. So yeah, it's again like a double-edged sword.
Personally, for me, if you ask me 5 years ago, I did not even have a single social media account. Purely because of my previous job and all that, I was very secretive, nothing known to...
Could you also quickly tell us a little bit about your previous job? Because I think everyone here remembers you from MasterChef, but they don't know too much about your earlier life, which was very exciting.
Last 20 years, I was doing law enforcement before coming into the cooking industry. So started off as a riot police, went into special ops, so doing VVIP escorts right down to kidnap cases and everything. Then went to Australia, did case management with the prison system. So that was my lifestyle. So nothing is open to public. Whatever I've done is very secretive. So me coming into that space of social media and public, it was a very alien thing for me. I was never introduced to that. I was never had that courage to come on stage and talk to people like what I'm doing now. But that helped me, social media have helped me to gain that confidence at this stage, engaging with my followers. But 5 years ago, if you asked me about social media, I would have no clue. But now I'm here engaging with my audience is because of social media. Is giving us that ability to reach people and show or give our input or whatever we are trying to achieve here, accessibility for us to engage with them. So that's how I feel. I see that as a tool to engage with the audience.
You don't put pictures like feeling cute will delete in 5 minutes?
Nah. Oh. Mine is just purely what I need to tell people. If I'm doing a pop-up, I'll put a post.
That's what gets you the biggest follower.
Yeah, exactly.
You're all making the mistake of not doing it.
Nah, like some stuff you see on social media is so ridiculous about, like what you say, like cutting onion, contents around that, just
it's called
not relevant at all.
Cringe. Trying to keep up with Gen Z language.
But does it get difficult to keep up with all the trends? Because one of the things now with restaurants is people constantly want stories, they want freshness, they want pop-ups. There's a constant need for fresh content, not just for social media, but just for what you're doing. And I know three of you do keep changing up what you're doing constantly.
You have to be creative because if you only, okay, for example, if you go into any brand that develops, you're not looking at the product, you're looking at the image as a whole. So when we are creating a restaurant or a product, you cannot be just showing only the food. You need to create an image behind the brand where people always are able to associate. It can be sustainability, it can be a product driven, it can be anything, but it's a brand. It needs to be beyond food. When people think about Gajah, it always comes back to Sashi. If they think about Pandan, it comes back to Pranakan. So the food and the brand is totally two different aspects. So I will not put only food on my social media. There's a lot of other contents that is driven behind it, and we always try to inform our customers what we are trying to achieve in the brand.
Well, I can understand how a lot of restaurants or chefs or establishments may feel pressured for trying to, keep up with the Kardashians, so to speak, to be as relevant as whatever social media is throwing out at you these days, because that's really where it's driven from. It's not coming from elsewhere. It's coming from TikTok. It's coming from Instagram.
So you think it's more now than it was 10 years ago?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, sure, there was a little bit of trends all the time. I mean, that's what trends are, right? They keep changing, and some of them stay, and some of them don't. Most of them don't. But I do see this constant need from both the establishment and the consumer to have something that they've seen online to be part of every menu. And I think that creates a very large layer of ubiquity, which makes no sense. Then where's the novelty anymore? If everybody is doing exactly the same thing, then why in God's name would I want to go out to any other restaurant? I'll just go to one and I'll get everything, because it keeps changing. So it's certainly not either a feasible business model unless you feed off constant validation from people who are only into social media relevance. And I definitely think it doesn't create a USP for the restaurant. So I don't really subscribe to it. Now, I have a huge restaurant which is very beautiful. And that's a problem. The problem is, when we opened, I don't think half the crowd was coming in to dine. They were coming in because it was a tourist destination. And I walked out, and like I said, I have a very floral language. I step out and I see in the middle of a Saturday dinner service, it's busy. It's very busy. And I have extremely, extremely well-heeled, well-traveled diners sitting over there enjoying some fairly sophisticated food. And I see 5 women standing in the middle of the restaurant, and they're doing a coordinated dance while somebody else is recording it. And I'm like, what is going on? Apparently, they go to destinations and they record this one dance, and then they have to put it up on social media. So I had to throw 5 people out, Simon, in one
do they
shot.
also eat at your restaurant, or they just come to dance?
Who knows? Because I don't think it was about eating, it was about getting that piece of content, because this is this, famous new place by a well-known chef, whatever it was. It became a mela. And I had to put some very, very strict rules in place. I had to stop kids from coming in. So we don't allow kids into the restaurant in the evenings, because entire families would come in and do this. My job as an entrepreneur and a chef is to protect my business. I am not a public park, and I make that very clear, and I have no qualms in saying it. You need to create the sanctity and retain the sanctity of a space. You can't just throw it open to anyone's, iterations and interpretations, because then what am I worth if I just, don't curate something? And that's really what I do. That's what I've done all my career. So I think it is, it's a slippery slope. So you have to be careful on how much you want to subscribe to these trends and how much you don't. So I don't.
But I think, Zach, with you, a lot of what you do is storytelling that is going through Instagram. And I've seen you're able to reach a very young audience, a very vast audience. How are you using it? For you, Instagram is quite a useful tool.
Like I said, honestly, I don't feel like I have the engagement and the reach that I did earlier, but it's not something that's top of mind for me as much as it should be, because I believe in engaging with people and connecting with people on different levels. So a lot of it, what I do is actually meeting people in person, which we've forgotten how to do.
Could you tell us a little bit more about the community building? Because I know you did an event at the farm over here.
Yeah, so we've now, the Locavore in the last 18 months has done events in 8 different cities. We also have projects that we do, which has volunteers from all over the country. We take people on travel experiences where we take them to the source of the food. We have a very elaborate website where we do stories from different parts of the country as well. And then social media becomes one ancillary part of that. So I think the danger with whether it's chefs in restaurants or even people in food who've moved out, the danger of chasing these trends and these views is that's work in itself. You have to put in a lot of effort to do that.
It's hard work, I've realized.
And it's very often, inevitably, it takes away from the real, grassroots level work that you want to do, or the real work that you signed up to do. So it's almost one or the other. Something has to give. So my focus is more on the actual work that I get to do, and then whenever I have the energy and the bandwidth to tell that story in exciting ways through social media, I do that. But now I have a team that also does it for the Locavore. So yeah, I'm in a constant battle with social media. It's not something I give priority. Even when I, over the last 10 years of my following growing, it's not something I've actively pursued. It's not something I set out to do to say, okay, I'm going to create this hashtag called Chef on the Road and travel, and people will follow me. I just started to document my travels, and so that people around me could see what I was doing. Then I realized that people were paying attention, so it became a way to connect with audiences. But it's never been about growing and engaging and doing all of that.
So talking about trends, we're at a fairly interesting point where this is the beginning of the year. People are very aware thanks to social media, but they know what's happening all across the world. What do you, the three of you, think the trends we're going to see are with dining over the coming year?
It's a bit of a... It's evolving every other month. It's so difficult to put our finger into something. I think in the last couple of years, a lot of things happening around sustainability, buying from your local producers, reducing carbon footprint. So these are a lot of things that is happening around the culinary world. Farm to table was a big thing for a long time. End of the day, I think everybody is consciously trying to do something to reduce carbon footprint they are trying to reduce food wastage. That's a very big thing going around. I think not only from a restaurant perspective, even from a household perspective.
And there's a shocking amount of food wastage that happens in all our restaurants.
Like for me, sadly, I feel India, we have a lot of amazing produce, but when it comes to logistic and transportation and that kind of an infrastructure perspective, we are not there. Because of that, the food wastage is massive. For classic example, I was doing an event in Delhi in one of the major hotels. It was in summer. They are transporting fresh vegetables in a tin, like a, I don't know what truck is that called. It's a metal truck. By the time it comes to the hotel, whatever was on the top is all gone. They could not use anything. And I asked the chefs, they're saying, this is how they transport here. So, as much as we want to educate and do so much for food wastage, but when there's no infrastructure being developed by the organization, whoever is doing that delivery and all that, then what's the point here? When you are trying so much, you're putting so much of effort, you're educating so much your people to reduce food wastage when there's no infrastructures available. So that is something that I'm not very happy about it at the moment. But when in some other countries, yes, there is that infrastructure in place, so they are able to educate, they are able to reduce those food wastage, and they are able to implement that. Yeah, that is one thing that but it's a lot more things happening in the food scene at the moment, which, I don't know, it needs a lot of education need to be done. Food wastage is something that I personally feel that we really need to look into it.
Well, there's one very easy way of cutting that down, actually. And the carbon footprint in this country, by almost, in the food space, by at least 50%, is cut down the buffet menus and the shadi offerings. It's crazy. It's just wasted. The moment you do that, there will be a paradigm shift in the way people consume. And I mean, I can give you anecdotes up to wazoo for this, but I just did an event somewhere in the hills for not a very large group. But this constant, it wasn't the hosts who I would blame for this. I would blame the establishment for it, because they would just put together an offering that ran the length of this auditorium for 100 people. And I had a little counter that I was doing as part of a showcase. Literally all 100 came and ate at the counter and didn't even look at that food. There was something exciting, fresh, nice and hot in the cold weather that worked for them, and then they went to their rooms. All of that got thrown out. So this habit that we have for eating with our eyes, or constantly saying that we need to have an unlimited offering, that needs to die, because unless that does not happen, we will never be able to cut down on food wastage. And everything changes. Prices get more rationalized when stuff like this starts happening. So for me, at least, what I'm making an effort doing with a lot of our menus, with a lot of our banqueting and catering, is doing exciting small things that are just enough to feed everyone and keep them really happy, as opposed to these 17-page long menus. And I think the consumers are getting savvy. They're happier doing more interactive, smaller stalls, and I think that addresses the issue in a very large way.
Thomas, you really watch a lot of this, and you've been doing work towards sustainability. So what's your view on this?
So I think sustainability has been the it word now in India as well.
I think unfortunately what happens is you get a paper straw, and then everyone thinks they've done their job.
Yeah, but I think it's glad that we're finally talking about it, but for the large part, it's mostly lip service. Behind closed doors, I mean, we all know what happens in a lot of establishments, homes. I think we've, especially the middle class in India, has come to this point of entitlement where we feel that we need a certain degree of comfort and opulence, and we're not minimalistic anymore.
Conspicuous consumption.
Yeah. So I think I think there is a gradual, very slow movement towards more conscious choices and decisions and behavior, but inevitably, I think organizations and establishments will have to jump on the bandwagon sooner than consumers will, because at least for visibility, and it's going to become something that's important. So even with the Locavore, what we're doing is we are identifying farmers, food producers, FPOs that are working in rural parts of the country, working with farmers directly, and we try and tell their stories in a meaningful way, but not to say that no organization is 100% sustainable. And I think that's the problem with these concepts, where there's a lot of greenwashing and just using words like organic and natural, and the average consumer thinks that that's good and everything else is bad. But that's not the case. I mean, just because something is organic doesn't mean that they're paying their farmers fairly. Or, I mean, I think the biggest elephant in the room is the fact that if you go to a supermarket, if you look at the entire organic shelf, it's all wrapped in plastic. Nobody talks about that. So I think giving the consumers the right information is important, and we do that through building relationships with a lot of these producers from different parts of the country. And I see a lot of work happening behind the scenes. It's not translating to consumer behavior yet.
So we've got just a couple more minutes before we open up for questions. So I'm just going to end by saying all three of you have chosen very difficult roles. Both of you cook every day. You are constantly, talking about sustainability and community and things like that. What keeps you going?
I think the smile on my customer's face. I always find that if you give good food, that you create a big smile on someone's face, I think that's what I need. I'm not here for that. I don't even knew what was celebrity chef before I started this industry. For me, I want to give good food, put a smile on everyone's face. So that is what motivates me and drives me. Every time I see someone enjoying the food, an empty plate comes back to the kitchen, a big smile on their face, and they're walking out, talking about the food and saying, I had a great day in the restaurant. That's enough. That makes me do more things.
I have a much simpler answer. Loan repayments.
That's a good thing.
I thought there was more.
Even I was waiting for some words of wisdom. I was like, okay, this is the opening. He's going to say more now.
I think my travels have influenced me a lot. And at some point, I think I had a midlife existential choice that I made to actually want to push the needle somewhere, somehow, even in whatever small way I could. And as I conceptualized the idea for the Locavore, I realized, and I have a lot of conviction for the idea of bringing people and organizations together to work collectively to impact change. And so for me, what I'm trying to set out to do is not a 5-year or a 10-year vision. For me, I see it as a 50 or 100 vision, and it's way beyond me and way ahead of my lifetime. But I see the value in, because, I mean, there are people in organizations and consumers as well who care about these things, but we're all in our own bubbles and in our own silos. So there has to be some merit in bringing everyone together and building this together.
We're opening it for questions now. Do we have some mics? Yes, sir. One second. Can we just give it to...
Good evening. It's a nice, interesting talk. It's not a question. I'm in a position to, you don't take it as an advice, it's a request. You have changed from 4-letter word, both are 4-letter words. You have become French. Cook was a term, now it's a French term. My only request is, You are making very colorful, but make it healthy. Being in a medical profession for decades plus, 5 decades plus, you are making it very colorful. You are responsible for obesity. Obesity is a big curse now. Children are becoming obese. You are making it very colorful. Kindly take health into consideration. You said loan payment. I appreciate it. You are all kids. It's a good this one, but you are making medical profession rich by producing diseases.
I can't hear him.
Yeah, you are making colorful at the same time. There's a nexus, unwritten nexus between medical profession.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you. I think the crux of it is you're making people fat, right?
Yeah, make it healthy.
Sure.
Make it healthy. Be dear.
Look at Manu, everybody.
I eat my own food.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next question.
Hi.
Thank
You're doing an excellent job.
Thank you, sir.
Being a medical profession.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Hi. Hi. So this is an interesting session. I have one question. So as a person who's been interested in food for a while, I see there's a lot of homogeneity that is setting in as a result of franchisees and brands. So, and the crux of the local food is missing in the commercial space. So what do you think is the way forward for commercializing local and traditional food? Someone from Delhi comes to Chennai, wants to know what is the local street food, and I don't find anything other than a bao or a burger to feed them. So,
yeah, thank you. Got it. Thanks.
I think you're talking about homogeneity. It's happening in our homes as well. So I think it needs to change in our homes because we are largely eating in our own homes. What happens is inevitably that is the kind of food we're used to. I see people from all age groups here and people from an elder generation. And I've done this experiment in rooms where I've asked people to name vegetables they eat on a regular basis. And even at the Bombay canteen, when using local produce, I was able to highlight about 160 indigenous seasonal vegetables. But today, the average person is eating not more than a dozen. So I think, I mean, it's unfair to always put, in the case of the gentleman's statement as well, it's unfair to put that pressure on the restaurant because we work based on demand, right? So I think that shift needs to happen where the consumer takes some onus in terms of what is asked as well. The average vegetarian, the most popular vegetables that are consumed in restaurants, irrespective of what's on the menu, is potato, cauliflower or capsicum, and paneer. Paneer is a vegetable.
I never put paneer in my restaurant. That's one thing you will never get.
Yeah, because if you're eating vegetarian, you'll get paneer and you'll get potato.
Yeah, they have made that as a staple. But if you're like for me personally, I like to hero vegetables. If you're a vegetarian, like you should really try different types of vegetables. And there's a lot of no's to eggplants, okras. Why? I don't understand.
No, but I think there's one aspect of it which we forget sometimes. Yes, there is. It's called monoculture, right? Essentially. Now you're seeing the same thing everywhere. We're seeing it in the supermarket shelves, we're seeing it in restaurants, we're seeing in the offering that we see everywhere else. Dining out is aspirational. And as long as it will remain aspirational, we will always try to seek out something which is differentiated, be it a bao or a burger. And for a middle class as large as ours, who are essentially fueling this going out trend, this ubiquity will remain for a very long time before they overcome that mentality and saying that I will go out and eat exactly what I'm eating at home. And we're not there yet, right? I mean, I came to, I keep saying Madras, Chennai, I don't know which one to say. But I have a bit of a Tamilian side also from T Nagar. And I came for a function here a few years ago, and all the elders, and these elders are like, you guys get really old over here, huh? Like 90s and all. Oh, chefs here, chefs here. They all got hold of me, and they took me and like, we've got paneer and gobi Manchurian for you. And I'm like, oh dear Lord. I can't believe I came all the way to eat the same thing that I'd get in Bangalore. But that was the aspiration. Their menu had finally changed to that, and they embraced it. So it will take time. It is a long process. And as Thomas said, he's doing this for the long term. It's 50 years in the future. It's not going to happen next year.
To add to what he said about aspiration, the fact that at the Bombay canteen to promote local produce, I had to come up with a hashtag called Indian vegetables are sexy, says a lot. And I'll leave it at that.
Yes, sir.
Hi, ma'am. I've been attending this LitFest yesterday also, so I had to say excellent moderation by Sonali, ma'am. My question is that we are talking about this, good quality food, clean restaurants and everything. But then the majority of the population goes to a restaurant wherein I can have a meal at rupees 80 or max at 100 per head. Because I'm coming from a background, I just passed out of college last year, so I can only afford to, take my parents who are from Kerala, who come to Chennai, to dine at around 80 rupees per head or max 100. So my question here is, when we eat at restaurants like that, every month I can, I hear a news regarding someone dying, someone passing away due to the food safety issue relating to lots of restaurants. And do chefs like you, great chefs, do you have any role in the, food safety department side or representations in the food safety side? So what are your thinkings about that? So if we could have a safer,
yes, sir, thank you, thanks.
So that
they'll answer.
Okay. I think food safety is a very crucial thing. Anytime you open a restaurant or open any food establishment, you have to meet a minimum standard of food safety. And it's a conscious thing that the owners, to the chef, to everyone in the establishment need to uphold. So if they are not doing it consciously, it's not right, I would say. Personally, I'm very particular about that. So yeah, I take very serious measures when it comes to food safety. I don't compromise on that. So if anyone is compromising, they should not even be in the industry. That is my perspective. Food safety is a priority.
Actually, a lot of what has been said today already is going to point to that. Is that if you want to eat a meal in 80 rupees, that is a calculated risk. Because net, you are trying to go into an establishment which has variety also, which is affordable also, which is going to be able to package and deliver to you at that price benchmark. Whether they're doing well or not is not the question, whether they have trained staff, because that costs money. It's very difficult. So trying to impose food safety when the public at large does not want to pay for quality is very, very difficult. And sure, it's very important. I run a 5-star level restaurant. I have, you can eat off the floors. It's so clean. But that's not going to be the norm till the larger public is willing to pay a little bit extra for quality. How many of you sitting over here have smartphones? Can you give raise your hands, please? Yeah, it's practically everybody, right? You're willing to pay $1.5 lakh for a fancy phone, but you go to a restaurant and it's 5 rupees more. Oh my God, my life has come to an end, 5 rupees more. That's hypocrisy. Invest in, into what you're putting into your system rather than what you're carrying in your pocket.
I think, yeah, and I think the bottom line is we don't pay for the real cost of food, whether it's in our markets or in our restaurants. And that the system is broken to start with, but even as consumers, if you're a little more aware and if you're willing to invest in making yourself aware, but also changing your priorities about what is more relevant and important to you. If it's health, then you think a little more deeply and act more judiciously in what you're putting into your body.
So we're out of time. Thank you so much, all three of you. And thank you. You all have been a fantastic audience.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lovely. Enjoyed the session. Appreciate that. Beautiful, lovely audience as well. Looking as fit as ever. Just saw that. Looking as fit as ever. Well done on that. Right, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, I know a few of you intend to step out. Just a quick request to those who are intending to step out, maybe if you can carry your bags alongside you or with you, so that people who are waiting could be seated as well. Just a kind request. Right, ladies and gentlemen, in more ways than one, this particular session has served as a good appetizer. Because if we were talking food over the course of the last 1 hour, we are shifting focus and we are in fact going to provide some food for thought. Over the next 1 hour, the subject of discussion, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a viral world countering fake news. A viral world countering fake news. Wonderful set of panelists. May I first up invite Mr. Srinivasan Jain to please come forward. A big round of applause to the award-winning broadcaster and journalist. Began his career in 1995 as a reporter at NDTV, a 24 hours news and current affair broadcaster. His notable broadcast work, of course, includes the weekly investigative show Truth vs. Hype and Reality Check, a daily show debunking official myths and government propaganda, wherever. And of course, he's the co-author of Love Jihad and Other Fictions, Simple Facts to Counter Viral Falsehoods, which interrogates Hindutva conspiracy theories. That's Mr. Srinivasan Jain for you. May I kindly request the audience to settle down as quickly as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can request you to settle down. Thank you. Thank you. May I now invite Mr. N. Ram, who's the former editor-in-chief of The Hindu, and other group publication. He's a political journalist with literary interests, a former chairman and a former publisher of the Hindu Publishing Group. He's currently a director in the group. Ram has written on a wide range of socio-political subjects, including media freedom and responsibility, and specialized in investigative journalism. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. N. Ram. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Prateek Sinha, who is the co-founder of Alt News, an information verification and media watchdog website from India. He worked as a software engineer for 14 years before founding Alt News, combines various disciplines such as journalism, engineering, and activism to design and execute solutions to alleviate the corruption of information ecosystem in India. Yeah, just making it comfortable for Mr. Ziaul Salam, who's a veteran journalist and widely published author. His latest book, Being Muslim in Hindu India, is a bestseller. His upcoming book is The Lion of Naushera. Based in New Delhi, he works with The Hindu as an associate editor. Mr. Ziaul Salam, the total of 1 hour, sir, 45 plus 15 if you so desire for Q&A. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Your presence here fills me with a lot of hope, and I'm so glad you have chosen to attend this session on countering fake news. Why I'm happy to see all of you in this packed auditorium is because it tells me that within all of us, there is that innate desire to know the truth. No matter how many WhatsApp teachers we get in our phone, we want to get to the crux of the whole affair, and we are not likely to succumb to this sustained misinformation, rather disinformation campaign going on through fake news. We are fortunate here today to have 3 panelists whose words, written or spoken, have made a dent in busting the myth of fake news. To my left, as all of you would recognize, is Mr. N. Ram, former editor-in-chief of The Hindu, and one of the strongest voices for justice and truth in our generation. Thank you, Mr. Ram. To his left is Mr. Prateek Sinha, the founder of Alt News, but he is also the gentleman who is responsible for making truth accessible to us all. I owe a personal note of gratitude to Prateek. Back during the time of COVID, when everything was closed, and our electronic media, with due apologies to Vasu over here, most of the channels were going to town about Tablighi Jamaat and how Tablighi Jamaat volunteers were spreading COVID. At that time, Prateek's Alt News held out like a beacon, telling the truth to whosoever would want to know the truth. Today, we would like to know more about the truth from Prateek. And he has come to us at just the right time. Just a few hours after his organization had got the Communal Harmony Award last evening from the Chief Minister here. The award to Alt News yesterday in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai, sends a very strong message on the Republic Day of India. I invite all of you to go back a little bit in time and remember what happened on the Independence Day last year, when people responsible for the gang rape of Bilqis in Gujarat and murder of her family members were released. That was one way of sending a message to the society. And yesterday on the Republic Day, we had a far more positive message to the society, courtesy Prateek's. And then obviously we have Srinivasan Jain. His face is familiar, his voice is familiar, his works are familiar. What is important is he has just come up with a lovely, lively book, well researched and written in a very simple manner. It is called Love, Jihad and Other Fictions. Now, as a student of contemporary India and history, I know what is love jihad, but it's better that we start with Vasu explaining what are the other fictional tales he has been able to put together in this book brought out by Aleph. Over to you, Vasu.
Thank you so much, Zia, for that very generous introduction. I'm grateful to be here. Thank you, Hindu Lit Fest, for inviting me and all of us and giving space to a subject like this. I'm also somewhat embarrassed to be here as a representative of my two other fine co-authors, Supriya Sharma and Mariam Alvi, both fine journalists, both fine women journalists, in fact, whose presence would have both enriched this conversation and also brought a little more gender diversity to this panel. I mean, it's not as if we aren't diverse, we have different first names, but I think they would have definitely had quite a lot to contribute as well. You know, it's sort of interesting that at this stage of my career, in my so-called golden years, I find myself, along with these co-authors, going down the rabbit hole of WhatsApp forwards and social media posts. But the reason for doing that is in a way fairly obvious. What has happened is that these theories of the kind that we have focused on, which are essentially theories, minority theories, Islamophobic theories mainly, used to largely lurk in the corners of the internet or in the fringes of what could be called the Hindutva ecosystem. If, for example, 10 years ago, I was to author a book on love jihad or some of these other theories like population jihad, which makes the claim that Muslims have a conspiracy to overbreed and overtake Hindus, people may either have laughed at us or have been indifferent, saying, we don't necessarily need to read a book to understand that these things are bogus. But today, they are being platformed at the highest level by elected representatives, by chief ministers, by MPs, by MLAs, by cabinet ministers. Take, for example, something that we've tackled, in our introduction of the book, where there's a WhatsApp forward that claims that in the movie Sholay, there is electricity that is supplied in the fictional village of Ramgarh. There is electricity that is supplied to the Muslim area for namaz, while in the Hindu area, poor Thakur has to wander around with a laltain, a lantern, because there's no electricity. Now, you would ordinarily dismiss this as farcical. Cut to 2019, Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, is actually making this statement from an election platform, where he says that more electricity was supplied under the previous Samajwadi Party government to the Muslims on Eid compared to Diwali. So we've actually had to respond to it, and we've had to fact check it, and we've crunched a decade of electricity data in the book to come up with a very fascinating response to that, for which, you can buy the book to know what we found. But I think that's been the dramatic shift that we are witnessing, where today's WhatsApp forward is tomorrow's law. There are actual laws that have been passed, so-called love jihad laws, by a number of state governments, which essentially seek to criminalize interfaith relations on the bogus premise that there's a Muslim conspiracy to seduce and convert Hindu women with a view to altering India's demographic status. There are a number of laws that have been passed to essentially criminalize all conversions on the premise that there is a Christian conspiracy, a similar conspiracy by Christians who constitute barely 2% of the population, to overwhelm over 1 billion Hindus. Many of these laws go back to decades, but the laws have been further strengthened by state governments, especially in the past decade, and their reach continues to expand. There are also laws, as we know, that are being passed or are being mulled to place restrictions on population, again on the basis of this idea that there's some kind of population jihad which is afoot. The net result of this kind of high-level platforming is that these toxic falsehoods have flooded our personal ecosystem. We are now not just battling this as journalists, but in WhatsApp groups, in social media posts and so on, we find ourselves battling our friends, our family, our relatives. This is poisoning the common well. It's also having real-world consequences, especially for India's minorities, which I won't bother to list here, but it's worth recalling, because this is something we tend to forget, that one of the most consequential riots of the past decade, the Muzaffarnagar riots in 2013, where over 60 people were killed, actually originated with the germ of the bogus claim that there was a love jihad incident, that there was a clash between Muslims and Hindus in which 2 Hindu men killed a Muslim boy, and the Muslim retaliated and killed the 2 Hindu boys. And the allegation was that there was chhed-chhad. The Muslim boy had sort of harassed a Hindu girl, and these boys had gone to avenge her honor. The reality was quite different, but it was fanned and exaggerated, including by the BJP and by the Sangh Parivar, into a full-fledged riot. So that, in a way, was the beginning of the mainstreaming of these theories. And so our idea was because we were dealing with this as journalists all the time. On my shows I would do on NDTV, Supriya and her journalism, and so on. So our idea was that let's try to put these together in a book form so that you have a kind of handy guide that tomorrow, if you're in a fierce WhatsApp fight with, let's say, an angry uncle somewhere who's saying, but Manmohan Singh promised all the resources of this country to Muslims. Or what about Aftab Shraddha? Isn't that an example of love jihad? Then, you'll have something which you can to counter or to share with them. The other, and this is my last point before I end, the other kind of motivating factor, Zafar, and you would appreciate this as a journalist, is that there is a great deal of frustration we all felt with how the media would approach this. I mean, the media, quite apart from amplifying these theories, continues to treat them in a kind of he said, she said way. This is the great curse of our time, the debate culture. Is it love jihad or is it not? Is there a Christian conspiracy? These are all easily verifiable, well, not that easily, but some of them are verifiable facts that you can establish through the hard tools of reportage and evidence gathering are certifiably false or are exaggerated. So just to finish, so the idea was that we snap out of this notion that everything is sort of up for debate and everything is kind of amorphous, and to say quite clinchingly that at least these theories are, and when I say false, there's a spectrum. Something like Muslim appeasement has a kernel of truth sometimes. There are, for example, governments that have passed schemes that are beneficial to Muslims. But to claim from that that all resources are being diverted is simply not true. So the idea was also to intervene in the media conversation to say, for heaven's sake, stop trying to create, gray areas when actually you can clinchingly come out and label some of these as fictions.
Thanks a lot, Vasu. We can debate about Muslim appeasement and love jihad, but what is the reality of our times is we are living in an era of sustained willful disinformation. A little bit before you, a few years before you, Pratik had done the book on the same lines, except that he didn't call it disinformed, he called it misinformed India. Could you throw a light how it came about and how different is it from what we are seeing today?
So that book was actually almost 5 years ago, so a lot has changed since then. Lot has changed in also the way information is being put out as to how every pillar of the information landscape has now been captured. That was not so 5 years ago. Right now, if you look at whether it is OTT, whether it is media, whether it is social media and what is happening on social media, whether it is newspapers, so any form of information which contributes to the information landscape is either captured or controlled. Even something like WhatsApp, which does not have an algorithm, it is captured purely by money muscle, that you put so many people there that you then control what is going on WhatsApp. So I think since this book came out just before 2019 election, if I'm not wrong, and since then there has been, back then at least there was some amount of criticality in the information ecosystem. Right now there is a complete attempt to just weed out all criticality in the information ecosystem. So that is definitely one big change. But along with that, I think we have, many of us have also understood what is causing this issue. Why is that, if I don't think there will be one person in this room who hasn't fallen for disinformation, misinformation.
Yeah. People are very willing and gullible consumers of disinformation.
We don't know willing or not, right? We don't know willing or not. When something comes on our WhatsApp forward, how do we define what is willing and what is not? So, and that is the question that, why is that the act of falling for disinformation is universal? It is not just something which is limited to India. It is not something which is limited to the developing world. We saw what happened in the US after the election. So the act of an individual falling for disinformation is universal. And I think there's a little more thought that has to be put into that I think this realization has actually come after doing 7 years of alt news, that actually what we have been attempting to do is appeal to the cognitive side of the brain. That is, look, this is something that is happening and this is logic and you should believe me. But I think that is where, I'm not saying that is not important. It is very important, but that is only a very, very small part of the puzzle.
See, what you are essentially saying is every one of us should act like a responsible journalist. Whatever information we get, we try to cross-check it before sending the WhatsApp message or anything forward.
what I'm attempting to say is that why is that we are in this place? I just want to sort of, what I have understood over the past 7 years as to why all of us are falling for this information. And I think what we are experiencing is someone doing a play on our emotions, which is happening every single day. Let's say the emotion that is fear, okay? You mentioned the Tablighi Jamaat thing. At that point of time, one particular media channel, they put the figures of how many people had COVID, and the representative image was a man with a skull cap.
With a skull cap.
Right? So now, what does that do? That creates fear in the society. Now, originally, fear as an emotion, let's say if we were staying in a forest, then we want to be fearful because if there's a carnivorous animal, then that emotion, fear was very important. From evolution point of view, that emotion, fear was very important. But now we are using that same emotion and we are sort of weaponizing that emotion so that we're not now fearful of a carnivorous animal, but we are fearful of a fellow human.
Yeah.
And so your question as to do all of us have to be journalists? I think what that entails is, what it entails is that this base emotion that is fear, if people in politics, or even people who are doing email scams, there are so many elderly people who are falling for sort of this, they're losing money every single day because someone's calling them and telling them that, something has happened, your electricity is going to be cut off, you pay right now, you give OTP, and you give the OTP, and then suddenly there's 60,000 rupees which have gone from your bank account. So someone's playing on your emotion.
On your emotions, all that.
And unless we create a shield for ourselves, which is...
And I guess for that shield, you have the alt news?
Pardon?
For that shield, you have the alt news.
No, I don't think that is what I'm saying, that the realization after 7 years is that alt news is not a shield. Because there we are only talking about cognition, that look, this is reason. And I don't think reason works when it comes to something you're fearful of. Imagine anything that you're fearful of. And even if you're given reason, I don't think you stop being fearful of that. So I think there's something else that needs to be done, which is a shield for, we are all emotional beings, that is not going to cease. But there has to be an educational, at least I think I have more hope in education, where there has to be something that creates a shield where whatever we are at the core, that is emotional beings, and that which is being abused, we have a shield to protect ourselves from that.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Mr. Ram, how do you think, as the editor-in-chief in the past, and as one of the senior most journalists, how do you think, as the editor-in-chief of The Hindu in the past, and one of the most respected senior journalists in the country, a print media journalist can play his role in countering this avalanche of fake news?
Yeah, there are two aspects to the challenge. One is to safeguard your own media organization, your journalism from the invasion of disinformation and misinformation. That's relatively easy compared with the other aspect of the other challenge, because you can set standards. For example, photographs. You must know the source, either your photographers or photographs that are verified by your photographers, vouched for by your photographers, for example, or videos for that matter. Don't take it from Twitter. So these are standards, and we've had it in the Hindu for several years. Similarly, we compared notes with the Financial Times. They have similar standards, and so you don't easily get stung. You can't claim we've never been stung, but it's not easy. Compared with those who just take any image or any information and so on. That's one. But what do you do about the disinformation out there? You are a small player compared with the Meta or Google or even Twitter, because the scale is entirely different. So is it your task to go out there and combat heroically all the disinformation, or at least the most harmful kinds of disinformation out there? And that's a huge challenge. And in that respect, Alt News, its main founder, Prateek Sinha, and also Mohammed Zubair, you referred to the very fitting award that he's got from the Tamil Nadu government. I compliment the recipient as well as those who gave this award for communal harmony, specifically, as the Hindu reports today.
Could you say something about that particular video which Alt News had aired at that time about migrant laborers?
Yes, that's in the report today, and you can get more details from Alt News. But this so-called video of a so-called purported attack on migrants in Tamil Nadu was weaponized, or sought to be weaponized, and Alt News, which is a relatively small player with a very modest number of workers, did a magnificent job in putting it out. And then you can scale it up there. And I think it is for that, for averting further harm from a very potentially volatile situation, that this award has been given. It couldn't have been given to anyone more fitting than Mohammed Zubair, who comes from Tamil Nadu. Perhaps it could have been shared by the two, but then it's an award for somebody here. And we are proud of that. So Prateek and Zubair are heroes of mine, I could say. And I've said it before, they are world-class. Alt News is one of the world's most valuable. It's more than a fact-check website, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
They do investigative work. He has, technically they are very good. There are engineering solutions that they have worked on. I can talk about it later if there's time. But also I want to say, I'm not just handing over compliments, but I think in this connection, excellent book. This excellent investigative journalism by Srinivasan Jain, Mariam Alavi, and Supriya Sharma joined forces with them. And in fact, there are two women against one in this, so you can be proud of that. It's, they've looked at, I've read the book closely, they've looked at love jihad, population jihad, forced conversions, Muslim appeasement, and I think they've done a very careful bit of investigative work. This is field reporting as well as analysis of data journalism. And really, this is the way to go. So you can join forces with Prateek's Alt News. There are one or two other websites, but nothing as good as Alt News, in my opinion. They are also involved in West Bengal in media education, or what's called media literacy, that you go to schools and they're doing a pilot, going to schools and develop a curriculum. This is part of an international project, the Trusted News Initiative that I'm involved with, sponsored by the BBC, been going on for several years. So I think that's the other part of it. So, but if you give me one more minute, I just want to make it clear that as media practitioners, or as people who work with tech, because we have to get together on that, we must make a clear and actionable distinction between disinformation and misinformation. That was your first question to Prateek. He said that was 5 years ago. But today, you have to make that distinction because disinformation is deliberate, it's motivated, and it's scaled up and weaponized on the social media platforms, the search platforms, the messaging platforms like WhatsApp, and the social networking platforms. India is one of the countries most affected by toxic disinformation.
Yeah, we are number one in the world in fake news.
Yes, and misinformation, which we all do, or are all being victims of, because given the deadlines and the kind of things that come at you, you make mistakes. Misinformation can also be harmful, but it is not intentional, it is not deliberate, and is typically a result of reporting or editing failure, so far as the media are concerned, and this can be easily corrected. There are various mechanisms to do it. A news ombudsman, having codes of practice and so on, that's relatively easy to tackle. It's not the hard problem that disinformation is. And on the scale, Facebook, they don't put out authoritative data all the time. There are other sites, and India has at least 315 million Facebook users.
Yeah.
The number one in the world. WhatsApp, by far the number one in the world, 487 million. These figures have to be verified because they're found on the internet. Sometimes Facebook puts them up, but they don't own this data. And of course, Instagram, again, India tops the list. So far as Twitter is concerned, it's more limited. India is not the largest user in the world. The United States is, followed by Japan. And there are some problems with the numbers which Pratik and others can sort out, because I have the figure of less than about 28 million.
Okay.
But if you look at what Forbes India has put out on the top 10 in the world, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi has something like 95 million.
Yes, yes.
So you got to reconcile.
But how many of them are genuine?
Because we know that there are bots and huge inflation on these platforms, so we need not exaggerate them.
Yeah.
But
what is important is with such great number of users in India of social media, various tools, whether it is Facebook or Insta or Twitter, the damage is also as grave as profound. And that is why it is important, rather critical, to counter that. But Vasu probably would like to say something in that.
No, so I think, it's something that I think we should keep in mind, that when we talk about countering it and what sort of role we can play, because most of us here are, in a sense, practitioners of journalism in some form or the other. Fact-checking of the kind which Pratik and others do is now become a legitimate form of journalism, and he's been deservedly praised by everyone on this panel for him and other fact-checkers who have brought in a new grammar into newsrooms. But the thing to remember is that when we talk about these falsehoods and we talk about India becoming a Vishwaguru in fake news, this is not happening by accident.
Yeah.
This is happening by design. And as I said at the outset, it is largely because this is politically driven falsehoods. This is being done with a clear agenda to divide society and for political gain, largely by the current ruling establishment. So let's just address that fair and square and not sort of try to couch it in a generic sense, because then you'll never be able to solve the problem until you first identify the problem. Now, if this is a political problem, the solution has to be political. As journalists, we can't fight a political party, you can't fight a government, you can't fight the huge bot armies they can command. What we can do is to try and respond using the tools of journalism in a way that people feel we're not coming with agendas. And that's
like what you have done in your book.
And that's something we were very conscious of, that we didn't want to, because it's immediately evident when you write a book like this, it's like, oh, it's Srinivasan Jain, it's Love Jihad, but if you read it, it's quite easy to take a condescending view of some of these theories and say this is total.
Vasu, one does book as a matter of countering that propaganda.
Yes.
But the thing is, by the time any book comes, not just yours or Pratik's,
yes,
any book comes, the damage is done in the society. The common man would have consumed all the WhatsApp messages, videos, and taken them to be the truth.
So the thing is that, of course, the damage is done. But that doesn't mean that we don't have a role to try to push back, right?
Yeah.
So if there are 1,000 lies being told, we can at least tell 10 truths. We can't, frankly, professionally, we don't have a choice because that's our job. But what I was trying to say is that it's important that when we frame the argument, we do it in a manner which appears to readers to convince them that this is being done purely on facts, which is why we approached all the conventional methods of journalism. When we tackled these theories, we filed RTIs, we did good old-fashioned shoe leather reporting, we looked at government records, we went through parliamentary answers, and so hopefully when people read it, and this is also true of the approach that, for example, Alt News and other fact-checking sites take, that you take a kind of dispassionate view, and you take a theory, and then you dissect it, and then you present it, and then that hopefully has its own persuasive power. But ultimately, there has to be, for a political phenomenon, there has to be a political or a public accountability. The people have to look at what's going on and say, listen, this is dangerous. You can't have elected representatives lying through their teeth and let them get away with it.
Thanks, Vasu. Pratik,
I want to add one thing to this. I want to add one thing as to why this book is important. So you said that, oh, the lie has already spread. But here there is an innate assumption that we are going to be able to fix this issue in this generation. I think that is a false,
for documentation that way.
False assumption. Why a book like this is important is also because it is to document our times. And I think that is also where I see some value in alt news work, is that we are documenting our times. But if we assume that, oh, we are going to write something or we're going to do some journalistic work, and that is going to solve the present issue. And I would like to add one thing, that I don't think it is only a political issue. It is, I think the issue of disinformation is many, many layered. So for example, on a WhatsApp group, if somebody elderly puts out some information, then someone younger can't say that this is wrong. So it is also a cultural issue.
A socio-cultural issue.
It is the issue of misinformation sort of propagating.
Pratik, on this subject, isn't this fake news thing largely a right-wing tool in our country?
Say that again?
This fake news propaganda, isn't this a right-wing tool?
Yes, they are doing it the most. I completely agree that, you know, the present ruling dispensation is doing it the most. But then, but that is not the only fakery that is going on. During COVID, we saw so much disinformation, right?
Yes.
That was not political disinformation. So I'm saying that there is also an underlying societal issue that we are seeing where it is multi-layered. Yes, there is someone who's weaponizing this, whatever this vulnerability, etc. And BJP is doing that the most. But there's disinformation from other parties. So I'm saying that there's also something which is underlying, which we need to look at and deal with.
Mr. Ram, I'd like to come to you for that. Considering what Vasu said, do you think it's just the right time for practically every news organization to have its own version of alt news before going to press or to air the news?
See, the problem is some news organizations consciously do propaganda.
Yes.
And it...
So the actual news organizations, not propagandists.
I'm not naming anyone, but you can see it on television especially. But some of it merges with disinformation.
But that's all deliberate.
Not everybody will do it, but many who are serious, professional, will do it. And the important thing here is, as I think Pratik has said it earlier, you have to do it for everyone consistently. If the Congress party does it, you got to call them out. A fact-check unit or an investigative unit has to do it, has to be even-handed and do it. But back to the question of whether it's political, yes, in India, I think we have a real problem that the right wing does it more than anyone else because they are in power in many states. Top people do it. I don't want to name names. Governors do it in several states. Leaders of political parties do it in several states. They consciously put, either they do it themselves or they share things. This, I don't want to name names here.
Not everybody needs to be named.
But
we should have no qualms in naming names, by the way.
But again, just to take these examples from alt news, misleading during the pandemic, misleading video claiming dry ginger can cure Omicron is scientifically baseless. That's a headline. So it's not just politicians who do it. Child theft rumors, a sordid saga unfolds as police look for effective measures. Fact check, again from alt news. Burqa-clad woman on DTC bus in viral clip is not a child kidnapper. She could have been lynched if that had got around. They quickly intervened, and I think it helped save lives. Fake messages claiming child kidnapping cases on the rise in Mumbai, again exposed. And so on, and there are other examples around the world.
There are plenty of them.
So just to clarify, obviously, disinformation, etc., is coming from multiple sources, and there's no question about that. What I was simply saying is that you don't have, we don't have the luxury of going, at least like when we were writing the book or even as a newsroom, to go after every single piece of disinformation that's out there. You have to focus on the most visible and the most consequential pieces of falsehoods or half-truths, because again, let's be clear, not everything is fake. There are theories, there are claims that are made which have a kernel of truth. For example, when we talk of Muslim fertility.
Muslim appeasement in the book.
Muslim fertility, there are easily available statistics which show you that yes, Muslims do have a higher fertility rate than Hindus. But does that necessarily mean they're going to overtake, over 1 billion Hindus, that 200 million Muslims can overtake 1 billion Hindus in the near future? No. There are enough demographic projections which will tell you that. So it's a whole spectrum. But what I meant to say is that we have to be, at least in our case, we felt like we have to focus on what is, to me and to my fellow authors, the most societally dangerous, divisive theories, and where are they coming from? And of course, all parties do it. But you obviously have to look at where the biggest tap has been turned, and at the moment, we know where that is coming from.
Yeah.
And so I think that's something that's important to identify.
Without naming names, Mr. Rao said it all.
No,
and
but
on that note, we'll have to cut this discussion a bit short here because we would like to have a few questions from the audiences.
Okay,
so a bit of authentic news. England 284 for 6. Ollie Pope, brilliant, 128 not out. They're still far behind, but 94 runs ahead.
This is genuine news?
This is authentic. For those interested.
Now I invite a few questions to the panelists. Please do raise your hand and ask questions one by one. Keep yourself brief.
Can they give us 5 minutes more? Beg for it.
Curator, do we have 5 minutes more? Yes, we do. The young man in front and the lady over there in the 4th row. Please pass on the mic.
Yeah, we're just getting the mics. Just hang on a minute. Yeah, just give us a minute if we can get the microphones across, please. Yeah, there's a mic there, please.
Am I audible?
Very much so.
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Listening to this panel, I get a slight feeling, it's not a strong feeling, that print journalism or journalism in general, a little bit of a holier than thou, and the social media people are the people who are the culprits.
Is that fake news?
No, I just wanted to know, how do this panel really look at Rupert Murdoch and Fox News? I mean, are they journalists? Or have they a greater role than people like me who participate in WhatsApp?
Yes, may I? Yes, we are holier than thou, because journalism is a professional pursuit. We don't put down all social media. There are scientists on it. There are good people. There are honest citizens who go out on social media. We're not talking about it. We are talking about that, not even misinformation. Disinformation, where false news, most often toxic news or information, is weaponized and scaled up on these platforms. And the technology companies, although they claim to do their due diligence, their verification and all that are completely not up to the mark. That's what we are talking about here. As for bad media, there are plenty in every country, and we are not really talking about it. We are talking about serious journalism, professional journalism, honest reporters, editors who believe in the independence of the news media, proprietors who allow independent journalism to survive and flourish. They may not in many cases. I think we are talking about that. And in comparison with what's out there, just as you trust doctors when you have a health problem and not quacks, you have to rely largely on curated or professional media.
But I just want to quickly add to that, while of course I agree with Mr. Ram that there are honorable exceptions in the media which are maintaining a line of sanity and are remaining within the realm of responsible journalism, sadly, that's a shrinking minority. For the most part, the mainstream media, especially TV news, is actually actively amplifying these sorts of divisive falsehoods and bogus theories on a nightly basis. So it's a perfect kind of storm where between, let's say, social media, political parties, and the mainstream, particularly TV news, where you'll see these theories being ricocheted. Every night a new jihad will be floated. One day it'll be love jihad, the next day it'll be land jihad, the third day, and the Chief Minister of Assam has coined fertilizer jihad. So there's a kind of jihad the moment, and
he talked of tomato jihad also.
Yes, and there's a large chunk of the mainstream media which is an active agent in amplifying this.
The gentleman in front.
All of you on the stage have fought misinformation, disinformation, all those terms. How do you fight business houses that have invested in disinformation, deliberate disinformation, having bought out media houses, bought out print media, and then squeeze those few pockets of honest journalism?
By writing a book.
Yes, concentration of ownership in television in particular, but also in some media markets in India is a serious issue. And when ownership is concentrated, then independence suffers and the quality of journalism suffers. There's no question about it. And buying out independent media, here you have somebody who has actually experienced this and refused to have any truck with it. You could have continued, Basu, and I'm talking about here NDTV, but he came out and is on his own doing other things. Hats off to people like that.
So,
the young man in front.
Yeah, thank you. So
he's saying something, he has the mic.
Yeah, thank you. Wait for the mic, sir. Wait for the mic.
I will come to you.
Yeah. They got your question, sir. Thank you. So, my two quick questions is, one, we have failed to cultivate a temper of, zero resistance towards fake news in the minds of the people. To me, religion, scriptures are the biggest proponents of fake news, and no media has ever done anything in the history to resist any of that. And if you do not cultivate that temper in the citizens, I mean, any kind of fake news can come up. That's my first point. Second point, your reactions on that. Second is the psychology of human beings. One of the studies says that when you find garbage in a street and there's public apathy, the best thing for you to solve the problem is to add more garbage. That it becomes so intolerable that somebody, all of them collectively have to take action. So to counter fake news, why don't you flood the media with more fake news on the other side. So somebody has to take action at some point.
No, Pratik has been doing a good job of cleaning all the garbage from social media, and maybe he could take this question.
On the question of religion, yes, I do agree that all religions sort of work on a principle, but it is not very different from what the present disinformation scenario is working on. That is, again, what religion gives to you in terms of, for a lot of people, religion is very important. It gives them some peace of mind, a lot of things. But I think the basic thing, whether it is religious scriptures or what we witnessed on Jan 22nd, and we witnessed an outpouring of emotion, right? And that comes from, I think all of this comes from the same place. So when you're saying why is no one working on religious scriptures, or why is no one working on that kind of criticality, I think all of this work is similar. And it is not that work has not been done on issues of religion, not as much in India, but there's a lot of work that's been done outside India.
So one thing, like whenever we talk about news, for sure we have to mention media, because media
So please
has
take a mic.
Sorry, sir?
Mic.
Oh, sorry. Because, sir, media has a medium, it delivers us the news. So media, to produce that news, it has to be of balanced information. And in order to have a balanced information, media has to be independent. So my question, particularly for Srinivasan sir, how far today's media is independent? Because recently, if you observe NDTV, like Adani Group has also got certain share in NDTV. So how far today's media is independent in order to produce a balanced information? Thank you, sir.
I think everyone here pretty much has a fairly clear assessment of how independent Indian media is today. I don't think it really requires me or anyone else to spell it out. There are enough indices, if one is into that, to look at India's position in the Media Freedom Index to see where we are and how much we've fallen and continue to fall every successive year. It's a huge crisis for us who are practitioners of journalism and who are also, in a way, being looked at by younger generations of people who want to enter journalism to sort of look at where is the space or where are the spaces left for independent media. As we know, a lot of those spaces now, the mainstream has largely shrunk. There are a few, of course, honorable islands like the Hindu when it comes to newspapers. In television, I virtually can't think of even a single example. So the action has shifted to digital, as we know. And that's really where you still have some islands of independent reportage and independent media. But even there now, there is an attempt by the ruling regime to try and come in and intervene with its own narratives or to bully and harass and intimidate digital practitioners, as alt news knows very well with what happened to Zubair and to the organization and so many other websites and
But Vasu, whatever
individual
happened to
practitioners.
Zubair,
Even the new law,
the
right?
fight-
The IT rules law, that is.
The new IT rules law, NewsClick, etc., etc. So it's a very challenging time.
Vasu, for all the harassment of Zubair, ultimately he got an award for fighting on. And on that note, we'll have to wind up pledging that we will fight on against fake news. Thank you for being here. And hopefully everybody goes back armed with the power of truth.
Can I have one last question?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Really appreciated some real forthright views about everything that we are witnessing at this point in time. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Pratik Sinha. Thank you so much, Mr. Srinivasan Jain. Thank you so much, Mr. N. Ram. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for a few minutes. It's about 4:26 at this point in time, so please come back and settle down. We'll have the next session starting at 4:40. 4:40, please. Thank you.
Welcome to the Hindus Literature Festival of 2024. With over a decade of producing this festival, we are delighted to bring again an edition that will be rich with stimulating ideas, conversations, and interactions. As always, we are encouraged by the response from the public, which inspires us to create a program that is packed with thought-provoking and enjoyable content that appeals to a wide range of interests. This year, we offer a diversity of conversation and share the fund of knowledge and experience from the many brilliant minds who will speak at the festival.
Wonderful way of celebrating achievements in the world of literature.
Hearing other speakers talk, articulate, it excites the mind.
Premier literary event of the country is a defining feature of Chennai.
Cultural diversity of this event, this festival, the speakers, it's so exciting.
I'm extremely thrilled to be here.
What makes it very special is the quality of conversations that emerge from Lit for Life.
And I feel so grateful and privileged to be a part of this event and serve the people of Chennai.
The Chennai crowd that absolutely latched onto the subject.
I think Lit for Life is wonderful.
It's indeed a pleasure to be part of this vibrant, wonderful literary festival.
I find it's a very homely festival.
That's how language happens. I mean, it comes from the people.
பூமியில ஒரு பெர்ஃபெக்ட் பிளாட் கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியலன்றனால தான் பூமிக்கு மிக அருகில் உள்ள மார்ஸ்ல உங்களுக்காக ஒரு பெர்ஃபெக்ட் பிளாட் கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்கோம்.
மார்ஸுக்கு ஏன் போகணும்? When we have G Square, நம்ம தமிழ்நாடு full G Square has the perfect plots in all locations, right inside the city. Prime locations, secured plot community, world-class amenities, perfect size and legal documentation.
But sir,
G Square, your plot, your home, your way.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Before I introduce the next session, please allow me to acknowledge our sponsors. The Hindu Lit Fest this year is presented by G Square in association with NITE, deemed to be university, and Christ University. Our knowledge partner is Vellore Institute of Technology. Online grocery partner Big Basket. Our associate partners are Blue Star, FitG, Navratan Jewelers, and Shiv Nadar University, Delhi NCR. Author Lounge partner VFS Global. Food partner Wow Momo. Educational partner SSVM Institutions, Coimbatore. Bookstore partner Higginbotham's. Water partner Repute. Gift partner Anand Prakash. And hospitality partners Taj Coromandel Chennai and the Brew Room. Organic partner Akshay Kalpa. Our next session is titled India's Last High Commissioner to Pakistan, The Inside Story. In this session, Ajay Bisaria, a commentator on international affairs and a distinguished fellow at the Observer Research Foundation, who served as the Indian High Commissioner to Pakistan from 2017 to 2020, talks about the genesis of his book, Anger Management, the troubled diplomatic relationship between India and Pakistan. This book offers a diplomat's perspective into the conflict and tension that have characterized the relationship between the two countries. In conversation with Mr. Bisaria is Varghese K. George, resident editor of The Hindu in Delhi, and who has written exclusively on politics, political economy, society, and the foreign policy of India and the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Ajay Bisaria and Varghese K. George. This session will run for 40 minutes and will be followed by a 10-minute Q&A. Mr. George, over to you.
Thank you and welcome, Mr. Ajay Bisaria. Pakistan in many ways is a metaphor. I am saying this as a sobering thought. It's a country that thought the best way to consolidate national power is to harness the idea of a religious collective. It thought that the best way to advance its interest on the global field is by taking smart sides in the global power rivalries. And over the last 75 years, we know where it stands. So on that thought, we begin. Mr. Ajay Bisaria has had a long diplomatic innings. So what we are interested more today are particularly two parts of your long career. One is as High Commissioner of India to Pakistan. You spent 3 years. And then 5 years as as a private secretary to Prime Minister A.B. Vajpayee. So from these two positions, you had a remarkable vantage point that very few people can access. So in this book, you describe some of those momentous occasions in the bilateral relations of India and Pakistan. So in July 2001, there was this very massively advertised summit between Prime Minister Vajpayee and President Musharraf. On that fateful day in July, the Prime Minister Vajpayee and President Musharraf were in a banquet hall, in a hotel in Agra. The conversation was going quite okay. You walked into that room and you passed on a chit to the Prime Minister, and from then on, the summit went downhill and it was a failure. What actually did you do there?
Thank you. Thank you, Varghese, for that. And thank you for the introduction. And great to be here. I'd always wanted to be at the Hindu Lit for Life, so I had to write a book to get here. But it's great to see the energy and such fine conversations here. Getting back to Agra, that I think was an important moment. This was really the first interaction between India and Pakistan, which was so televised. It was the first television summit after the first television war, which was Kargil, just a couple of years earlier. And it so happened at this summit that Musharraf, I think, became a victim of television himself. And it was meant to be a Camp David kind of summit, where the leaders come, they get into confabulations, they have conversations over a period of time, and then they emerge to say, we've got a deal. And the deal is explained to the world. But this was a 24/7 kind of reportage happening with OB vans all over Agra. And Musharraf had that morning given an interview or had a conversation with 35 editors of newspapers and some television channels. And the arrangement, I think, with NDTV was that they would record it, but not broadcast it, perhaps that was the understanding. But it so happened that it was too good a story to let go. And while the two leaders were ensconced in this conversation inside a room, it was telecast nationally. And we had a makeshift Prime Minister's office where I was seated with the then Principal Secretary, Brijesh Mishra. And we said that, look, this is a big story. This is something that is capturing the people's imagination. This seems to give the impression that that Pakistan's point of view is being aired, because Musharraf had said that in Kashmir we have only freedom fighters fighting for freedom, and he'd papered over terrorism and so on. So Brijesh Mishra told me we have to let the boss know what's happening, because he's inside and he's having a conversation and doesn't know. So net, we quickly drafted something. I had it typed up, and I was given the job of walking in and giving this piece of paper. The two leaders looked up at this interruption. Why is somebody interrupting this conversation? And I went and told the Prime Minister, sir, there's something important. And I walked out. So at that point, Vajpayee looked at Musharraf, I later learned, and he said, what have you done, General Saab? And from that point on, the atmospherics of the summit became negative. So playfully, I think, many of my friends accuse me of torpedoing the summit.
Well, in 2002, I think 1 year after you walked into that banquet hall, you engineered a fake toilet break for the Prime Minister in Kathmandu. He was about to, or he had already started his speech, or he was about to start his speech, and the script had to change. Why, how did you organize engineered the toilet break?
Well, you know, again, this was a very interesting time, because 2001, just a few months after the Agra summit, was 9/11. The world's attention changed. That was such a dramatic moment that terrorism became a #1 issue for the world, not just for India. And right after that, we had our December attack in Parliament. So for the India-Pakistan relationship, this was clearly the #1 issue. And we were getting into Operation Parakram, which is mobilizing forces on both sides. And at that point came the summit, SAARC summit in Nepal. Prime Minister Vajpayee somehow didn't want to cancel it because the King of Nepal was keen that this summit be held. And at that point, it was a very cold interaction, and the decision was that the Indian leader and the Pakistani leader will not talk to each other. It was Musharraf and Vajpayee. But it so happened that, you know, SAARC is a smaller kind of organization with not a very large number of people in the room. So Musharraf, in his speech, summit speech, turned around and said that I extend my hand of friendship to Prime Minister Vajpayee, and walked off stage to the Prime Minister, shook his hand, and walked away and said, you know, let's be friends, sort of thing. Vajpayee at that point shook his hands, and I was, as the private secretary, just behind the Prime Minister in the wings, and Brijesh Mishra, the principal secretary, again called me, and he said, look, we have to give a response. The Prime Minister's speech was to come later. And he had scribbled something, he gave it to me. I looked at it, rewrote it in more legibly, I think, so that the Prime Minister could read it. And then I walked up to the PM on the stage and I said, sir, you better take a toilet break. And, you know, he was a little puzzled, but he went ahead. And while he took that break, I showed him that piece of paper. We had a conversation. He said, I agree. And then he used that, which was towards the end of the speech, which said something like, you all saw that General Musharraf shook my hand, I shook his hand, but we want terrorism to end. And, you know, that would be the test of everything. So, so he actually delivered that part in his speech.
So when you narrate that incident, you say after reading your note, the Prime Minister said, "TK." So you also describe Prime Minister Vajpayee as a man of few words. He would not say much, he would rather be listening. So how would you, as an advisor, gauge whether he is approving what you're suggesting? Or would he only say that much, TK, or he'll nod his head? How would you?
Well, I think the way the mood in the Indian camp was that Brijesh Mishra was his key strategic advisor. He trusted him. Vajpayee trusted him. But apart from that, that was exactly the mood. So I think he felt that those words captured the mood. And he just said, TK.
Right.
He read through it, and I ensured that, he got every line, and then he did use it towards the end of his speech.
All right. Okay, we go back a few years. Your first year as a trainee foreign service officer. So you say there was a skit in which at the academy where the Prime Minister was spoofed. Was that a done thing then? You could make a skit in which Prime Minister of the day could be. Do you recall that incident?
Yes, I think sufficient time has passed so one can talk about it. It was the time which was, very, very important when I joined the Foreign Service for the Foreign Service as a whole, because in that year, Rajiv Gandhi had publicly, in a press conference, dismissed his Foreign Secretary. Because someone had come, there was a question from the press corps in an auditorium like this one, saying, Mr. Prime Minister, are you going to Pakistan? And he said, who told you that? And somebody said it was the Foreign Secretary. So Rajiv Gandhi turned around and said, you will meet the new Foreign Secretary soon. So it was essentially a public dismissal, unprecedented since then, and from, till then and since then, of a public dismissal of a Foreign Secretary. And it was a tense time in the relationship because there was another dictator on the other side, that was General Zia-ul Haq. So at the academy, when we had joined, it was something really talked about. So in the annual skit that the probationers do for the teachers, they actually had a situation where there was a politician, unnamed, and the press asked him, "Sir, are you traveling somewhere? Are you traveling in the country?" And he said, "Who told you that?" And they said, "Your wife." And he says, "You will meet my new wife soon."
Good.
But I think both the script writer and the principal actor were hauled up. They were taken to the course director's room and given a piece of their mind about how officers and gentlemen in the civil services ought to behave. So I think they were let off after that.
Much later, in 2017, you were summoned from a posting abroad. You were told that you are the new High Commissioner to Pakistan. So you met the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What did he tell you?
Well, I had a conversation with him, and I sort of joked with him, and I said, "Sir, you're sending me across the border." And he was a little puzzled. He wondered whether I was kind of complaining, but then we had a very good chat about it. And one of the things that I asked him was, what message do you feel I should take to the people of Pakistan? And he fairly unhesitatingly told me that, it should be a message for peace. India has always stood for peace, and that is what we expect in return. So that became pretty much a mandate for all my public conversations in Pakistan. So, I think that helped me, even though we were at a low point in the relationship when I went in.
The attempt was to improve ties, but though it did not work the way it was, you started off, and you had to leave Pakistan on a rather unexpected turn, because of an unexpected turn in how did you get to know that you were told to leave, right?
Yes, it came as a surprise. It was August 2019. It was the time when Pakistan, the decision was taken in India on the 5th of August about Article 370. And at that point, in Pakistan, it seemed like they'd been hit by a bomb, because it was a very, very strong reaction, which I felt was a strong overreaction, because there was no change in borders, there was no change substantively in terms of the India-Pakistan territorial issue. But still, I think what happened was that there was a lot of animated conversation at that point, and soon it hit Parliament, and then the voices in Parliament started to say, why is the Indian High Commission here? Why is the Indian High Commissioner here? We should close it down because of what India had done. And at that point, we weren't sure what exactly would be the decision, whether the High Commission would be closed, whether diplomatic relations would be cut, or the least disruptive decision would be taken of simply downgrading the relationship and expelling the High Commissioner. So that is what happened eventually, and I was told a couple of days later I had to leave.
So several of your predecessors and you yourself had to actually face threat of a physical nature in Pakistan. You give a long list of people who faced threat, and a series of incidents in which Indian mission and residences were come under attack. So did you feel that sense of how was your life in Pakistan? Were you always on your guard, or?
Well, there are several paradoxes about Indian diplomats serving in Pakistan, and in a sense, my book is about that, about the diplomats. So it's a long answer to a short question, which is, what do Indian diplomats do in Pakistan? And yes, certainly harassment, as it's euphemistically called, does take place, which is very aggressive surveillance or aggressive questioning of guests who might come to your house, or simply not allowing you to go to a certain place or blocking your path. So that kind of harassment does take place in the history of the relationship also. There have been occasions where, diplomats were beaten up, particularly diplomats who were on the intelligence side. And I think this is something that we always worry about. So I was always concerned about, the safety and security of my staff and my colleagues. But at the same time, when beyond the professional context, or when we were visiting homes of ordinary Pakistanis, even elite Pakistanis, there is a great deal of goodwill. So in this relationship, you sense a great deal of latent goodwill, as well as a great deal of underlying ill will, and either of them can suddenly express themselves.
So several of our high commissioners to Pakistan in the initial years after independence and partition, they could not even really gauge Pakistan, or they could not see Pakistan as a foreign country, because they had personal friends who were in the ruling establishment in Pakistan. By when does that change? Is it still a case that it's very difficult for many of them, because of familial connections and other reasons, to understand Pakistan as a foreign country? You narrate this example of the first High Commissioner, Sri Prakasha, who was a Congress politician from Uttar Pradesh, who was very reluctant because he opposed the idea of Pakistan itself. And then many of his successors in the early years were personally known to people who were ruling Pakistan. How was that affecting or shaping rather, the relationship, bilateral relationship between two countries that were one only a few years ago, earlier?
Yes, I think it certainly made a difference at the margins initially when these personal relationships came into play. So Sri Prakash, for instance, was a friend of Jinnah, and he was a friend of Nehru. And he knew both of these politicians well because he'd worked with Jinnah in the legislative assembly in India and so on. But did it really help them make a dramatic difference on the ground? Perhaps no, because there were several structural factors and larger factors at play that were determining the shape of the relationship. But on the margins, yes, it helped. And if you see the sweep of the relationship over these 76 years, what the relationship really got poisoned after about 1965. So, you know, we are just after Republic Day when President Macron was here. But in 1955, India invited the Governor General of Pakistan to visit India as the chief guest. And he came to the Republic Day parade as the chief guest along with his prime minister and much of his cabinet in tow. And in 1965, which was the year we eventually had a war, Prime Minister Shastri had invited Ayub Khan as the chief guest at the Republic Day parade. But it so happened that Ayub Khan had plans, so he decided to duck the invitation and instead sent his agriculture minister, who happened to be the chief guest at our Republic Day parade.
So anything about India and Pakistan is quite often accompanied by some Urdu poetry, good and bad. So you narrate this incident after the failure of Agra summit, which the government was not really saying it as a failure. That was the approach. So the then Foreign Minister Jaswant Singh tells Nirupama Rao a couplet. So when the media, for the waiting media, that evening, just say this thing and tomorrow we'll talk the rest. Do you recall that?
Yes, in his deep baritone, I think Jaswant Singh did give her that brief, and I thought it was a very inadequate brief because he said something like, "Caravan nikal gaya, manzil abhi dur hai." You know, so at the end of it, that the caravan has started moving, but the destination is still a little far away. And that is all the brief she had to tackle a room full of very angry and eager journalists who wanted to know what the outcome of the Agra summit was. And so she went at midnight after Musharraf had left abruptly for Pakistan. There were all kinds of rumors, but this is what she said. And she said that the rest of it we will let you know in a press conference tomorrow. So, you know, we were dealing with this situation with not, you know, factoring in the new media that had come in by then, which required to be fed minute by minute on outcomes. So it was a good 8 hours later, or 8 or 9 hours later, that the readout of the summit was made available by Jaswant Singh himself.
So in 2004, taking over as Prime Minister, Manmohan Singh, in his first call with President Musharraf, he also resorted to Urdu poetry. That's on page number 318. Would you be, because I do not want to create a language issue by trying to read it myself, would you be able to recall what actually was a...
Yes, so it was really fascinating because I was the private secretary with Vajpayee who spent 5 years, and I was leaving. I would have left office soon, but for continuity, I was still there, and I was then the private secretary for Dr. Manmohan Singh. And he'd come to office on the first day at work, and I told him, "Sir, we have to take some international calls. The president of the US, president of Pakistan, both of them want to talk to you today. So can you do those calls?" And he said, "Sure." And we had some talking points, and I gave it to him. He sort of, it was an hour or so, and he had jotted down something on a piece of paper. So he said, "Can I get your advice? I have these 2 couplets, and do you think it would be appropriate for me to say these to President Musharraf?" And he read them out to me, and I said, "They sound perfectly great, and this is it reflects your personality, and I think, sir, you should certainly say this to him." And, one of the couplets was, Lamhe ne khata kari, sadiyon ne saza pai. You make a mistake in a moment, but you suffer for ages. So it was two of these he actually read out. So I found it fascinating that in a first conversation, the Prime Minister of India was speaking the language of the President of Pakistan and reciting to him some poetry to make a point about how he wanted to take the relationship forward. So, it was really very interesting at that point that he should deploy Urdu shairi to talk about.
The Prime Minister Vajpayee, who was himself a poet, so at least two incidents which I could recall from your book. In 1978, when he travels to Pakistan as the External Affairs Minister, so he gets into Urdu poetry to sort of describe and encourage the relationship. But on the other side, his counterpart, his script was entirely in English. He was completely taken aback by this Urdu take by Vajpayee, and then he had to immediately sort of translate or have a new script in Urdu to. Do you remember that?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I think this was Vajpayee's first trip, and this was really by every standard a charm offensive. This the Janta government had taken over in 1977, and Vajpayee was the foreign minister, and he makes these two trips in 78 to Pakistan as well as later to China. China was 79, I think. But he was basically, going there, trying to beat the image of a right-wing Indian leader, of a right-wing new Indian government, which would be very anti-Pakistan because of its traditional positioning. Vajpayee also had a history of having marched against the Shimla Agreement, saying it had given too much. He was with Shyama Prasad Mukherjee when he had went to Kashmir, and he was continuing this agitation. He'd gone then as a journalist. So he took a baggage of being a right-wing politician who would be very anti-Pakistan, and General Zia-ul-Haq was worried about that. But at the banquet, he was a Hindi poet, and he had practiced and learned Urdu shairi.
He polished his Urdu.
Polished it with a friend of his. And he spoke perfectly well in Urdu, and very dramatic kind of language, and very naturally. He appeared to be a very natural speaker of the language. And his counterpart had prepared the script in English. So they had to hastily translate it back to Urdu.
Which is not as good as...
Yes, and as happens in these cases, you translate it very literally in using very, very, the standard sort of officialese rather than a loose, more easier translation. So it was a situation where at the banquet, Vajpayee delivers his speech with great aplomb, but the speech delivered by the Pakistan foreign minister is stilted, he's hesitating, he's stumbling over words, and it really appeared that Vajpayee was the native speaker and the other was the learner.
So, Vajpayee does it again in 1998 as Prime Minister during his Lahore trip. So, you recall this incident of how there were a lot of, in some of those ceremonies, the band, the Punjab Police Band, was playing Hindi numbers from 1950s and 60s, and the Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif was trying to figure out from Jaswant Singh and Vajpayee about that music.
That's right. So Nawaz Sharif, so this was a situation where from people who went there, it was a very emotional moment because apart from others, the song, the instrumental songs they played was Baharon Phool Barsao Mera Mehboob Aaya Hai. So it was such an emotional moment that my lover is here, sort of thing. These songs were playing by the bands, and Nawaz Sharif turned to Vajpayee and Jaswant Singh and said, "You recognize the tunes?" He probably recognized one or two himself, and neither of them could tell him. So it was left to the then High Commissioner, G. Parthasarathi, who happened to be a Tamilian, but had loved Hindi songs of that era, who could identify each one and tell all three of them which particular song it was.
So the familiarity of Hindi Urdu speakers that, or the familiarity that they showed, it was a mixed bag. That's what your observation is, because Pakistan has been trying to assert its separate identity away from India. So they thought this too much of fraternity being shown in these exchanges were not helping the cause. So when a non-Hindi, non-Urdu speaker had a different impact on Pakistani interlocutors, is it?
Absolutely. I think I make the point that this cultural intimacy and, particularly between North Indians and Pakistanis, it only helps to an extent in a certain social situation, because there are broader structural factors determining the shape of the relationship. And apart from everything else, the conversations they're having, there is also the factor that, people are concerned in Pakistan about the recognition of Pakistan as a separate land, particularly in the earlier years. So there was this South Indian gentleman, Ricky Jaipal, who later became our permanent representative at the UN, who in his conversations used to say, "Look, I'm a Madrasi. For you guys, you are foreigners. For me, you are foreigners." And that was deeply appreciated by them, because this shero shairi and speaking the same language and saying we're the same people didn't always appeal to the Pakistani interlocutors. So being treated as a foreign country on which India had no designs was something that they appreciated a little more.
In fact, this Urdu translation of the English phrase "most favored nation" actually became too troublesome. Can you? Yeah.
So the Urdu translation was "Behad Pasandida Mulk," which translated into something quite different from what it was supposed to be. So what happened with the MFN clause? It had to be sort of imagined and dressed up as something different.
And sound a little more hostile than both Pasandida.
Yes, so they would say NDMA, I think, non-discriminatory market access. So it was renamed and rechristened in order to make it more politically palatable when the conversation took place.
To describe India as the most favored nation in a trade arrangement, and when it gets translated to Urdu, it will actually sound a little more politically not palatable in Pakistan. That is what the problem was.
Exactly. That was the problem. And therefore, the bureaucrats did find a way around it, because they dropped the MFN descriptor and talked about NDMA, non-discriminatory market access. So that, but again, the political circumstances were such that even that did not materialize.
So is that one reason why Prime Minister Vajpayee chooses Shivashankar Menon to go as High Commissioner? And you were there when he's making that decision, and he tells you, Prime Minister Vajpayee tells you the reason, and that doesn't really give away much. He said he's innocent. What did he mean?
Yeah, so it was, I think, a very interesting conversation. Shivashankar Menon was then the Indian ambassador in China, and Vajpayee was familiar with him. He had dealt with him in Sri Lanka, dealt with him when he was High Commissioner in Sri Lanka, and then ambassador in China. And he decided to send, when he revived the relationship with Pakistan in 2003, he decided to send Shivashankar Menon. And when Menon comes to call on him, and it was Vajpayee, Menon, and I was in the room as well, And after a little bit of conversation, Menon asks, "Oh, sir, why me? I'm not familiar with that country." And Vajpayee just took his head back and chuckled and said, "Because you're innocent." So Shiv Shankar Menon likes to tell that story of him being innocent. And I think Vajpayee wanted some fresh thinking in the relationship, and that's what he really wanted to leave as a legacy. That could there be some fresh thinking, and could we take this relationship to a better space?
The translation is a tricky part in diplomacy. So in 1971, you relate this incident, the conversation between the foreign minister of Soviet Union with the Pakistan's foreign minister. So this gets translated, and the translator inserts the word "please," and then the foreign minister of Soviet Union intervenes and corrects the translator. What was that?
Yes, I think that was again an interesting moment, because I think 1971 was a fascinating time. I have said after kind of describing those events that was really the finest hour of Indian diplomacy as well, apart from Indian military activity and strategy. In 1971, it all seemed to come together. But that particular incident is when I think the Pakistan Foreign Secretary, I think it was Sultan Singh, who goes in, and in a conversation, I think Gromokyo or the foreign minister says that convey this to your leadership.
Yeah, please, he say the translator translates it as, "Please do not do anything that will force us to side with our friend."
Absolutely.
Yeah, that we have a new pact.
Yeah. So he interrupts him in English and says, "I did not use the word please." He wanted this message to be clear. There was no please there.
It's a stern warning to Pakistan.
Yeah. So it was coercion, not a request. So it was a warning, and not a request.
Does it happen on and off in this whole business of interpreting the exchanges between leaders?
Yes, I think this often happens, and the nuance is very important. It's important for interpreters. We try to train them to say that. Some interpreters even use the exact tone of the principle in making a point. But those words are important, and I think particularly the Russians translating into English, they know both languages, but they feel they get the nuance better in the Russian.
So do you think India's approach towards Pakistan has fundamentally changed after 2014?
Well, I think there are newer elements in India's dealing with Pakistan. And certainly I make the point that on terrorism, India did not have an answer in the sub-conventional space to this proxy warfare that Pakistan indulged in certainly from the 90s, but perhaps even earlier, from the 80s in Punjab, 90s in Kashmir, 2000s all over India. And the diplomatic answer or the strategic answer to that was Operation Parakram, perhaps in the 2000s, which was mobilizing troops, but not really a kinetic action, as we call it, in response to terrorism. But what happened in 2016 with the surgical strikes and 2019 with the Balakot airstrikes was that there was an answer in the sub-conventional realm to Pakistan's sub-conventional proxy warfare. And that entered into Pakistan's calculus. So I argue that that has created a certain deterrence for future acts of terrorism, because the cost to the Pakistan army for terrorism has now got escalated. So it's certainly a newer element in India's policy.
So the two countries were formed on practically one day or just hours apart. So both countries had two different trajectories, more or less. What does Pakistan tell us? Pakistan's evolution as a society, as a country, and the strategic choices that Pakistan has made over the last 7 decades. What do we learn from it?
So I think there have been several flawed choices by Pakistan's leadership, and there, this is a much debated issue. There's an argument that Pakistan at its creation was created in confusion because there was a two-nation theory which went out of the window in 1971. You couldn't create nations on the basis of religion. But it was created on that basis, and then there were multiple other structural factors that got overlaid in it. So I think Pakistan became a misgoverned sort of country. And what we are seeing now, particularly from 2021, is a polycrisis. A polycrisis with economic elements, a political crisis as well, and a security crisis, which is the accumulated sins of the past coming home to roost. So I think the errors of the past, of an army's involvement in the polity in a big way and army's involvement in the economy in a big way, has created so many inefficiencies in the system that Pakistan is paying the price for it with this current crisis that it's going through.
On that note, we will take a few questions from the audience if anybody has here. If you have the mic, can we have the mic here? Black t-shirt here. Oh, all right.
Sir, very good evening. Hello, sir. Very good evening. My question is, whenever the Pakistani citizens come to India for medical treatment, other things, especially underprivileged, where we see many infants have been here treated freely and send them back, how do that in Pakistan media or government, how do they take in that one? Here it is celebrated as a very humanity way in media and government. How, as per your experience, how it is taken in Pakistan media and government?
Yeah, certainly. I think it's a very important point. It's a very important element of the humanitarian diplomacy, the people-to-people diplomacy, the kind of goodwill it creates. And we have been very generous in giving those visas for genuine medical cases. There's a big demand. But the overall problems in the relationship do get in the way for having a very smooth exchange. But I think the approach India has adopted, at least in the last few years, and while I was High Commissioner, is to generously give visas for medical cases after some verification.
Mr. Ram.
The impact of nuclear weaponization by the initiative of India, what's the impact or implications? Has it strengthened Pakistan strategically a little bit because they were able to weaponize as well? Therefore, at least there's an argument there. And the sub-question, I shouldn't be asking it, but on script, Vajpayee couldn't read the Urdu script. The older generation of people in Punjab, they could read, they often wrote Punjabi in that script. How did he manage that? From his memory or writing it in Devanagari or what? But the main question was on the nuclear.
Yes, I'll start with the second answer, sir. Certainly, I think he didn't read the Urdu script. I never saw him reading that, and it was in Devanagari that he would write his poetry as well. So he used that and maybe read or heard it in Hindi and Hindustani and wrote it in Devanagari. But I think that is the 1998 moment was a very important inflection point in the relationship. Because when both countries went nuclear and tit-for-tat nuclear tests, the strategic paradigm that was supposed to shift was that Pakistan finally got the parity it had dreamt of. the strategic quest for parity with India had been achieved. Because after 71, Pakistan knew that the disparity, the conventional disparity was so large that it could not win a conventional battle, and therefore, in Zia's time, the race to achieve the nuclear bomb. And for several strategists in India as well, that was a moment when perhaps we could reach some kind of strategic understanding because both countries were nuclear armed. But right after 98, in 99, we get Kargil. So under a nuclear umbrella, a revisionist foray into India to try to change the Jammu and Kashmir territorial issue happens under the nuclear umbrella, albeit by just Musharraf and a clique of 4 people, so it wasn't a very well thought out move. And we see terrorism in 2001, 2008. So again, under that nuclear umbrella, the lesson that seemed to be drawn was that now we have nuclear protection for this sub-conventional warfare. So it perhaps puts a lid to escalation into a very serious conflict. But it has not done away with terrorism, and it did not, the problem hasn't really gone away of the danger of an escalating conflict.
Mr. Ajay Bisari, on your right here.
Yeah, please.
Here, sir. On your right. Mr. Ajay Bisari, on your right.
Mic is behind. You want?
Mr. Ajay Bisari, on your right. Here. So,
just a follow-up from Mr. Ram, yeah.
My question...
Just 1 second. Just 1 second.
Just one moment.
So should you have just kept the nuclear option and not exercised it, given what you said?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Could we have just kept the nuclear option unexercised rather than exercise it and achieved a better situation?
I think the nuclear option of the actual nuclear test was a very important kind of step India had to take, because that was more in the regional context of China as well as Pakistan. But even then it was, the conversation was about the Chinese capability and the Indian need. So I think that is a bigger question. And I think, in my view, it was important to be an overt nuclear power rather than a covert one.
Yes, Mr. Asaria, it's a continuation to that question. My name is Shashant Bhansali. I'm a teacher by profession. My question is that after the Balakot attack, we had this incident involving Wing Commander Abhinandan Vartaman. How did it impact India-Pakistan relations, and what lessons can be learned from this episode to improve our diplomatic ties with them?
Ajay, we'll take one more question and then, because you have to conclude. Nirupama.
Mr. Bisaria, would you say that, I'm on the second row, sorry, I'm not standing up because I can't right now. Here.
Second row. Middle.
Would you say that India's relations with Pakistan are inherently linked with communalism in India, and one has to be solved for the other to be solved?
Yeah, so let's... So starting with Abhinandan Vartaman, I try to point out in my book, giving some granularity and color to the diplomacy at that point, when the Indian pilot was taken prisoner in Pakistan. What India went through was an episode of coercive diplomacy, of making it clear to Pakistan that the conflict could escalate if the pilot wasn't returned immediately. And that message was amplified diplomatically through various means, through other countries. And what India did achieve successfully was that the pilot was returned unharmed within a couple of days. Because if you recall, there was a conversation in Pakistan that the pilot should be used by Pakistan as a bargaining chip. in order to have India change its behavior. So I think that was a successful episode of diplomacy. To your question on the linkage with the communal issue in India, I think right from the beginning, this conversation has taken place with Pakistan about the treatment of minorities. And I mentioned it in my book as the minority question has been an important conversation in the relationship, even with the Nehru-Liaquat Pact, which was, in a sense, a fairly intrusive pact into sovereignty, saying that Pakistan had a say in India's minorities, India had a say, vice versa. But I think over a period of time, it's something that India has tried to make a point that this is not an issue of a religion. This is an issue of a relationship between two sovereign states. And India's dealing with its minorities should not be an issue that India should be discussing with a foreign state and vice versa. And I think what Pakistan tries to do is the opposite. If you see, and you were in Pakistan, you would have seen the newspapers and how they exaggerate and amplify every incident that is related to minorities in India to promote an official narrative of an India that is hugely kind of brutal on its minorities. So I think that official narrative is something we often encounter even in our official conversations. But personally, I feel that the religion issue between India and Pakistan really is not a significant one because after 1971, the two-nation theory was defeated, and we've had a perfectly fine relationship with another part of Pakistan, which used to be part of Pakistan, which is Bangladesh. So
Right.
I think that kind of defeats that notion.
So, Ambassador Bisaria, as we conclude this session, can you take just 1 minute maximum to explain why this book is titled Anger Management and how did you come to this title?
So I think that's an interesting story because anger has been a motif and a metaphor in the relationship all through its 76 years. So the foundational anger about partition, about the riots, about the killings, the anger subsequently about wars, about terrorism, about Pakistan's anger about territory, losing Bangladesh, losing Siachen. And equally, I think there's been a metaphor of management, that this is a relationship which we can't really resolve. We can't strategically reset the relationship. We just have to manage it in a way that it doesn't get better. So the anger is a constant motif in terms of policy. Managing the relationship is a motif. So we just playfully combine the two. And this is one of the sort of titles I sent to my editor and publisher, David, who seemed to like it. And that's how we zeroed it into it. And there it is, anger management.
All right, so we come to a conclusion of this interesting, fascinating conversation. We hope jointly that your claim of being the last High Commissioner won't last for long. We will have a new High Commissioner hopefully soon in Pakistan. Thank you for being a very wonderful audience. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bisaria and Mr. George, for a fantastic session. Thank you so much, Mr. Bisaria, for really, sharing so many insights and allowing us access to moments and episodes and anecdotes that we don't often have access to. Thank you very much. The author will be available for signing his book at the book signing venue. We will just begin the next session in about a minute. I will wait for all of you to settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is The Body Politic by Pushpamala N. Really a pioneer of conceptual art in India, who's celebrated for her multifaceted contributions as a photo, video, and live performance artist, sculptor, writer, curator, and provocateur. Her art is widely exhibited globally and held in major museum collections, reflecting really her influential role in shaping the discourse of contemporary Indian art. In this session, Pushpamala will address the idea of the nation and women's place in the nation through a playful exploration of the term the body politic. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Pushpamala. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Pushpamala. Yeah. So it's 35 minutes and then 10 minutes for discussion. Yeah, I haven't timed it, so yeah. Okay. Thank you. My presentation is called The Body Politic. And I'll be showing you one body of work, which is actually an ongoing thing. And I've been doing it for years. And I'm playing with the words, the body politic. Can you hear me properly? Yeah. So it's a bit of a pun because the body politic refers to society at large as a political body, and also to my own body, my physical body, which I actually put inside my work when I perform in my photographs and videos, and recently I've also started doing live performance. So just a bit of a biography. I am actually a trained sculptor. I studied in Baroda, and I worked for some years as a sculptor, and in the mid-90s I started by chance. It was actually as a very playful thing. Started working with photo performance. That is, I started constructing narratives and tableaus in photography, and where I played the protagonist's role. And people have, I also started simultaneously making videos, but I've not worked so much in video, though I'll be showing some, one or two videos over here. So people ask me, why do you have to put yourself as a character in your work? And so I think one of the reasons is that, there's been this whole feminist, argument against the male gaze. So the woman has always been the object of the male gaze, and generally in art, the woman is objectified. So one of the reasons, of performing and being the subject in the work is also to be both object and subject, and I as the artist being in the work also makes me central to the argument or central to the narrative, where I'm part of it and not away from it, and I'm at the center of the interrogation that I am doing. My body, my physical body itself is at the center of the interrogation. So what I'm showing you today is my explorations of the image of Mother India, how it has been constructed. And I'm working in different forms. Actually, I first got the idea in, I think, late 90s, and where I thought of working with the historical images of Mother India. And the funny thing about India is we're always over the top, because other countries may have one goddess, may have one image, symbol of the country like Britannia or something like that. But we have several symbols, and they change historically. So I think the idea of Mother India came around the late 19th century during the nationalist movement, and obviously it was a counter to Britannia, and so there's a bit of confusion, and it went through different kinds of iterations. I
I'll just keep showing you. So I've done a few playful works, which are with myself in this kind of very popular photo studio setting. And so there's a painted backdrop, and there I am sitting on this kind of prop, which is a papier-mâché lion. So I'm sort of enacting different kinds of images. This is actually taken, these were very, very popular, are still popular probably, where you have images of the calendar paintings and popular paintings and prints, where you have several of these martyrs. You could have, it could be Subhash Chandra Bose, or it could be, this is Bhagat Singh, offering their heads. They've cut off their own heads and they offer it on a plate to, or in their hands to Mother India. And this is the lion and the flag. So this is another thing I made in, I was asked to, I went for a workshop to Gujarat, to a place called Uttarayan. And this is a kind of a put together over there. It's called Motherland, Lioness and Blood, where there's a figure of Mother India. Usually she is in red. In the south, usually she is in red, but she's also sometimes in a white sari. And so the kind of palace setting. And So this was a live performance which I did with poet Mamta Sagar, a Kannada poet Mamta Sagar, who's a neighbor of mine as well as a good friend. So I've never done, this is my first live performance. And but I thought this is for a kind of art project organized by a friend, which was a one-year project, and many of us gave some money, and in return we got 2 weeks to use that space. And I said, like, it's only us, let me try something new. I like to push the boundaries and give myself some risks so that I don't get too complacent. And I had this image of myself as Mother India knitting red wool. So of course, the base of it was, I guess, this story about the French Revolution, where you had these women, like, sitting in front of the guillotine and knitting. And I asked Mamta, like, can you respond to this with some nationalist poetry? So she said, this is very interesting, because she had done her PhD on early Kannada women writers. And she said, we'll talk about the story of Nanjangud Thirumalamba, who was this important woman writer in Karnataka, who was an editor, ran some journals. She was a widow who educated herself. But at one point, she was insulted by a leading Kannada writer, and then she went into oblivion. So this was a half-hour performance. And, I've got a lot of stage fright, and I don't like to do live performance. So I thought of it as a very elaborate set. It's very theatrical. So I got this backdrop from Delhi. It's one of these Ram Leela sets. And we put it up in this artist space. And everything is extremely stylized, including Mother India, who has no volition. And I just sit there and, she's an image. I just sit there and knit while Mamta, the contemporary poet, is dressed in modern clothes, and she is very, she moves around, she is very volatile, and she speaks. So she leads me in. I bless the people. I've got these two fake arms, with national flags. So I'm there, sitting there, like, actually here that I had this, I'm just untying knots. I'm not knitting, but untying knots. And the funny thing was, I realized that I couldn't knit or unknot this thing without wearing my glasses. So we worked it into the performance. So that was a big hit. So I said, Mother India cannot see. So I'll just quickly go through these. So she keeps walking around the stage, and all I do is knit, or here in this version, I untie the knots. So I don't look up, I don't react to her. And what she's doing is that she starts talking about the image of Mother India and how this Mother India was created as an ideal a goddess or a woman, as an ideal for every Indian woman to imitate. And she goes on to the status of real women in the country, and also the history of the old Mysore state, because Mysore state was the first state to have a legislature. And there were very lively debates about women's education and women's reform, widow remarriage and all that in the Mysore legislature. And then the story of Tirumalamba, the writer, and then how she was insulted and then she disappeared. And then how the feminist writers rediscovered her. And then it ends with, I think Nehru said something like, how is that a poor country like India has this aristocratic queenly figure as the symbol of the country. So she again takes away my specs and then she leads me out. So this is the costume, which is something like a Bharatanatyam costume in this. So another version of this is a sculptural thing where I did a diorama with several images of Mother India, and this has also been widely shown. So again, I have this palace set. I'm sorry, like the projection is not great. I hope you can see the details. So they're mannequins dressed in different costumes and of Mother India. There's also a cow, there's Kali, but they're like mannequins. So this is a series, actually, I think I did the first one in 2004 or 2005. And these are the historical images of Mother India. So Christopher Pinney says that this is the first image of Mother India that he found. And many of them come from Calcutta because the print culture was very strong there. So most of them are in the form of prints. And also these prints used to circulate a lot throughout the country because the British would sort of keep censoring these nationalist kind of activism and narratives, but people would find different kinds of ways of secretly circulating nationalist information. So the image on the right is the original image, which I have recreated and performed in. Several of my works are actually, many of my works actually are recreations of existing historical images. And I do that so to bring them up to the public gaze and so that they become subjects for debate. So here I am playing this old woman who is actually a version of Mother India, one of the early iterations of Mother India. And what she is doing is handing over a young boy to Britannia. So this is very interesting because in the early days of the nationalist movement, people thought that the country was very old and it needed rejuvenation. So there was this whole thing going around of a young India. And in fact, even Mahatma Gandhi, like he ran 2 journals called Young India and Navjivan. So there were many, I think Tilak also wrote a book called Young India. So there's this whole notion of that the country had to be rejuvenated and renewed. So Kichaka Sarandri again is a very interesting story. Kichaka Sarandri, what happened was that when there was a lot of British censorship, so what people started doing in India was to take from the mythology and the epics, especially stories of rape and abduction and so on. This is, of course, from the Mahabharata, where Draupadi and the Pandavas are in hiding and in the last year in exile. And the queen's brother, Kichaka, tries to molest Draupadi. So this whole molestation was seen as a kind of metaphor for colonization. This is the original work is the one on the right. which is painted by Ravi Verma, but there are also postcards and lithographs of the same image. And this has been recreated with myself playing Draupadi and another friend playing Kichaka. So these works are very elaborately, they're painted sets and the whole elaborate tableaus are made. This image was circulating as a covert image for nationalism throughout the country in the form of postcards. Another historical image of Mother India was Kali. It was there for a short time, and so this is again a Calcutta Press calendar image, and this Kali dancing on a white Shiva was again a kind of secret metaphor for colonization. So this is India, like, Kali was India and trampling on a white sort of ash-covered Shiva figure. And it's quite interesting, like the background is like Michelangelo's, Last Judgment or something like that. It seems to be based on that. But these are all very popular images of Mother India. So this is a very famous image. In fact, very recently I did a live performance dressed as this. So Abanindranath Tagore did this, and the one on the right is a painting, very famous watercolor painting by Abanindranath Tagore. And this was done during the Swadeshi movement in 1905. This was also at the time of the partition of Bengal. So when he first painted it, he called it Banga Mata. But later on, it became a kind of pan-national figure, which was called Bharat Mata. And it became a very famous icon of the nationalist movement. And the idea of Bharat Mata, Mother India itself, seems to have come from Bankim Chandra, who, first of all, in his novel Anand Mat, he saw this picture, this Hindu sannyasi fighting against the British. And maybe that's why it's a very strange image of an anti-colonial sort of Bharat Mata, because she's a sannyasi. She's like supposed to be a Vaishnava mendicant, but she's also married because she's wearing the Bengali shell bangles. And she's also like a Lakshmi figure because she is holding forth paddy, manuscript, cloth, and Rudraksha. So that symbolizes the different, things that a government should give the people. So this is, of course, a very, very famous calendar picture, and this image is constantly used by you-know-who. So for all the election meetings and so on, extremely popular. So here, Mother India becomes like Durga, and she has a lion and the map of India. So this map of India, the goddess in front of the map of India is a very, very popular image. This is only one of them, and in fact in Banaras, I think there's a temple with this, where the map of India is actually worshipped. And this image of the lion is supposed to actually directly come from the Britannia image, which also has this lion image. So I wanted to update this, and I love this series of large watercolor paintings by my friend Atul Dodia. And here there is this Mother India like an old crone, Chakki piecing. And I know that reference because he's also a film buff like me. And Mother India, where Nargis is shown, where Nargis is a symbol of the country, and the peasant rural woman, the strong peasant rural woman, and this whole thing of the chakki piecing, which the grinding the flour, which is like this whole thing of metaphor for rural labor and purity of labor and the woman's labor and so on. So this is me. This is the one on the left is what I've recreated, and I'm actually playing that role. It was very, very complicated because I had to, for several years, I had to figure out how to actually do that because it's not a realistic painting at all. It's extremely sort of stylized. So I finally worked out, it's like body painting, but it's also like I'm using, montage. I've stuck together, taken photographs of me in different angles, and it's stuck together. But all those objects are made. We made the object of the chakki, and the background is painted. It's a huge backdrop, 8 by 12 feet backdrop. And then this was, we made the mask. We made, it was 10 hours of body painting, actually. Really grueling sort of shoot. I mean, if there was more time, I could show you the production part of it, but I think it takes up too much time. Yeah. So this is another live performance that I've done. Now, Gauri Lankesh, the assassinated journalist, was a very close friend of mine and also lived in my neighborhood. And this neighborhood was at the edge of Bangalore when we were, years ago when we first moved there. And so we were quite isolated, and there was just a house here, a house there, and a lot of empty plots. In fact, we used to have the police coming and checking out on us every night because we were these two single women living there. But we also used to have a lot of parties. And Gauri was a good cook, and she gave me several recipes. So when she was assassinated, I found that all the, there's a lot of writing about her. And I found that it was all very like, she was like this kind of distant, this boring sort of activist figure. Actually, she was a lot of fun. She was like all of us, had an excellent sense of humor. She used to love partying. She used to throw big parties. And she had a lot of friends, and we used to, meet each other's friends, and, and she was, so I wanted to, in a sense, normalize her and also do an act of remembrance. And in 2000, she was assassinated in 2017, and I was invited in 2018 to the Hyderabad Literary Festival, where they were celebrating, or rather remembering, 4, I think, women journalists who had recently died. So I was invited to do something on Gauri, and I just thought, let me do again, experiment with a live performance, and I did a cooking performance. I'll show you 3 different versions of it. I did the first one in 2018. That was, I really didn't know what to do, and I was dressed as Mother India, and I cook. They just gave me the space outside, so which I didn't expect. And when I set up the table and everything, there was a big tree at the back, so it looked fine. When I suddenly came to perform, I found that they'd put this huge banner with 50 faces just behind me, which is very distracting. But strangely enough, I just cook for, it's about half an hour, 45 minutes. It's called, the recipe is called Arjant Saru, which means like a quick curry. It's a tomato curry, actually, which I cook. And I actually, normally, you don't really watch people cooking. It's very boring. But it's amazing that even these little kids, about 100 people were watching me just cook. And at the end of it, we distributed the curry with a bit of rice, it's like a prasad, or it's like the Christian Eucharist. And why I chose that particular recipe is also, it's a deep red color, the color of blood. So it's a kind of like a ceremony or a ritual of remembrance. So what is interesting about a live performance is that then it's sort of, even on TV, it's a kind of reference to these food sort of channels as well, cooking channels, recipe channels, but they always edit. They never show the entire cooking process. But here, you have to, and people were watching this thing, all the little sounds, the sound of the mixie, the smells, the steam, and the whole process. And I think it's sort of, it's about slowing down time and, listening and smelling. So what happened was that I did another iteration of it in 2021. Actually, after we fixed the performance, the COVID lockdown was declared, I think, the second time or something. And so we had to have it on Zoom as a live performance. It was part of a series called Meals Ready, which there's a young publishing company in Bangalore called Reliable Copy, which publishes art books. So they were publishing this book of artist recipes. So they asked some of us to actually cook, and they were going to document it. So I said I will do this performance. So again, I decided to set up a set so that there would not be a blank sort of wall, but here this was in a kind of gallery space of friends' artist space, and very simple. So I walked down, I'm wearing a mask, and behind me is this assistant who's in full PPE gear. So that was very interesting costume. So I walked down, and again, she's carrying a velvet cushion on which she has the cookbook with my glasses. So again, we make a sort of ceremony of putting on the glasses. So I write the recipe on the blackboard. And then I start cooking. And at the end of it, it's handed out to the audience. There's no audience, actually. I just called 2 or 3 friends because it was COVID time and you're not supposed to gather, but there was this kind of little few people who were the crew and also there. So very recently, I had the 3rd performance. This was just 1 week ago, actually, in Kolkata. I was invited, there's a festival over there called Beyond the Edge, and Erasures and Resistances. So then I said, I thought I'll do this cooking performance again. Why I'm doing it again and again is that it's an act of remembrance, and also it is so political, even now. She died in 2017, so it's my way of keeping her memory alive. And also it's interesting, it's a lot of work actually. Somebody asked me whether I'm going to do a performance over here. I said, no, I'll go crazy because it's so much work to prepare it. So this was interesting because I dressed up as Abanindranath's Bharat Mata, because it was, I like to be, it was more local and it was to do with Bengal. And again, the image is very different from the Durga-like image. The Durga-like image is more kind of warrior-like, while this is a peaceful Bharat Mata. In fact, I've been asked by friends, by people, why I want to dress up as Bharat Mata, especially the earlier version, and cook this for this Gauri Lankesh, to remember Gauri Lankesh, because she was attacked for being anti-national, and they think this is a very Hindutva image. But I'm just playing around with this image. I see it as a sort of cliche, and it's so kind of common that everybody uses it, and it's immediately recognizable. And so I don't know, some things could be contentious, but so this is of course a very different, peaceful Bharat Mata. And I again go through them, I'm just showing you a few pictures. And I had this assistant, but she had no specific costume as such. She was just dressed as a Bengali woman, and she distributes the rice and curry. So this is very interesting because it was in a government school classroom. And over there, in fact, it's written Amar Chitrakatha Auditorium. That's what's written above the board. And it's some sort of cultural room where there are posters of Satyajit Ray's, films like Sonar Kela and all that. So I used all the local sort of stuff. Everything is from the school itself. And the assistant what are they called? Moras, we call them, the winnows. She's carrying that, an exercise book which has the recipe. So I take it from her and I start. I don't have the full documentation because it's not yet come, the official documentation from Calcutta. These are just some. So this is quite packed actually. So this is the people at the end taking the prasad. After cooking, I walk away. There's a long walk actually through which from a distance where I got made up, I walk down and I enter. I pause for a while at the doorway and then I come in and start cooking. But I don't have pictures of all that. So at the end, there's the assistant distributing small quantities of this prasad. Yeah, so I'm also doing a series of videos. It's all in process. And I want to do a series of 9 videos. And actually, I've got recently very interested in eugenics. Earlier in my work, I'm very interested in these 19th century sort of colonial and disciplines like anthropology and ethnography, anthropometry, and I've used it in my earlier projects. And recently I've got very interested in eugenics. In fact, in New York, I saw this show about the eugenics record office, which was actually in full throttle till the 1960s, and then it became so contentious that it was shut down. But there's a show in NYU which sort of recreated that whole thing. And that's how I discovered about this whole field of eugenics, which I didn't really know much about. So now I'm doing a whole series of works, and eugenics is the, pseudoscience of good genes. And there's a whole history all over the world because a lot of progressive people were actually very interested in eugenics, like the suffragettes, for instance. And a lot of governments all over the world, like family planning, directly comes out of eugenics studies. And people like Bernard Shaw, even Nehru, very interested in, and a lot of these early, our nationalist leaders, very interested in eugenics as a way of creating a better race. I'll just show you some stills and I'll maybe, what is the time actually? Excuse me? How much time do I have? Okay. So I've made 3 so far, but I've got these very complex ideas, but I don't know how. It's very difficult to put them into 1 or 2 minute films, silent films. There's nothing explained. So it's a set of films called Good Habits. I'm still working on it. This is called Hygiene. There's one called Model Citizen and called Birth Control. So I'm using these crazy sort of medical models. I'm buying them. I've got a whole collection of them actually, and I need to do some more. But maybe now I'll just show you hygiene. Can you project hygiene? It's just 2 minutes, so it's called Hygiene Swatch. Thank you. So if you want to ask me any questions, anything to say? Any comments?
Yeah. Hi, madam. My name is Dilip Kumar. So, on the first time when you are showing some pictures, it was Bharat Mata pictures. I could see that one of the flag is designed with Om, which you were presenting. Yeah, that I shown your picture with that Om symbol and all. But normally when the Bharat Mata concept invented at the 19th century, late 19th century, that was not there. So I am just asking you whether it was a mistake.
No, everything is very deliberate. It takes a lot of work to do all this. You can't make a mistake. There are plenty of images of mother. For example, the one by Jesudas of the calendar picture called Motherland, it has this thing, saffron Om flag. They're very much a part of the iconography now. You'll find many of them. There are many pictures of and illustrations of Bharat Mata and Mother India, by the way. Very interesting. I mean, I can't do all of them because it's very complicated and, to do these tableaus because it takes a lot of work, months of work actually. Well, I'm also making a comment by what I choose. I mean, the cow is very much a part of the Mother India genealogy also, but I didn't know how to actually portray a cow myself by performing. So.
The session was really nice. I actually related with the, here.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah. So I actually related with the performance because the Bharat Mata, the evolution of Bharat Mata is actually a part of our history book right now. I'm in 10th grade, so it's part of my history book. What I wanted to ask was the evolution of Bharat Mata from Bankim Chandra Chatterjee's image to right now what we consider with the red sari and the national flag and all. Why do you think it's evolved from that to this? Why is that?
It keeps evolving because whatever group wants to, at certain times and certain groups were using that. For example, the cow was a very strong image, but I didn't know how to perform the cow because there's no image of a Go Mata as such, But at a certain point, it was very popular as a symbol of India, the cow. And so these are all, there are many images actually, there are many images of Bharat Mata, for instance, hugging like in chains, or like hugging a kind of shriveling. There are many very interesting sort of imaginative depictions. So I have chosen some which are very central because they're all very complicated to do and yeah.
Ma'am, here. Ma'am, good evening, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Okay, yeah.
Ma'am, and the last clipping, do you have any particular message to convey because it just cleansing up
obvious. I think it's quite obvious. That's why I have no text there and everybody knows what it is. I don't explain anything.
Okay.
See, this message and all that is very odd for us artists to hear. It's like you read a book and say, what is the message of this and all that.
No, specifically,
it's a complicated thing. You see it and you respond to it. Say, what is happening? You describe it to yourself. Say, what is happening there?
Understood,
You'll know what is happening. It's very clear.
Okay.
Also, I'm doing a whole series of them. I mean, I'm very slow at it because that first one was done in 2016 and one was done in 2017 and I've got all these objects with me but I don't know how to make them. But I want to make a set of 9. I'm also thinking of these, these charts, these children's charts. like Ideal Boy and Good Habits. It's called Good Habits, the series. But it's very complicated because they're quite complex sort of ideas and how to compress them into this 1 or 2 minute things where you don't explain and it's very obvious what is happening, but it's also complex. I mean, it retains its kind of,
Okay, so you've done a lot of depictions of existing iterations of Bharat Mata. Do you have any plans to do any creative ones in the future by yourself, your own depictions? Not.
This Bharat Mata, Mother India series is ongoing, as I said, and I'm doing it in different ways. Like the most recent thing is this performance, like the cooking performance, and I'm having different versions of them.
Right.
I do a lot of work simultaneously, actually.
Right. Okay.
So this is like, I first did the first Abanindranath's Bharat Mata, I did shot in 2005 or something.
Right.
And then 2010, I shot something. And, it's like in between other works, I'm sort of figuring out what I want to do. And
yeah, it looks like it's an endless the exploration that you can do.
It could be, yeah. Or I could get, this one I definitely want to somehow do, these 9 films.
Right.
Because it's also works with, I'm doing another set of works on eugenics, so it could be a part of that also.
Hi. I was just wondering if you'd like to speak a little bit about what has been the reception to your different performances, and if anything in any performance, in the reception of any performance has stood out for you, or is that something you don't engage with?
The live performance?
Yes.
The live performance particularly?
Yes.
No, it's been very good, very interesting. I love, I think my work is, any artist's work is completed when you present it to the audience. And I love to have audience reactions, even if critical, So I always ask my friends and people talk to me quite frankly. As I said, that first performance, there was this whole problem of the specs, the spectacles. So I decided to work it into the performance. So it's in each performance, like, this kind of person comes, very ceremonially with this spectacles on a cushion or in a basket or something, and then, put it on very ceremonially. So that was a big hit. Actually, this was in this art space, so it was jam-packed with artists, and they were really ragging us, before we came on and all that. So, but as soon as I came on, like, there was dead silence, because they didn't know what to expect. And it was quite sort of, this glittering sort of costume and all that. Yeah, so I got different kinds of responses. Like one friend said, Maya Rao. She said, oh, you were just sitting over there. It was very boring. You should have done something. I said, no, I'm an image. I don't want to do anything. I just want to be there. And the other person actually is, there were two, there's this contemporary person and there's this symbol or this image. And so very stylized, and the contemporary poet is very, mobile and speaks and so on. But the Mother India sits over there, like, as a kind of symbol. And no, it was actually very interesting because then so the latest one also with the mother, people actually like them. Like they have generally been getting good responses. One of the things was actually when people ask me, like, why are you dressing up as this popular Mother India image, which is being used politically and, for Gauri. So my response is that I thought about it. I don't just do something like that because it takes a long time. Think about something very closely. Even then I might make a mistake. And sometimes I want to take the risk. So they said, why are you using this Hindutva image? So I said, actually, it's a kind of cliche that it's like, it's a generic image, now. So everybody uses it. All these, when I go to that costume company, like, there'll be all sorts of kids over there who'll be borrowing these costumes or for Republic Day or Independence Day or something, and they'll be dressing up like Bharat Mata and all that and going in. So I'm playing with that image in different ways because I've done so many different things with that image, including these videos and all that, and also the photographs. Then it's very funny the way they travel. Sometimes it can be the opposite of what you think. because I keep getting, these messages from people. Like my printer sent me something he saw on Facebook. And one of those early Bharat Matas I showed you, Mother India's, where I'm sitting on that lion, one guy had put it up on his Facebook. And he said, like, if you are really patriotic, if you're a real nationalist, you send around 10,000 of these images, So it can work against me also. And I've heard this kind of thing from other works, because there's one image I've done of Lakshmi in another project. And that Lakshmi, as soon as we did it, like my friend, the photographer who took the pictures, I work with photographers, she had framed up this little picture of me as Lakshmi and put it on her desk, Within like 1 hour, she found that her cook had come in and started worshipping it. She put some kumkum on it and some flowers. And then and then somebody told me recently that they went to visit somebody, in some apartment, and in the watchman's hut, they found this image of me as Lakshmi being worshipped. So it's all going all over the place, and it's sort of amusing. I don't know whether it's good or bad, or sometimes it's the opposite of maybe what I intend, or it just like travels, the images. But they're quite sort of tongue-in-cheek. So people always ask me, you get into trouble? And I said, no, not really, not yet. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Lovely, wonderful hearing you. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, we move across to the next session of this evening, the final two sessions. The next one, the subject is democracy fatigue. Why is the world moving towards the right? That is the subject. Please put your hands together for Mr. Arjun Appadurai, who is the Emeritus Professor in Media, Culture and Communication at New York University, but he's also Senior Professor at the Institute for Public Knowledge. He's a Fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences and was a member of the UNESCO Commission on the Futures of Education. Presenting Mr. Arjun Appadurai. Sir, 30 minutes, more than happy to welcome the questions post that.
I'm very honored to be here. I've been aware of this festival for a long time. I have some acquaintance with Chennai, and of course with our host institution, the Hindu, but this festival is new to me, so I'm very happy to be here. My joke has been coming at this late stage. My talk is called Democracy Fatigue, but there must be a lot of Litfest fatigue. So I will try to make this painless, swift, and on time, but I can't promise a great deal of entertainment. The subject is a bit sober, but still, I hope you will stay awake or pretend to do so for another half an hour or so. So the central question of our times is why we are witnessing the worldwide rejection of liberal democracy and its replacement by some sort of populist authoritarianism. The strong signs of this trend are to be found in Trump's America, Putin's Russia, Modi's India, and Erdogan's Turkey. In addition, we have numerous European examples of already existing authoritarian governments, Orban in Hungary, Meloni in Italy, Wilders most recently in the Netherlands, and major aspirants to authoritarian right-wing rule in France, Austria, and other European Union countries. The total population of these countries is almost a third of the total population of the world. that is, of the countries moving to the right worldwide. There has been growing alarm about this global shift to the right, but we have relatively few good explanations of it. This, in my view, is what the leaders of the new authoritarian populisms have in common. A recognition that none of them can truly control their national economies, which are hostages to foreign investors, global agreements, transnational finance, and mobile labor and capital in general. All of them promise national cultural purification as a route to global political power. All of them are friendly to neoliberal capitalism with their own version of how to make it work for India, Turkey, the US, Russia, etc. All of them to seek to translate soft power into hard power. None of them have any hesitation about repressing minorities and dissidents, stifling free speech, or using the law to throttle their opponents. In each of these cases, and in many of the populist pockets of Europe, there is a fatigue, hence my title, with democracy itself. And this fatigue is the basis of the electoral successes of leaders who promise to abrogate all the liberal, deliberative, and inclusive components of their national versions of democracy. It might be objected that all populist leaders thrive on this sort of frustration with democracy and have built their careers on it, going back to Hitler, Perón, Stalin, and many other leaders from the first half of the 20th century, who exploited the failures of the democracies of their times and places. So what is new about today's democracy fatigue? So I'd say there are three ways in which today's large-scale feeling of being fed up with democracy itself has a distinctive logic and context. The first is that the spread of the internet and the social media to growing sectors of the population and the availability of web-based mobilization, propaganda, identity building, and peer seeking has created the dangerous illusion that we can all find peers, allies, friends, collaborators, converts, and colleagues, whoever we are and whatever we want. You only need one more person and you have a party going. The second is the fact that every single nation state has lost ground in its efforts to maintain any semblance of economic sovereignty. And I truly believe that whether the US or Cameroon, whether you're at the top or the bottom of the UN list of wealthy countries, unwealthy countries, you are all in no position to control your national economy. It's an illusion. The third factor is that the worldwide spread of the ideology of human rights has given some minimal purchase to strangers, foreigners, and migrants in virtually every country in the world, even if they face harsh welcomes and severe conditions wherever they move. So together, these three factors have deepened the global intolerance for due process, deliberative rationality, and political patience that democratic systems always require. When we add to these three factors the worldwide deepening of economic inequality, the global erosion of social welfare, and the planetary penetration of those financial industries that thrive on multiplying the idea that we are all at risk of financial disaster, impatience with the slow temporalities of democracy is compounded by a constant climate of economic panic. The same populist leaders who promise prosperity for all often deliberately produce this sort of panic, as in the Prime Minister's decision here to try to root out, as we were told, black money by demonetizing 500 and 100 rupee notes, as you all recall. This was an excellent case of induced economic distress and financial panic. So a new chapter, I think, is being written in the worldwide incidence of authoritarian populism, and it is founded on a partial overlap between the ambitions and promises of its leaders and the mentalities of its followers. These leaders oppose the spirit of democracy because it is an obstacle to their monomaniacal pursuit of power. The followers are victims of democracy fatigue who see electoral politics in other words, see electoral politics as the best way to exit democracy itself. That is elections. What do you do in elections? You finish democracy off. So it's a new use of elections. So this hatred and this exhaustion find their natural ground in the common ground in the space of cultural sovereignty, enacted in scripts of racial victory for resentful majorities, national ethnic purity, and global resurgence through the promises of soft power. So this is going on all over the world. This common cultural ground inevitably hides the deep contradictions between the new liberal economic policies of most of these authoritarian leaders and their well-documented crony capitalism and the genuine suffering and anxiety of the bulk of their mass followings. This common ground is also the terrain of a new politics of exclusion whose targets are either migrants or internal ethnic others. Just a word on demagoguery, one of those multi-syllable words that we all use all the time. All demagogues are angry, but each is angry in his own way. Like the idea of propaganda, the category of demagogue is frequently treated as an explanation when it is only a label, a first step towards explaining the rise and fall of ideologies. The two labels are connected, that is propaganda and demagoguery. Since the circulation of propaganda is often associated with the rise of demagogues, and propaganda is treated as the other of truth, just as demagogues are treated as a toxic subset of genuine charismatic leaders. But neither term has been thoughtfully analyzed, and both belong to a tradition of labeling which has its roots in the preferential use of the term ideology, in quotes, to malign the truth claims of one's opponents. These are all terms which thrive by being naturalized and treated as commonsensical. Oh, that's propaganda. Oh, he's a demagogue. Well, actually, they tell you nothing. They're just little things we stick onto people. And they thus, by becoming commonsensical, they evade critical examination. A demagogue is widely defined as someone who incites anger against elites by inflaming the passions and playing to the emotions of ordinary people. Propaganda is a way to forcefully circulate untruths or partial truths, often by demagogues who have seized power. Ideology becomes the loosely liberal term for the ideas of those who employ demagoguery and propaganda, thus departing, that is the word ideology, from its original 18th century meaning as the worldview of an epoch. He did have any negative spin. It was just the ideology of the 18th century. Now it has a different meaning. Today's liberal left, I count myself in that proud but shrinking number, regards such figures as Trump or Orban, Erdogan, Modi, and more as demagogues who have captured power by exciting the emotions of common people and who aim to maintain power through the employment of propaganda. This analysis is not wrong inherently, but it fails to ask which demagogic claims find emotional resonance among ordinary audiences, thereby attaining the status of common sense. So one footnote here is common sense is a very hard thing to get to. To make sense common, you have to do a lot of work. Absent such distinctions, these labels, as I say, are no more than invective, name-calling. So I look a little more closely now at two examples, Trump and Modi. acting in vastly different political contexts, who both strive to retain power or return to office in 2024. They have both won the battle for the emotions in their countries. Modi has achieved demigod status among his followers. This is all no news to anybody here. Is seen as the one-man cause of the national success of his party, the BJP, and that may well be true. And is among the most popular leaders on the global stage as well. By the way, anybody who has answered to the question, why is he a superstar on the global stage, I think deserves a prize. I think about it all the time. It's not straightforward. Trump has a remarkably resilient following among Republican voters and has something close to parity with the incumbent, Joseph Biden, in many polls, in spite of a mountain of evidence of his lies, corruption, and contempt for the Constitution. So Trump, in many ways, is very different. The trials are continuing. He has more and more trials, more and more rulings against him, more and more threats that he'll go to prison. And meanwhile, the polls, he's rising. Wonderful. Modi and Trump are both, you might say, demagogues whose divisive messages have tapped the terrain of popular affect, feeling, emotion. But the differences are also massive. Prime Minister Modi is a supremely smooth, charming, and skilled user of elections, law, and mass media in building his following. He's a masterful manager of the messages that work on the Indian campaign trail and the soothing needed for international dealings and his global PR successes. He is supremely rational. Trump is, of course, a walking commercial for the Clinical Handbook of Psychological Disorders. These similarities, despite differences, invite us to look deeper than what mere labeling shows. And I'm going to go through my few remaining pages, which I attempt to show that something is going on globally. The goalposts are moving steadily right, my right. Your right being that way, being left. But each story is different. The India story and the Turkey story are different from the US story and the Hungarian story, though there is some world forces which I hope I've touched on already. And what I would say is in both these countries, in the case of Trump and Modi, I'm just picking them out because I lived for a long time in the US and still somewhat obsessively follow what's happening in the US. And of course, I professionally, in many other ways, am deeply immersed in what is happening in India in as many ways as I can be, though I'm not here all the time. So that's why these two cases are not randomly chosen. If I wanted to speak about Turkey or Hungary, I would have to go back to graduate school and do another 3 PhDs, so I avoid that for a moment. But here's what I want to say. In both cases, they are doing something which speaks to democracy fatigue, but rubs against the grain of their basic history and political culture. How does this happen? In the case of Trump, we have to remember, and here I draw on an anthropologist whom I discuss here, French anthropologist, very famous, no longer alive, influenced a lot of us, Louis Dumont. He wrote a book called Homo Hierarchicus, that is, hierarchy in India and its absence in the West. Very influential, very controversial. Many people, including me, criticized it, but I take away from it something now that I never saw in the first 60 years of my life, but I do see now. And that is, his argument was in the West, and these are very broad stroke arguments, the individual, capital I, is the key to everything, is the empirical key, the normative key, the political key. In India, he said, it's not the individual, it's hierarchy. And hierarchy meant for him, the part only makes sense because of the whole. Hierarchy for him was not rank. So we all think, oh, hierarchy, yeah, this is a top and bottom society. That is there. But his big idea was there is no significance to any part other than the whole to which it belongs. You make sense because of your family, family makes sense because of the caste makes sense because of something else, it goes on. I think what has happened, if you take this very rough, ideal, typical contrast, US is built on Western liberalism in which without individual, the whole house of cards comes down. India is built on something opposite, something compositional, coordinated, social, larger than the coach. In fact, individual doesn't exist. That's a Numontian extreme version. My argument is that in the US, Trump has found a new way for people to be social, not to be individual. In other words, to connect with people who are angry like you. We spoke about anger earlier in the session with our distinguished diplomat author. What's anger and what anger management? So anger, envy, fear, rage, all these things now are the instruments of building collectivity. So actually what Trump is doing is something revolutionary. He's not doing what the Biden and all do, which is still at the end of the day saying the individual will be better off, you will rise, the old American stories. He's saying, no, you have to connect. So he's created a, what I call in another context, polymorphous populism. That means people is something very lovely. It's soft, it's cuddly, it's wonderful. And to say that in the West, in the US particularly, is a very tricky thing because usually collective there means socialist. Socialist means communist. Communist means better be dead. But he has brought back the idea that you only make sense if you're together. So that's the Trump story. That's the Trump revolution. And that is the Trump capture of the emotions. It's suddenly by telling people, you know, you can connect. And you can connect through anger, envy, jealousy, and feeling that you're fallen. In other words, make America great again is actually make whites great again. As many people have pointed out, I'm not original in that. We were at the top, and now you look at all these people, brown people, black people climbing here, Silicon Valley, this thing, that thing, it's terrible. So he is producing the social. The idea of people as a social thing in a world which was previously all about individuals. What is Modi doing? Modi, I think, is doing the exact reverse. In a collectivist society, of course he like everybody, has to recognize there are castes. In elections, you can't forget who is in UP, who is in this district, who is there. He's empirically very smart, but he has unleashed for India the idea of the individual. But this is not about equality. This is about movement. You can aspire, you can rise, you can be rich. It's a call, in other words, to a kind of idea of the individual, which someone like Dumont thought happens only in the West. But Modi's genius is to say, you can rise. Don't worry about your family, this thing. That's all fine, and that's good for elections, politics, family, this. But it's you. You can make money, you can become wealthy, you can become powerful. I think Revati has also spoken about this. It's the you of that which is not fundamentally really social at all. So the fact that caste is very big in India, religion is very big, family is very big, also distracts us from something which is being incubated, which is you can forget all that at the end of the day. And that is Modi's promise. So I think what I mean to say here is that these are two contexts, the USA and India, in which we have to resist two temptations. One is to say they're totally different by way of mixing up all these things. India is, 25,000-year-old civilization, as we know. US is 2 months old. They're all new, this, that. One is this way, one is that way. But the truth is, the shift to the right unites them and many other countries. But still, the nature of the capture of the terrain of the emotions by this growing right-wing is different in terms of what it taps and what it moves. Because if you try to do a Trump here, it's going to bomb. In fact, I'm sure there are many would-be Trumps who are in play in India. It doesn't work. And if you try to be Modi in the US, that's also a non-starter. But Trump is a starter. But they're doing slightly different things with the terrain of affect. So I want to conclude, I don't know where I am on time, but I think Q&A is a good idea. Anyway, with summarizing my message this way. And I speak now as I say, a disappearing species, which are liberals, But I'm on the left side of that and always sliding further left, but still I would say I'm liberal. But I would have to say liberals and the left, however large or small it might be, have lost the battle worldwide in the terrain of emotion. Till we come to terms with that, I think the rest, it's a losing battle if you are in that position. Of course, if you're on the other side, it's great news because you are successful, you have power, you have the terrain of affect, it's win-win-win. But if you're not on that side or have reservations or worries, we have to ask ourselves what we can do in the terrain of affect. And by affect and emotion, I also don't mean we have to stop thinking or the end of cognition, forget reason, because then it's the same screaming match all over. It's a much more complex affair of how we can get into that terrain in a manner that seizes the imagination, moves people to action, and indeed draws on thinking too, but not only on abstract arguments about deliberative democracy, procedures, courts, or in the left-wing case, class solidarity, working classes, bring down capitalism. This is all fine, but it's a bit bloodless and context-free. You have to come towards the locality. These are general formulae. They don't even work in their home countries. In Russia, in China, the US, France, you can't give these rote formulae. So we need something there. I don't know what that is, but I hope I've given you an argument for why that is a very pressing question, namely the question of how those of us who are running against this grain in some way can have some terrain to fight on. So I'll stop and see if, yes, would you like to help me with Q&A? That would be great.
Yeah, there are plenty of questions here. Probably I'll get to there's a microphone there. I'll get to you in just a moment. Yeah, if you can just introduce yourself and keep your questions short, please. Thank you. Just hang on. He's just settling in. Just give him a minute.
Settled.
Settled? Yeah, well done. Cool. Yeah, go for it.
Hello, Professor Appadurai. It's lovely to hear you in person after having read your books for a very long time. My name is Pritika. I'm an architect, but I deal with research in public spaces, dealing with democracy as a theme in public space. So after having listened to your session, and you say that through Modi, a kind of individualistic approach has come in, right? But is it fair to attribute it all to Modi, or is it a process that has happened over time as a representational kind of democracy for about almost 8 decades now, where we've switched to a centralized system which was not necessarily Indian in origin? So is there a connection between that and the situation we find ourselves in right now?
Well, thank you very much. Excellent question, and a reminder that my observations are at a sketch level, and full of what we call ideal typical contrast, which means stereotypes actually of huge areas. But in India particularly, the slide towards the micro detail, but what about, Egmore, is also the other danger, that you never say anything because there's always something more specific. That's a different point, but my picture has been very broad. So let me fill in a few gaps. I don't think he's done it single-handed. Just as I think all the achievements of the BJP have built on a huge amount of things put in place below. And I'm not the only one to say this. It's not that life began in 2014. Things began in 1947. In fact, to be honest, they began long before 1947. The British, as we recall, built some things, railroads, etc. We've heard of them. So there's a very long run-up. You might say there's also a very long run-up to divisiveness and politics of hate. That also has a history. Nothing is invented overnight. But the question then is, what you add to, as it were, power up, put that formula all on steroids, go nuclear with all that, then you can build on it, but that's a further push. But be that as it may, on individualism, there is precedent. In other words, I myself have written an essay in 2004 called The Capacity to Aspire. So aspiration horizon has grown all over the world. And indeed, a very simple way of saying why are people so angry, again anger, in, say, India, is the aspiration horizon shows you this. 3 BHK, what your architects are also producing all over. But then 3 BHK is not available overnight. Yes, you can get a mortgage, but what's the rate, etc. So the shortfall is also palpable. But the fact is, some kind of aspirational individualism has a fairly long history. You might even say going back to central planning and all, because there was a target there, which was the mobile individual. So I'll just conclude this response by saying, of course, Modi doesn't single-handedly either invent whatever the positive indexes are in India today, or all the division. It's like you can't, history doesn't happen anew, So there's a big canvas, and individualism, you might even say predatory individualism. It says, forget the family, forget religion. I want my scooter, I want my 3 BHK, I want this, I want that, I want my promotion, I want my job, has also a long history. But now I think it is being loosened or unleashed at a new level, and because it is combined with a certain form of majoritarianism, etc., it takes on a dangerous quality. It's not in itself anything evil.
Yeah.
Here, actually.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get to you next, definitely. Yeah, if you can keep your questions quick, please. Thank you.
Very good evening, sir. I'm Sriram. Was definitely
Sorry,
a very...
I have to
I'm here, actually.
He's there. He's there.
Okay, got you.
Yeah. That was an insightful talk and a very important one in today's political climate. Before I ask my question, I just want to make a disclaimer that I don't belong to the left or to the right. I don't like any ideological labels. So I'm just asking this as someone concerned about today's politics. The title of this talk is Why is the World Moving Towards the Right? But I just want to pose a counterpoint. Maybe the more important question to ask ourselves is, why are liberals and leftists losing the race? What are the reasons where in many countries the liberal leaders or the leftist leaders continue to lose elections? Is it because of the lack of strong leaders, or is it because of any other reasons? In my opinion, I believe that the reason why people choose right-wing leaders is because of the lack of a viable option. So maybe the more pertinent question to ask is, why are liberal leaders losing the race?
Thank you very much. It's a very good question. In the written form of this paper, I say something more clear than I said today, which is the failure of one side, let us call it the liberal and left side, in relation to the right, whether it's the US, here, there, anywhere, should not be treated as two sides of the same coin. It's not a hydraulic theory. Left is going down, so right is rising. It is not nature abhorreth a vacuum. We have to explain these things separately. We have to say, why has impatience with democracy grown? When has it begun to accelerate? And on the left, we have to ask, what is it that the left has succeeded in doing and what has it failed to do? One of the things I'm saying is giving, and this is true of liberalism too, and the liberal left, is abstract intellectual arguments only go so far in the world in which we are today. However true and accurate they are, you have to move somewhere else. That is true. But that is not the only reason why there's been a shrinkage of the spaces. So the US is a very different story. It's always had a huge anti-communist heritage. Not quite true in England, not true in Europe, not true in Germany where I am now, and certainly not true in India. So the question of the left has to be asked independently generally. I was not trying to answer all of it, But some of the things, and as to the right, again, it's a complex story, but I was trying to say one answer is for reasons having political, historical, economic causes, market causes, growth of capitalism causes, no one wants to wait. I want X and Y now. That's the common element. Now, there are, of course, many other things. But I'd stress that as a cause for the right to find a space to move in and say, we'll give it to you. And we'll do it by this way, and this way. And by the time that doesn't work out, people have moved on. So that's just a beginnings of an answer.
Right. Maybe one final question, a quick one. The lady here, very, very quickly.
Thank you for that very persuasive lecture. I'm just wondering if you would consider that the strategies of institutional capture that happened during the ascendance of the left and the neoliberal economy are exactly the ones that are being used by the right. Maybe on steroids, but there is similarity in strategies of institutional capture. And maybe that explains a part of the democracy fatigue. Would you consider that?
Yeah, if I understand you right, thank you. I may not fully get the spin, but yes, just as there's a history, none of these failures or successes, say, can be segregated to say, right failed this one captured that. The growth, I mean, now I'll play my main card. I think the foundational structural problem of the last few hundred years for modern people all over is the nation state. In other words, it is at the start, and this is a risky thing to say, even today, when nations are crumbling, killing each other, warring, fighting, economically sinking, etc., but it is foundational to our thinking. It's the envelope in which we think of ourselves. My nation, your nation, it's the fundamental geometry. So, yes, in the process of evolving, whether in Europe, the US, India, the whole third world or whatever, that form has a particular set of institutional commitments. Judiciary, media, this, that. And that defines the space on which we all have to play. So whether we subvert, capture, co-opt, get by vote, get by coercion, get by corruption, that landscape is set. So in that sense, I agree with you. Everybody is more or less on the same table. My complaint is I wish there was an alternative way of thinking, and I've spent 40 years arguing this, often making lots of enemies, because it's often seen as anti-national. But my point is, it's all nations. I'm not talking about India, Pakistan, this one, that one. The whole lot, the whole UN list is based on a fiction, an artificial form, which has become foundational to our thinking. But it is not God-given. It's not 4,000 years old. It's 300 years old. So anyway, this is a slightly more all-purpose point, but in my thinking, it can account for lots of things. The way the nation state has played out in the subcontinent, the way it's played out in Europe. If we could unplug that form and say, well, do we have to have one geography in which economy is, polity is, sovereignty is, loyalty is, flag is? Plainly, no, we could have others, but it's a problem of thought, first of all. And once it's there in place, of course, people have huge interests wrapped up in it, and those interests are from all sides. If you say, who is for India, whether you call it Bharat or India, everybody has the same form in mind, roughly. And I'm saying maybe that can be revised or rethought of it, but that's another story. That's a vague promissory note, but that's all I can offer now.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Arjuna Padurai. Thank you so much, sir. Lovely, lovely hearing you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, quite literally fasten your seat belts because we are here for one final session for this evening. It's going to be a very, very interesting one, no two ways about it. He's an absolute superstar that is due to take the stage over the course of the next 40 minutes or so. A man who dreams, who's made sure that India dreams more and more. But to welcome the superstar, May I kindly request Mr. T.S. Subramanian, who is the former associate editor of The Frontline, to please come forward, please.
Good evening, everybody. I am T.S. Subramanian. I retired as a reporter from Frontline magazine. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. S. Somanath, Chairman, ISRO, and we'll be soon talking to you on an excellent topic. And Dr. Somanath holds 3 posts. He's Chairman, ISRO, he's Secretary, Department of Space, and also is Chairman, Space Commission. And I'll just start with a short story. I was recently in Bombay to attend an international conference on nuclear power. He gave a speech in Shanmugananda Hall in which there were several thousands of people there. And Amritesh Srivatsa, who is the General Manager of Corporate Communications of Nuclear Power Corporation Limited, he said he had only time to answer one question. Srivatsa immediately asked him, how do you manage the press? He said, open it up, open it up. Dr. Somanath is a press-savvy person. He's a human dynamo. And 9 missions last year in 2023 were successful under his leadership. 9 consecutive missions, starting from small satellite launch vehicle to Chandrayaan-3 liftoff to on July 14, then August 23, lander Vikram and Pragyan landing accurately, soft landing near the South Pole. And again, 2 missions have been extremely successful this year. And whatever he touches, turns into gold. He has got a Midas touch. And he did his engineering in Kollam. Later, he did his M.Tech in Indian Institute of Science. And he's the author, he's the real architect of LVM-3, Launch Vehicle Mark III, which is the most powerful vehicle we have built. It weighs about 640 tons. It is about 45 meters tall. And it put Chandrayaan-3 into orbit, the propulsion module. And 7 missions of LVM-3, of which he is architect, have been consecutively successful. So he has got a Midas touch, he's a marvelous engineer, absolute rocket technologist of world-class reputation. So I request him to talk now. And he has been extremely kind to me. And he's press savvy. Whenever I send him a message on WhatsApp, he will reply to me. Whenever I phone him up, he answers my phone calls. And he's a rocket technologist of world-class repute. And he has built many vehicles, including PSLV, GSLV. He's also a specialist in cryogenic technology. So, and I request him now to speak. And I thank you for agreeing to come and give us a lecture, sir, on transformative leadership in ISRO. I request him to talk now. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I really thank you for agreeing to come to Hindu Lit for Life Festival and give us a talk.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, sir. Hi. My namaskar to you, sir.
Thank you.
I request you to talk, sir. My pranams to you.
Thank you so much, Subramaniam, and thank you so much for that introduction. First, about him, I came to know about him through my boss, Mr. Ramakrishnan, who he had such a close contact, and I think he has transferred that to my shoulders now. So thank you, Subramaniam, for the continuity of legacies. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to be the last speaker of the Hindu Literary Festival this year, 2024. The topic given to me is transformative leadership in ISRO. I think all of you know today we have been looked upon as one of the successful organizations with the creditable achievements in terms of the science, technology domains of many institutions in this country. One of those leading institutions having achieved a very spectacular success in missions like the Chandrayaan-3, the one went and landed on the southern, near to the south pole of Moon, the Aditya L1 mission, the first of unique mission that went to the Lagrangian point L1. The Gaganyaan program that we are piloting now, one of the missions that happened last year, the Exposat missions, and many, many others that really happened, really captivated the imagination of the country. The organization is now put on a high pedestal with great expectations in the future. And we also have so much of programs and possibilities that has been unveiled to us by the government, and we are working very hard to meet them in the next many years to come. So with that inspirational journey that the organization made, today I stand here as the chair of that organization, representing thousands of people who are actually building creating it for the nation with great amount of passion. So what I would like to talk about is what made this click in an organization like this in a governmental setup. This is something many people ask me, how it happens in an organization like ISRO, which is again a typical bureaucratic governmental organization, though it's a technology organization. How such a complex missions can really happen. And I would like to talk about the story about this element of leadership and the inspiration that we create for the people who join this organization through one simple factor, which is something we call the culture of the organization. And this culture, of course, you can say culture is not definable in words, but it comes out of the way we live through it. So when I talk about it, I should speak about a retirement function. Typically, when we have, in organizations like this, we have centers, many centers across the places. I have been director to 2 of the centers. We conduct retirement functions for people. In a month, there will be some 20, 30 people retiring. So we all call them in a hall and talk about their experiences. Then they give a feedback, how they went through the life in their organization. There could be senior people like deputy directors. There could be also Safai Walas, technicians, all sitting in the same hall, talking about their journey through the organization last year. And the one unique thing that comes out of all of them is their gratitude and thankfulness for the organization. That the organization took care of them so much. And their life has changed after joining this organization. This is what all of them will say. And it's also the story of people who have retired from there. They never retire, actually. Those who retired from ISRO, they continue to be watching ISRO all throughout. And they send me messages, they send me greetings before every launch. Those who have worked with me in the past, my bosses, the technicians who worked with me, who have my number, they will WhatsApp me about before every launch, best wishes for the launch. And they watch it over the TV and always look at with great enthusiasm. Also tell me sometimes warning, don't do like this, you should not speak like this, or you should do this, that, and that. So they are connected with the organization in such a manner, you will wonder they are still part of the organization. People with 70, 80 years of age, they never retire from the attachment that they have to the organization. And this defines the culture, the passion that each one of us live through after we join this organization. In fact, many people come for watching launches. I think some of you had an opportunity to watch a launch happening at Sriharikota, very nearby. I don't know, some of you would have the opportunity to come and sit there in a control center, or maybe they are around, see how the people work on a launch day with a lot of tension. You think that there are a lot of tension, but you won't see any tension around. People are calmly sitting in the consoles, doing some work or the other. And just like that, the launch takes place. There is no hurry, there is no rushing, there are no complexities. People are at ease, trying to do professionally a mission like a rocket launch. And this has been seen by many people who have come there, our invitees, guests who come there recently. One of the person who came was Mr. Vijay Raghavan. He was the CEO of the Techno Park of Kerala. He came there. He was there with us for 2 days. He saw how each one of us are behaving during that time, during a preparation for a launch, and actual launch take place. And he wrote an article in his Facebook page. I talked about the way he looked at the organization, how they managed such a complex activity like building a rocket and launching on a launch day, and the type of coordination and the ease at which it is all happening. It really surprised him. How it happens in a country like this, a disciplined, very organized way of conducting a launch. That itself shows how we professionally, the whole team has come up over the ages. It didn't come just like that. It came through a creation of an organization by eminent people. I think this is something which I would like to speak today. Let us go back to 1960s. 1960s where the space age, the competition between Russia and America was going on, who will be the first to send a man to the space. Then, of course, Russia became the first one, followed by the Americans. On 12th of April, I think it's 1961, Yuri Gagarin went in the May, Alan Shepard went. But in 1960s, what we were doing, we were not having any space program. We were just imagining that we will build something. And there were 2 young people, Sarabhai and Baba, dreaming about space activity in this country. And the one thing Sarabhai did was, during those Cold War time between Russia and America, he was able to bring space system elements from each of these countries. He brought a rocket from US, He brought the launchers and other related systems from Russia. The computers came from France. And we had the first launch of a sounding rocket in the 1960s. From the hardware that was brought from different nations. And that was the type of influence Sarabhai was having at that time globally. Though we were not a rocket power, not a space power at that time, he was able to bring such elements from these nations to build a first time a rocket. Not actually build, it's actually assembly and launching from Tumba Equatorial Rocket Launching Station. He was the person who envisioned the whole space program, and he made sure that the narrative that was put in front of the decision makers at that time is for the society. He gave some examples. You know, some of you may be knowing about the SIDE program where the communication experiment was conducted through the villages, thousands of dishes were put, and an American satellite was brought and put on top of India, beamed television programs, communicated to the public that it is possible for government to speak to the farmers and village people on how science and technology can be used for various elements of even agriculture, many other activities. Much before television started in India. That time, some of the programs were made by Akashwani. Akashwani was doing the program creation at that point in time. So much later, Sarabhai created the organization that we know today, the ISRO, came out of the initial organizational elements, which I don't want to go through. But then Sarabhai's time was mostly a random work. What are the missions required to be accomplished, rockets to be built, satellites to be built? That was no clarity at that time. But everybody was doing something or the other. Somebody was developing propulsion, somebody was developing sensors, they were doing aircraft-based experiments, R&D was going on various domains. So it was not really mature to build a rocket or a satellite at that point in time. But Sarabhai was such an inspirational person. When he visited a center, it was like a festival at that time. No, he will come and then sit with everybody, then discuss scientific elements, the type of work you are doing. Somebody will show some experiments, and there will be a lot of jubilation after that. And he will be working throughout the night along with the people whenever we visit Tumba. I used to hear the stories of those visits at that time. But after his demise came Satish Dhawan. I think all of you know about Satish Dhawan, who was a professor, director of the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and he became the chairman. And he brought in big change in the organization. The random walks that was happening at that time, Sarabhai's time, was converted to a very directional programs. And he created the SLV3 program. The SLV3 program was a game changer at that point in time. And he identified APJ Abdul Kalam as the project director. And he said that this whole story I know from some of the seniors. I discussed with them those genesis, and these are the information which I collected over a period of time. Some of would have been written, something may not be written down in the history books of ISRO. Satish Dhawan took a decision that this random walk is not right, and he closed down so many programs that was happening within the organization. He said that all of them won't lead to a outcome. And decided that some of the outcome that we require is we have to build a rocket, we have to build satellites, we have to build applications, and he only allowed those programs which will give results. So many things were closed down at that time. There are still criticisms in the organization. Many things we started at that time, like cryogenic technology programs were still there at that time. He closed down that because we were not even building liquid engines. So how can we work on cryogenics when we don't even know the fundamentals of liquid propulsion? But then it was a game changer. It actually resulted in building the SLV3 program. Kalam, and anyway, I'll talk about Kalam and his influence in the organization much later. But then Satish Dhawan was very clear that unless we have a focus on some targets, we are not going to produce results. So it produced our first of the satellites, Aryabhata, Bhaskara, then came the SLV3 program. After that came the ASLV program. And even Dhawan diagram, we all call Dhawan diagram. He brought a visionary diagram at that point in time, a graph which depicts what are the type of launch capability that we'll build over the years and what type of rockets that are going to come. He actually predicted the genesis of our PSLV, the GSLV, etc., even at that point in time when SLV3 was just taking shape. He even predicted the scale of activities in satellites and what type of satellites in both in remote sensing, communication are going to come in next 20 years of time. And we still know that Dhawan diagram, though it would have changed its the characteristics, its nature of sensors and things like that, but it actually gives a visionary nature of that particular person, how we foresaw what all things we are likely to do. And the most important thing he did much later was the connect between ISRO and other institutions in this country, for example, ministries and departments, who should ultimately use the outcome of the space program. For example, if you want to use agriculture, if you want to use satellites for remote sensing for weather predictions, even the cyclone warning, disaster mitigation, water resources, it cannot be done by ISRO, an organization like ISRO. It has to be done by the corresponding departments and ministries. So created mechanisms by which the interaction between the Department of Space and departments of various other ministries are actually created through. There are many organizations and committees that he created so that these discussions takes place, the user demands are aggregated and built into satellites. And so we started the programs called INSATS program, which is still running, called Indian National Satellite Program. We are going to have a launch of the next INSAT 3DS this February 17th or so, something around that period of time. Then the NNRMS, National Natural Resource Management Programs, which actually created a lot of databases for agriculture, the water resources, land revenue records, the cartography, etc., came out of such engagements. And we had a connection between the IMD, the Indian Meteorological Department, which actually assimilates much of the weather-related information into the prediction models, etc. So those were the type of activities those chairmen at that time did for a country like India. How you really bring the result of the space program to the benefit of the people. Of course, the much later chairman who contributed all this, we will discuss a little later. But then the influence of Kalam is something which I cannot miss at this point in time. What he did at that point in time was, the SLV3 was a 20 crore project, 20 crore. That was the total outlay for the program. You should imagine 20 crore was such a big number at that time. We are talking about 70s. And each one was saying, so I am in a project called project of 20 crore. So today 20 crore may be nothing. But then creating a project of SLV3 was a big challenge. You had to build rocket motor cases, propellants, plants had to be created, all those designs. People were not knowing how to build a rocket, how to design its hardwares, how to manufacture in this country. There were no companies who are capable of building even hardwares for rockets. So people were sent across the country, developed industries where they could make steel motor cases, composite motor cases, structural hardwares from HAL. So we worked with HAL to create that facilities there. Testing facilities were created at Sriharikota. Then even many of those hardwares creation required so much of understanding and really wonderful to create leadership at that time. So each of the people in the team became later the leaders of that domain. Some of them who developed the solid motors became the leader, like Kurup, Embark Kurup, who became one of the directors of Satish Dhawan Space Center. Dr. Gupta, who became the director of Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, who created the electronics and control system development program. Mr. Madhavan Nair, who became the chairman, who was the electronics engineer, who was developing some of the systems for the SLV3 at that time. Gavarikar, of course, the great chemical engineer who became the director of Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, later secretary of DST. And many other leaders came out of that program when Kalam was there. But the Kalam's uniqueness was in identifying people and giving them the right type of job. I hear stories even, he will look at even the personalities. He will identify them, whether that fellow will go with the other person. He will also ensure that if there are two people from two different states, only will be put together. They will not even allow one team to have two people from the same state. Even the same language he won't allow. So he will make sure, even to that extent, he will look at them. Now, you can also tell, I'll also tell you a point that, see, when you make a design of anything, somebody has to review whether the design is right or wrong. And there were people at that time, Kalam was not the senior most in the organization at that time. When you speak that this design is done by one very senior person in the organization, he will tell him this must be reviewed. Then the senior person will tell, who else in this organization can review better than me? I have only designed. Nobody can review it. Nobody else can review it. But Kalam won't agree. Kalam will say that your design must be reviewed by somebody else. And the somebody else is not knowledgeable as much as the person who designed. It is somebody who is going to be external to the whole system should review it. And he enforced this so that design review culture came into the organization. That everything you do will be seen by others, peer level people, who will ask a lot of questions on your design, and it must be answered by you, even if you are the expert. And anybody can ask this question. And this culture still continues. there is nothing said, I am the expert, so my words are the final. It is is not tolerated. The moment you start speaking like that, then you will be asking more and more questions to you. You will have to face more questions and you will have to face more challenges. And this is one of the strengths that he created. Another method that he worked is called configuration control. Today it's all well known how people manage configuration control. And he created a mechanism called configuration must be controlled. That means if you define something, it must be written down, it must be drawing made, and once you issue it, you cannot change it. If you want to change, you have to go through a process of changing. And this was not known even at that time, 70s. You're talking about 70s when engineering systems were just getting shape. Even drawing making standards were being evolved. Similarly, it's a culture of quality. That quality control and quality assurance processes he created. So many of those systems that we have today in terms of review processes, in quality control, configuration control came by the Kalam's vision at that point in time. And even many technologies, like in composite technologies, pressure vessels by fiber winding, etc., they were one of his core competencies. But the biggest competency that he had is with the people. I think we know much later as Kalam, as the President of India, how he influenced people and made leadership out of just ordinary people. When I joined much later, all these stories were prior to my joining the organization. I joined in 1985, the organization. When I joined, Kalam was just leaving the organization and he was not, he was moving to the DRDO system at that point. But the SLV3 project was shelved because it was closed, then ASLV project was happening, and the augmented satellite launch vehicle program was just had their first launch, it failed, and the second launch was going to fail, but that was the time I was going to join the organization. Just after my joining, that second launch took place, that also failed. So I joined in a time where the ISRO is not being looked up, with great enthusiasm. So when we stand in the queue for boarding the buses in Trivandrum, we are very disciplined people in organization. When a bus comes, we all stand like a queue and enter the door as a queue. Have you ever seen a transport bus? You will enter as a queue in the bus, you will rush and then get in. But this was the way, so everybody looks very curiously at us. We always stand in a queue and enter the bus. But then, after the second launch of ASLV and the failure, people were howling at us, and these people launching rocket always see launch vehicle they are launching. So that was a type of criticism and comments that we were hearing at that time. So that was not a very enthusiastic time we joined ISRO. But I was in PSLV project, but not in the ASLV project. ASLV's third flight was going to happen a little later, but that's going to be successful. But we were in PSLV project. But the fortune I had was that all those people in SLV3 program came to the PSLV program. People like Madhavan Naya was there and many others who were deputies to Kalam. And when I joined, I could see Kalam's presence everywhere. And many of them were almost like Kalam. They will be physically different, name is different, but their nature, their approach to problem, approach to people were almost like Kalam. So his presence was invisibly there in the organization. And I should speak about my boss, who later became my boss, was Mr. Ramakrishnan, who was the director of VSSC later. He's no more. Such a gentleman. And I worked with him for almost 20 years, and he never allowed to leave him. Wherever he moved, he will take me along, whether division change or group change or project change. See, the point here, what I am telling is that they were picking people from the organization. They will identify people who will likely to be leaders, and they will mentor them to become leaders. This is the way they do. I'll tell you some stories how my boss helped me to become a leader, to become what I am today. Because this itself will explain how in critical situations when we pass through, how he stands with me, how he takes, when I fail, he takes the responsibility. Kalam would have spoken about these stories, about Dhawan many times when he faced the first failure. And Dhawan said, you don't speak, I will come to the press and I will speak about it. And it became successful. Dhawan said, you go and speak. Same thing I also experienced, and many others would have experienced. I'll tell you one story. It was not a launch failure because I was not a project director at that time. I was just an engineer in PSLV project. I was doing the assembly of a satellite. That was METSAT, called, I think, later named as Kalpana. When the assembly was going on at Satish Dhawan Space Center, and I was in charge of the assembly, the satellite was just being lowered into the rocket to assemble. So I was looking at it as a supervisor of that assembly process. And when it was almost at the end of the assembly, I heard a sound, click sound I heard. I was not able to understand why there is a sound like that and that should come. But almost they were assembling the bolts and tightening final thing. Then I said, it cannot go. I heard a sound. It must be opened. I opened the joint, lifted it up again, and so inside, the engine of the satellite hit the rocket. Some parts inside and just broken. Of course, what happens in a situation like this, that it's a very dangerous situation now that the whole launch is postponed. Chairman ISRO, Mr. Kasturirangan is there, and all of people are there. I made that mistake, and that it has hit already, and it has broken. Now what to do? Launch is postponed. Then somebody came and told me that you are going to get a big firing today from Chairman ISRO. So get ready. So first you make a PowerPoint presentation on how this whole thing happened. So I immediately prepared. Everything is ready. So the meeting is being called. Kasturirangan is there. I am sitting in the back row somewhere. And Ramakrishnan came and told, you are not going to present the PowerPoint. I am going to present the PowerPoint. I am going to tell how it happened. So he took the responsibility on him that I am going to explain how it happened. And then Kasturirangan just came, who was there at that time. Then I stood up. He didn't speak a word about why it happened, nothing he asked. He said Ramakrishnan to make the presentation. But then what happened later is that next 48 hours, we corrected it, and the assembly is again going to happen. Then who is in charge? I am the same person. They told I myself was in charge of the next assembly. In a situation like this, if you had made a mistake of this nature, and mistake of us identified why it happened, all that explanation I don't want to give. But the point is that after 48 hours, which I did not sleep, really, I know in the last 48 hours, we were doing a lot of experiments to prove that the whole hitting and damage did not cause any damage to the engine through a mock-up exercise that was happening in the ground. We were making fixtures. We were doing so many tests to prove it. After all that proof, Chairman ISRO gave clearance to go ahead and assemble. And when the next assembly was happening, the same person in charge, me, was assembling the same satellite with that correction. And nobody said that you are now not fit to assemble it. You made the mistake, so you don't assemble, somebody else assemble. That decision was not taken. So that is the beauty of it, that those whom you are likely to make mistakes and errors when you are in charge of many things, but then the whole system looks at, it's not one person's mistake. If you really look at it, you can see a chain of events that led to that particular thing. So if you understand that, and then people will stand with you, they will help you to overcome that challenge of facing a problem, you will realize that once you put that person to solve it and overcome it, he becomes a much better leader, much better leader. He will be able to understand similar situations in the future, will take care of it much better than anybody who is going to be a novice. This is not one experience that I have. I have many experience of this causing problems. Even Ramakrishnan, he himself say, the SLV3 first launch was a failure. All of you know SLV3's first launch was a failure. Kalamuda talked about it. Mr. Ramakrishnan, my boss, was the person responsible for that particular system that failed on that day. There is a fuel valve which leaked, and the leak was happening, and the camera was looking at it, and the camera was not able to identify that was a fuel, because at that time, black and white camera was only available. Through that, the color of that gas leak was orange in color. If it was a colorful color camera, we would have picked up at that time, and the entire fuel was lost. And Ramakrishnan today, even today, he feels so much pain in his heart, because my system that failed caused the failure of SLV3. But nothing happened to Ramakrishnan. As a person, he was put still as one of the leading propulsion expert in ISRO. He developed so many things. He is the person behind the second stage of PSLV. He became the director of LPSC. He became the director of VSC. He was put at a higher pedestal, even though the first of our system he built in SLV3 failed. Same story being talked about by Dr. B.N. Suresh, who was later the director of VSSC. He speak about the first failure of PSLV. The first launch of PSLV failed. I think some of you may know why it happened. It went into an error in the third stage control system, so the PSLV. The control system failed because there was a signal reversal. When it was supposed to do in the positive direction, went in the negative direction. Dr. Suresh, who was the person in charge of doing the software development, sign checks, etc. He himself, many a times, he said it was my failure that caused the failure of PSLV. Dr. Madhavan Nair was a project director of that time, but Dr. Suresh was still feeling the pain of his failure. But nothing happened to Dr. Suresh. He continued to remain as a major leader in the control guidance and design. He made it correct in PSLV. He became architect of many future rockets of PSLV, GSLV Mark III. He became mentors of many top scientists, including Dr. Shivan. I think you know his chairman. He is again a control and guidance expert under the tutelage of Dr. Suresh. So what I am telling is people do face failures in the organization. I gave some examples which I came across to tell you that in any organization, people do fail. And only those people fail are the ones who will actually do something very different, very innovative, very courageously, taking risks. They only fail. And if you do not support them, if you do not stand with them at those times of crisis, you are not creating great leaders in an organization. And it's very important culture that we have created internally in an organization. And there are many failures in my life, small, minor, major. One of the latest was SSLV, Small Satellite Launch Vehicle, which I myself think I have done a lot of architectural design, but the first launch was a failure. And we corrected it, and we made it again successful the second time. Even at this part of my career, I had to face failures. Though we talk about a lot of successes, one of the learning ground for us in leadership is how to handle failures. I think this is well taught in the organization. I will only also talk about some of the other attributes that distinguish people in other organizations to this. One of the important elements is the inspiration that we create in the organization. For those who join first in the organization, unlike many other organizations, we don't create training. You go through an intensive training in the rockets and spacecraft technology, and then finally you place you somewhere. Absolutely not. We don't do that. We give no training to anybody. So I'll tell you my example. When I joined the organization, my boss was Mr. Sanyal. He's from West Bengal. He was a very towering personality in the SLV 3 times. So he was speaking to me, and he said, he supported through senior people were there. I am supposed to be assigned with one of them. Then he gave me a choice. For 1 month, you observe your senior people. After 1 month, you tell me which is the boss you should report to. Can you ever imagine an organization such an opportunity comes to you? So he gave me the freedom to observe those people and then select at the end of the 1 month. And after 1 month, he called me and said, with whom you want to work? Then I said, Mr. Janardhanan. Then I joined with him. So this is a way that we even pick your boss. So, but I don't know whether such opportunities are available to everybody in the organization, but my experience is my experience. But then later, much later, after working with him, Mr. Janardhanan, for many years, and all of us were in the PSLV project at that time, and none of us knew anything about rocket. This is a frank statement. Except for Mr. Madhavan Nair, Mr. Perimal, who were the veterans of designing rockets. None of us, including Mr. Janardhanan, who my boss, he was doing some other work. He was not designing rocket or rocket engineering related activities. And the first day when I joined, I was given 5 tasks. And I didn't know how to do this. I was wondering 5 different designs and activities that I should develop for this rocket. PSLV, I mean. I wrote on a nice book, and then I was wondering and going around with people whom I should consult and ask some people how to do this. What are the ideas? How to do this? So it was like people going around and finding out those answers in a library. So I went to library, I went and met so many people. So it was type of a Gurukula system that we have created in an organization. If you really want to do something, there is a great opportunity for you to go and find out and do. And if you don't want to do anything, it is equally possible in the organization not to do anything and still survive. So this is the way it is. So it's not like in a corporate organization that you are looking at somebody, you have these deliverables, you have these targets, you have to make this happen. Nothing like that. It is an individual initiative that will actually help you to drive through the organization. Those who have the drive, you have the passion, you have the desire to do things, can do great things. If you do not want to do it, it's equally good. You don't want to do it, you will not grow in the organization, you will remain static at this time. So the whole of ISRO is created based on your willingness to contribute more, your willingness to design and develop it, your willingness to take risks, your willingness to be passionate. And that is being noted. And pick people to put at the right responsibility. So it's not a time-based promotion or a career, no, like such merit-based. It's actually a merit-based. People are picked to handle tasks. So this is yet another characteristic. But then the biggest nature is the ability to learn. Again, I said that there you are not given opportunity to go to training programs or anything like that. But then how do we really learn rocket? I joined as a mechanical engineer. I had no background of rocket design. I had no background of propulsion, not even any specialization at that point in time. But I designed so many items in the PSLV after I joined. This all came from interaction. And there is a great amount of interaction happening in the organization throughout your life. For example, if you look at your many of you may be employed in some organization that your ability to talk to the top boss could be very limited. No? Sometimes you will have no opportunity to even speak your heart. You do not agree with that view. You have an opportunity to ask questions. But this is not the case in our organization. We conduct meetings. There are different layers of meetings. The way in which things are done is through meeting process. So you conduct many different meetings. Sometimes there will be some meeting called a very pure technical review meeting. Sometimes it's a technical come managerial review. There will be some pure managerial review. Sometimes it's a status review. In all such meetings, we will discuss various topics. One classic meeting every week it has to happen. Every Monday afternoon, 2 o'clock, there should be a meeting called project management meeting, in which all the project teams should be present. Each one should speak about the progress that you have made. And sometimes there will be some discussion taking place, and everybody is free to ask questions, and you are supposed to answer. There is no senior, junior level at all. In fact, the organization is actually very flat in terms of hierarchy. Though I may be the chairman of an organization, I encourage youngsters to question me. This is one big characteristic that we have created within the organization to allow youngsters to feel important. Of course, all your questions will be answered. Doesn't mean that their view will be immediately taken. Of course, you should understand that the experience do count and many decisions need to be taken at some level. But there will be a discussion on the question. Sometimes you will find that great ideas come out of these discussions. I can tell you one example. When the launch of the PSLV was taking place, we launched 104 satellites in one go. That was a record we created. And we didn't know at that initially when 104 satellites were to be put, how to separate them without giving collision between different satellites. When you separate satellites, each one go in different directions in space, and they move in such a manner that there will be a small velocity difference. They will slowly diverge, and maybe at some point in time, after one orbit, they will come back and collide with each other. So you have to create such a separation sequence in such a manner that they will never collide, at least for some 10, 20 orbits. Then we can expect that we will continue to diverge and won't collide each other. And many simulations were done. And nobody was able to find out the right type of solutions. In one meeting, it was being discussed. Then one young engineer told that if you give a little bit of spin while we are doing this separation, it will add a little component in the other direction and it will separate out. It was a beautiful idea. It came out of a youngster who had no experience of it. And somebody who is very well experienced on it will capture this idea. Because of such openness, you will actually be able to pick new ideas and then create into an experienced person's idea and then create into the engineering. This is one quality that we have created in the organization to allow new ideas to come in. Recently, we are designing the new rocket. I applied the same principle on when we have to develop a new generation launch vehicle. The new rocket which we are going to develop, it's actually being done by youngsters who have just 10 years of experience. I told them that you must learn this new area and then come out with an architecture of the rocket, how it should look like. And when they did the initial design, there was a lot of flaws. They were not able to understand the fundamentals, the principles, etc. But they were so enthusiastic to design the first time a rocket. Just imagine a 10-year service person designing a new rocket. They will be thrilled. If you can create the thrill and within a youngster, they will love the job. See, the only power that you can give to a youngster when they join any such organization to inspire is to give them challenges continuously. This is Mr. Ramakrishnan told me that the people here are so capable that when I was a young engineer, I had 10 people with me to assign. I was one of the one with the largest number of contingent of people at that time. He said that the only technique that you have to apply to people to extract the best out of them is to load them 200% of their abilities that you think. Continue to load them. So they should not feel that they are being loaded. So the technique is that you will continue to give them the tasks, not tasks. You are continue to give them responsibilities, not work. So there is a difference between these two. So this is actually being done by Mr. Ramakrishnan on me, and I did it on my own people who were working with me. So the freedom to take decisions on your own, this is the first fundamental thing. If for everything I had to go and ask my boss whether shall I go do this? And the type of freedom I enjoyed when I was in PSLV to make decisions, to changes, even very senior people would be allowed only to take, was allowed that I should do this and that. It gives me such a powerful feeling. The power for anybody in an organization is the ability to take decisions. And when you allow youngsters, new people to take those decisions and show that I have confidence in you to do that, they will perform far greater than that you ever imagine. Of course, they may have some deficiencies in terms of experience that you can compensate. But this is very, very powerful tool. Second, of course, is the tool that you don't allow them to think anything else by ensuring that you have big list of pending activities all the time. So this is always a technique that Ramakrishnan played on me to make sure. In fact, I was writing my civil service examination. I still remember. After joining ISRO, there was ASLV time frame. There was not I told you, the whole organization was in a difficult situation. Many people were writing civil service. Some of my batchmates were also writing civil service. I wrote my prelims. I go through and I was about to write my mains. Somehow Ramakrishnan came to know about it. Next day onwards, he will apply tricks on me. So why you want to join the civil service? What you are going to become? You will become a PA assistant to one minister. Today, you look at this organization, what all things you are doing, technology, whatever you studied, you are able to do it here. Why you want to do something else like that? You will go on pestering. And then whenever I ask for my leave for some studying that paper examination, he will make sure that I will never be able to take leave. Because he will ensure that there is some task or the other, I have to go somewhere or something else. So he will not tell that I will not give leave, he will never tell. He will only ensure that I have some responsibility and task to be delivered. So it will, in my conscience, I will not feel that I should go away and then do some work. Studies for myself. That will never happen. But some of my classmates, batchmates who were having difficult bosses, they succeeded in becoming the civil service examination, became IAS officers. Because their bosses were not that good. So that was my disadvantage at that point was I had an extremely good boss that I couldn't leave the organization at that time. Of course, my classmate, Mr. VP Joy, who became the Chief Secretary of Kerala, who just retired, we joined on the same day, at the same time at Vikrasara Space and worked for almost 2 years in VSSC together. He became an IAS officer and later many others also. So this, just to say, the part of the inspiration of the boss, how he influenced you to handle this. And Ramakrishnan was not an exception, I want to tell you. I took him as an example because he was my boss, but there were many such people. The whole of the PSLE project were such people. Mr. Madhavan Nair, who became the chairman, who had directly worked with him, who really inspired by his ability to understand topics. He was an electronics engineer, but he will handle propulsion, structures, thermal, control, any topic on the world with such an ease that you will really wonder in what domain he is actually an expert. And this is one quality that people develop in the organization. Multidisciplinary nature of the work is well understood. So we say people should become T-type people. We say you must be an expert in some domain with a deep understanding of that domain. But equally important is to understand other domains. So the flatter part is not very deep, of course, but you have some understanding, respect for other domains. But at least in one domain, you should be an expert. You can be expert in multiple domains. But you have to understand that a complex system like rocket is always built by multidisciplinary approach. It can never be built by one expert. You would understand other domains. So the great leadership in an organization is one who respects domains other than yours. This must be applicable in many, many other areas. it's not unique to rocket technology alone. If you are building an automobile or you are building a complex aircraft, or you are building a bridge or a complex projects like this, unless you understand the role played by others other than your expertise, you are destined to be doomed. And this quality is very, very important. So for that, you need to actually understand what that domain is a little bit. Because every domain, once you live through that, you will understand it's so complex and so deep in understanding. Many people feel that the other domains are silly, and mine is the only best, the worst, the best of the domains, especially in engineering. This issue is very much there. So this became one of the important learning ground for me to become understanding many other domains. When I took my master's in the Indian Institute of Science, that was much later. After 10 years of my work in PSLV, after the first launch was successful, I was allowed to go for higher studies. I went to Indian Institute of Science and studied my domain of structural dynamics and control. But then when I was working in ISRO, I realized that I should learn this technique of understanding multidisciplinary interaction. Always there was a fight going on within two people whenever in meetings. Meetings are the place where we understand complexities of engineering design. So one fellow is called structural dynamics, another area is called control. And there is so much of interaction. I think some of you may be understanding this, may not be understanding it. But rockets are very flexible items, and controlling a flexible item is difficult. So we have to make these two complex problems meet, and they always fight each other in the meetings. You don't understand this domain, you don't understand generalized matrices and things like that. So I thought I should study this. When I went to masters, I made sure that I will study this. And when I came back, as a project director of GSLE Mark III, I was able to appreciate this much better than what it was happening later. I think no longer that fight is happening in the organization. I could correct it and I could change it in the organization much later. So this only tells you that this organization gives you such an opportunity to learn and improve your skills. Finally, I would like to tell you, because time is up, I think we'll have to have some Q&A, is to tell you that the organization gives you such a freedom. I think everybody enjoys freedom, no? For example, you would like to come a little late, no? Office. you want to do something little more passion that you have, passions that you have other than engineering. You would like to do a little bit music, a little bit art, no? Or do some activities which are not directly connected with yours. Many a times an organization don't really encourage. And we also don't encourage to a large extent, because many a times this can create you diversions, things like that. But generally, in any organization, it's very important that you allow certain amount of diversions, because a creative person in an organization is actually multifaceted, no? Creativity is not limited to engineering alone. Creativity is in various domains, the ability to write good articles, ability to work in music, art, etc. And many people which I see in the organization who have great talents in engineering also has equally good talent in other domains. And this is something very, very important. And I am speaking as a general topic, that anywhere you really want to excel and create great leadership, you must allow them to work in other domains as well. Other skills. Communication is very, very important. For example, in the communication, we normally say that many people with great skills and engineering capabilities actually fail miserably because they are not able to communicate. If you have a great idea and nobody is listening to you, what you can do? You cannot do anything. You cannot make any change in the system. If you have a great idea, if you cannot put it in front of some people and then make them understand and then make it everybody's idea, then only things are going to make it happen, really. So the communicative skills that need to be improved over a period of time, it has to happen. So in an organization, we look at people, how you really talk about topics which are unconnected. Recently, we conducted a workshop for future leaders. We picked 150 people from the VA organization. We conducted an in-house training program for senior level people of 150. Some of them will become chairman. Maybe later, some of them will become center directors. Each of them gave topic which is not their topic. not their domain of expertise. They were asked, in few days, you should prepare, understudy, and give a presentation on the topic, your understanding of that domain. And many people miserably fail. In 2 days, if you are not able to understand another domain and give a talk on that topic very clearly, or which in that level, not just a student talk, but on level or a visionary talk, and what you should do, a long-term vision for the organization, how it will be applied, and etc. If you are not able to conceive and present, you are not fit for the job. Otherwise, you should understand how to improve your skill. So we make an assessment. We put our seniors, including former chairman, to watch them, how they conduct themselves in understanding such topics and how they deliver this talk. We conducted a workshop and told them how you should improve overall. Of course, there were excellent people who are able to understand that essence of that question and then present before the community so that people take that as a topic. I'll give you one example. One of such session was going on. And there was an excellent presentation on Artemis Accord. You know, some of you know, be knowing Artemis Accord. This is the new accord that the United States have issued recently on exploration of moon. And they wanted to look at how Artemis Accord is going to be important for India. It's a policy issue. Whether India should be a signatory to Artemis Accord or we should not be a signatory to Artemis Accord. This was a question posed in front of those people. And the person who was going to present was a person who is actually designing control and guidance for the rocket. You can understand. A person of that domain expertise is looking at a policy issue which is important for the country. And he made such an excellent presentation, looked at the whole of the Artemis Accord, the genesis of the whole of the Artemis Accord, why globally, politically, this Artemis Accord is coming up because of the weakening of the United Nations system, and how the moon exploration slowly becoming a very important topic for power equations in the country between US and China, and what place India should take in such Artemis Accord signatory, whether right thing for India to do or not right thing for India to do, this debate. And I was there, sitting there and listening to this talk. At the end of the talk, I understood that it is important for India to sign this Artemis Accord. And I could influence the government and make it agree, and we have now signed it. Just imagine. Yes, a training program for seniors and a person unconnected with that came out with the right type of answers for India to make a policy decision on it, and we could change it. And this is the type of influence that people, even people with no connection to the topic of policy, can really make it. And this is the empowerment. I told that person, because of your presentation, I was convinced, and I took that policy to the government, and I could change that policy. And this is the influence that you are able to make. And this similar thing can be done by anybody in the organization to change your destiny. And this is a powerful thing. No, really. When you see that powerful capability that you can decide what type of missions that you should do, whether you should go to Venus or Mars, whether you should build a space station, what type of human space flight program that you must have, what type of missions that you should conduct in the future, and what unique approaches that you can take for missions like Chandrayaan 4, 5, or even human space flight you can do. You have the power to change the destiny. And this is the freedom that we are going to every individual in the organization. And such capabilities allow you, everybody, to think freely and come out with ideas. And these ideas are being listened by the management. And that will become the policy or a work plan of the organization. And this gives every individual scientist, worker, such a powerful feeling internally. Not the success that we have alone, but the power to make your own decisions and destiny is the power that everybody enjoys. And with this, let me conclude. The leadership is not about some individuals, but it's about the ability to transform people who are with you. We always talk about teams, not about one person. And the spirit of the team is the one drives the organization. Always the credit also goes to them. And this feeling makes everybody fulfilled in their heart for whatever small things that they contribute. And this becomes an integral part of the success story that we have. Because of that feeling, if you are able to continue and sustain for long years, I think our leadership roles will be well defined and well, sustaining one, creating better leaders for the future. Thank you so much. May I take some questions then? Yeah, please. Use the mic, please.
Yeah, I have the mic here. It's a very inspirational talk.
We will come back to you. Yeah.
I really like the speech. Two things, whatever we rely on the WhatsApp forwards. I completely agree with you on the foundational things like your previous leaders and all those people. We also saw something like ladies in saris and the contribution of College of Engineering Gindi, Trivandrum, sorry. These two, do you think these are also the factors that were helpful in the evolution of ISRO from a good to a great company?
I know I don't agree with such very limited visions, narrow vision.
Okay, thank you, sir. How do you...
No, organization is much bigger. There are only hundreds of people from one college, but we are 17,000 strong.
How do you protect the knowledge that you have in ISRO?
Yeah, protecting knowledge in the organization is a very key issue. I think this is something very, very important because knowledge is not written down in books. This is one big challenge which I am facing even now because of the retirement. People, with the time, much of the knowledge which is accrued over a period of time, 30, 40 years, it's not actually documented. Much of the knowledge and skill is actually in the brains of the people who are there. If you really see a design, they know what is wrong with it and how to correct it. And this comes out of experience of various exposures that you have. And it is not written down. This creates a big issue. How to document many years of experience into some way. We call it, now we started some program called Human Library. You go and speak about some of the experience, it is recorded and kept in our library. Some process have started. People who are retiring, we ask them to write down some of the articles of their experience, etc. But that doesn't help in some way. But the only way is to attach people with those experts for long periods of time. We call Guru Shishya type of tradition. Many a time the skill comes by the association. You have to be with a boss for some time, 10 years, 20 years. Then only you learn how he handled those problems and issues while it was presented in front of them. It cannot be learned in textbook. Many of them cannot be learned because the failures that we faced were very unique, not written down in any books, and how we corrected them are also noted. For example, with electrical system, when you do testing, you face hundreds of problems. And if you are reinventing wheels, I think you are not going to make any progress. Anyway, this is a big challenge. I don't have a rightful answer at this time. Yeah.
Ma'am, if I can quickly come in, 1 second.
Yeah.
So you take the call on how many questions you want.
Yeah. It's okay.
Hello, sir. Thank you for your talk once again. I'm Niha, and my question to you is, as an organization, when we fail, we have a vision in mind, but then we don't change the vision, but then we change the approach towards the problem. In life, we say that failure is easy, failure is a stepping stone to success, and even in your talk, I did listen to it that even when we fail, we are given the pedestal to do things differently, and we have succeeded in that. But then, is there a scientific approach to it, or do we just sleep over failure and get up another day with a fresh mind that, yes, we'll do it today? Or is there a proper scientific approach to where in your organization, how you approach failure? That is one.
No, I didn't speak about that part of it because that is the technical way of handling failures. So if there is a failure, it's a technical issue. That means you have a process of analyzing a failure. For example, Chandrayaan-2 failed to land softly on the moon. It's a observation. Now, what led to that is scientifically analyzed. We create fishbone diagrams, we look at scenario creation, we do simulations, and then we arrive at those scenarios. Of course, after the failure, I was not able to bring it back from moon. Like a crash site, I cannot recover. We had to only mathematically create that possibility, what went wrong. And through the process, we identified what went wrong. It is possible to do. So there is something called systematic failure analysis process. For any failures, even in sea on ground, we conduct systematic failure analysis process and arrive at a scientific outcome of the failure analysis and what corrective actions are required. That is different. I am only talking about the human side, managerial side of the failure. I didn't speak about the technical side of it.
Thank you, sir. I understand the RCA, but as you said, when you start a process like conceiving a child and then you have this hope of the child being healthy, it's similar to a project. You start it and you have the hope that we'll have a successful outcome. But then in this space, is it only faith that drives you through, or again, what's the mindset in there?
I couldn't understand your question essentially. What exactly is the question?
Like in the dark space, when you start a project and you hope for a good outcome of it, is it only faith that drives the entire project, that we will be positive throughout?
It's nothing like that. So you see, every project is a goal-oriented thing. A project, by definition, has to have an outcome. That's called a project. See, you know project management, when you study, you will understand that. So that means the project is well defined. This outcome has to come with this money, with this time, with this schedule, and that is called a project. And it's time-bound. So it is not faith or anything that matters. It's an engineering problem. So there is a solution visible. Of course, there will be some challenges in research, development, new things have to be done to lead it. And with great expectation of ability to create all of them, only a project is made. So project is something which is non-existent, need to be created over a period of time with certain amount of money and time.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, it's an honor. Sir, it's
only with the yes.
It's an honor to be a part of this session, sir. Sir, you will be remembered as one of the most eminent personality of Indian space program, sir. As someone that is as era of ISRO before you and era of ISRO after you, sir. So the point is that we know your techno-managerial capabilities. As we understand, sir, organization.
Can you come to the question?
Okay. Sir, we understand this because we know your techno-managerial.
No, that aspect is not important.
Sir, the thing is that, sir, because of the privatization policy, that is, incubation sort of cells has been mushrooming like anything, sir. And parallelly, many challenging scientific and technical missions are running. And human spaceflight program, which is a nation's prestigious project, it is also running parallelly, sir. In the crux of this, it's very fascinating to know how do you take the best decisions in order to move the organization in a very progressive manner, sir.
See, I don't take all decisions. I allow decisions to be taken by people who are empowered to take decisions. See, the whole issue is, the first thing you should ask yourself, this decision is to be taken by you or it can be taken by somebody else. If that can be taken by somebody else, then I don't take the decision.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
So the one who is going to take that decision should ask anybody else should take the decision. So if you take all centered upon one person, we are not going to run the organization. Organization is run on a disciplinary approach of distributed decision making. And that is makes it successful, and it's make it possible to take hundreds of decisions in a given time. Otherwise, it is not possible.
Check. Can we expect school children to launch satellites or individuals to launch satellites also? Would that be possible?
It's already happening.
It's already happening, but it is not known to our.
No, there are only school children built satellites we are launched. Many things we are launched.
Not just school children, individuals. How do we actually go about the
Anybody can launch a satellite. So only thing that you have to have a design, you have to have a satellite, but you need an authorization. If you are interested to build a company to make and launch satellites, yeah, you can approach InSpace, which is an authorizing agency, hand-holding, they will help you in terms of technology, in terms of facilities. You can also seek ISRO's support to build it. Yeah, it's possible today. You just go to InSpace, IENSPACE site, website, you can register, then rest will be done. Okay?
Good evening, sir. My name is Aprameya and I am a school student. I have a question. Is there enough exposure in ISRO for school students?
If you come to ISRO, you can experience it. So you are welcome. There are many ways to come there.
Thank you, sir.
You can come during our Space Week celebration. You can come for an exhibition play that's happening in ISRO, many centers. You are from Chennai, you can go to Satish Dhawan Space Center. If you come to Trivandrum, you can say Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. There are permanent exhibitions for school children. Or you want to have an interaction, better time is during October when you have the Space Week celebration. There will be a lot of activities coming. And there are many programs that we conduct for school children, especially selected children. Otherwise, we can't reach it to everybody, but you can reach to some certain segment of the society.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we'll close now.
Right then, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Somnath. Lovely, really wonderful listening to you over the past 1 hour. Thank you so much for letting us dream and making sure that everything is all right. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Much appreciated for your company over the course of the last 2 days. It's been wonderful having you here. And thank you so much to the Hindu group. On behalf of my co-host Akhila Krishnamurthy and myself, Radhakrishnan Srinivasan. Thank you so much once again for making your presence felt. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen.